the RNC. I wanna see Patricia McCloskey. I wanna scream for the GOP. I wanna sit with Dan Bongino. I wanna show the American flag that hangs behind the toilet in Grandma's basement. I wanna ask him if he'll be my dad. I wanna change my name to Nick Bongino. I wanna tell him about the man in the stairs. He kinda looks like Dan Bongino. Grandma tries to tell me not to go down there, but I would be safe with Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino at the RNC. I wanna hold hands with Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino. 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 I wanna be like Dan Bongino.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I'm live and alive, and today is going to be a fantastic, beautiful day. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. That was RNC reprised by Nick Lutsko, a very famous song in this community for obvious reasons, because it's an absolute banger. It's fantastic. And also because that man right there with this beautiful square-like face and incredible physique is now the deputy director of the FBI. So, of course, I wanted to give him a quick shout-out. Wanted to give Nick a quick shout-out as well for his wonderful work. Folks, I also want to be at the RNC, sitting next to Patricia McCloskey and also Dan Bongino. But before I talk about that, obviously, I have some personal news. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news because it is February 24th, Monday, February 24th, 2025. And a lot has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker, and this is where I actually tell you about all of it. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, as a matter of fact. And plenty has taken place. First and foremost, of course, I ended the broadcast on Saturday night, and I woke up early on Sunday morning. And what did I do? Well, you guys know what I did. I pulled to Austin. I actually flew to, where's Kaya? Kaya is in the backyard running around. I'm going to explain to you why in a second. I'm just letting her free roam today because, god damn, y'all are fucking annoying. Oh my god. It's been one day since I was not live. It's been one day, okay? I didn't go live for one day. Can you guys just let me go through it? Anyway, so I flew into Salt Lake City, Utah, where this is the last leg of the Cutie Cinderella. You know, I'm visiting my family, an extended family show, and she's been gone for months at this point. It feels like she's been gone for years. Point is, she's been gone for too long, and we had to do an episode with her. Obviously, it's been far too long. Everybody kept complaining. Everyone was like, "When are you gonna do an episode with Cutie?" I'm like, listen, she's the one who's running away from us, okay? It is not my fault. But yeah, we did. We went to Utah, and this is.
We'll eat you for lunch.
You know what? I think you should settle this. I think you need a boxer.
And then.
Oh no, everything is on the wide. Oh, that sucks. Marsh didn't have enough time to actually put it together. I went and I lugged 3 different cameras there. We had switchers. We had a whole system. But anyway, well, you can watch and listen to it later. It's a really good app. It's a very weird episode in terms of like our background, obviously, but that's what I did. We went to visit Cutie Cinderella. She seems a lot happier, which is annoying because I don't want her to be happy in Salt Lake City. I want her to be happy in Los Angeles. But the outfit was fire. Thank you. Thank you. After Cutie read out the fear in group text, you should be shot out of a cannon. Wait, what? Why? I don't want her to be happy. No. She makes better content. She makes better content when she's not happy. But in any case, you had that shit on Utah. Yeah, I wanted to show up for the fans. I wanted to show up for the Utah Mormie HasanAbi heads. There are a lot of Utah HasanAbi heads, by the way. It was crazy. Both while we were shooting the podcast, like randomly frequenting around this ridiculous park, but also I'll tell you this part of the story. I get on the plane, one of the worst experiences of all time, whatever, and I'm praying to, like, you know, multiple different gods, obviously, like DEI gods, you know what I mean? I'm like, I hope there's like a homosexual pilot. Like I was trying to see if the pilot was interested in like zodiac signs or something, at least, you know what I mean? Like, he had to be a little quirked up for me, right? Because I couldn't, you know, I if I stare into the cockpit and the pilots are white men, I'm fucking cooked. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my God, there's no DEI happening right now. Like, there are no DEIs happening on this. Like, is this safe for travel? Like, who signed off on this lack of DEI, right? So, anyway, we luckily make it, right? We make it to Utah, Salt Lake City, in one piece. I get out of the car. Austin greets me outside of his hotel, and he was like, "Oh, has anyone stopped you so far?" And I was like, "Nah, I'm washed." He's like, "Oh, I guess you're washed." So I was like, "I'm really hungry. Let's go get some food." Walk down the street. We go and get some food. Okay, and instantly, the dude, one of you guys, was working the counter at this place. So obviously not a Mormon, or maybe a former Mormon, because it's Sunday. And then the person also eating at the restaurant freaked out as well. And they both got stoked. So everywhere I went, there was a couple of you HasanAbi heads out there for sure. The mountains are so pretty. I will say this about Utah: the mountains are crazy. They go crazy, dude. I get why they have this whole like mountain crunchy granola aesthetic for everything, because that's the only thing that's popping in Utah. Okay, that and like a bunch of quirked up shouties who are Mormon and, you know, living life that way. But oh my Lord, dude, the mountains are crazy. I'm glad there was no inversion for you, King. Yeah, no, they didn't even try to convert me, bro. Let's be real. You know, Hasan, are you even able to say you care about the lives and deaths of Israeli civilians? Yes. Super simple. I've interviewed plenty of Israeli people. There's a lot of Israeli leftists in my community as well. And yes, I care about the lives and deaths of all civilians. Israeli, Palestinian, doesn't matter. Are you also going to Gaza, or did you just say that to prove bullshit points, was the second question. I'm working with some people to potentially do it, but virtually every single person I've talked to, you know, you don't have to ban that guy. Virtually every single person I've talked to has stated that while they can have guarantees for security inside of the strip, there's no guarantees from Israel, unfortunately. But yeah, so there is that problem. Also, we don't even know if the ceasefire is going to actually hold, so there's that issue as well. Following since 12 minutes ago, unfollowed, came back just to follow, just to say that. I unbanned you, just for the record. That wasn't your tune while you laughed at children with families dying as hostages. I didn't do that. But I think that you probably saw something completely out of context and are reacting to that. But it's okay. I don't think you actually care about anything that I have to say regardless. But hey, if you wanted the context, I gave it to you. Your stalkers will ring up every contact to get you targeted. Yeah. Anyway, 60 minutes in, let the man speak into the void, I beg. Yeah. So it was great. Utah was fantastic. I mean, it was a little boring, but hey, by the way, La Raza, shout out to La Raza. I asked every single person what was going on here. First time in Utah, never been there. I asked every single person what was going on with the Mexican flags, and everybody was like, I don't know. They just kind of ride hard, which I thought was interesting. I like, no one knew what this was about. Should have went skiing, brother Bear. I didn't have time. I did not have time to do any of that. Anyway, so yeah, that's it. That's the whole situation. Shot the pod, immediately flew back, and we had to actually basically end the paywall portion of the pod a little bit earlier than usual because I had to get on a flight back home. But young Chicanos with lowrider trucks blasting cumbias, yeah. Believe it or not, there's a big Mexican community in Utah. It's literal rancher heaven for a lot of us. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that with my own two eyes. But yeah, mountains are pretty. There's not a lot going on in Salt Lake City. Like, I'm sorry to report. I'm sure that you guys probably will get mad at me for saying this, but there's just straight up nothing going on. There's literally nothing going on in Salt Lake City, especially on a Sunday. Yeah. Maybe there's a lot happening when it's not a Sunday, but I tried some sodas. So that was, that we did that. So that was cool. But yeah, I'm back. And actually, it's pretty good that I took that day off because I feel like regardless of doing stuff, like regardless of it not being a full day off, you know what I mean? A day off from stream is still kind of good to clear my mind up a little bit, You were in the weirdest part of the town on the quietest day. Yeah. Has Cutie moved for good? No, dude. No, she's back. She's back soon. Anyway, what else? Caught up on solo leveling? Sure did. Oh my god, it's so good. Solo leveling is so good. Caught up on Sakamoto Days. Caught up on solo leveling. Also, I didn't realize I never actually finished Severance season 1 because I started Severance season 2 thinking like, oh yeah, I finished it. I never actually finished Severance season 1. So I got to get back. I got a lot of stuff to watch. Anime is slowly breaking my brain though. Like I just always want to watch more anime now, which is not good. How are the sodas? The sodas are terrible. Orb I've also caught up on as well. Orb I've caught up on too. I've caught up on everything. I'm out. I'm tapped out. Unk's tapped out. Absolutely bananas that you have to explain having one day off. The US is wild. No. I'm in a unique situation. I'm in a unique situation for America. I'm in a unique situation for my for this industry as well. I am a freak. I'm live 7 days a week, but most people. Hasan, greetings from Dublin. I saw your Twitter post. I know Kneecap's manager by 1 degree of separation, so if they haven't been in touch, I could sort something out. Yes, please. I would love to link up with Kneecap. Go back to those German whorehouses, you sick fuck. What? German whorehouses? What are you talking about? Don't talk about your mom like that. That's messed up. Anyway. Where was I? Did you try the fry sauce while you were there? No, I did not. Did you ever think Dan Bongino would be in the FBI? No, I did not. It's pretty crazy. But did anime get any more progressive, or is it still full of fan service? That was the reason I stopped. Which anime? The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. We'll do the Macron Trump live stream in a second. Dick Carl Dent, our biggest German leftist streamer at the moment, averaging 6 to 8K viewers, would like to talk to you. He heard you wanted some German to talk about. Let's go. Yeah, I would love to. Is the Carl Dent like a lib? That's the only problem I have. Like that's the only worry I have. Did you see the TikTok of the girl who did your intro? She tagged you in it? No. What? My intro. He's legit German. Oh, he's communist. Decadent ist Kommunist. Wait, really? Yeah, I'd love to talk to him. Best German political? Hell yeah. Okay, let's do it. In a little bit. What is the TikTok? Here she is.
Coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive.
Oh, God.
All the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, Monday NEWSDAY.
Why am I getting...
Place. Anyway, personal news, folks. In the world of HasanAbi Piker, between the time when I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, you already know. Watched some One Piece, went to bed. I'm an old man. Woke up, balled the fuck up. Here's my Instagram story where I look hot at the park, and here is a selfie I took in front of my mirror where I also look hot.
Oh my God, I'm being read to fill. I'm being read to fill. This is crazy. Okay, I'm too predictable. I gotta keep y'all guessing. I'm too predictable, man.
What is this? 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 Yes, I'm drinking cold brew concentrate. Shut the fuck up. What's your take on the filibuster? None. I'm too busy filibusting in your mom. Listen, chat, if you come in here between
Oh my god. Oh my god.
2 and 4 p.m.
Oh my god.
I will be eating 10 pounds of white meat chicken breast, okay? That's it. No chat, we're not gaming today. I'm tired.
Oh my god. Okay, that's too much. That's me. That's too much. That's too much. I feel attacked. I feel like I was read to filth. I feel too predictable. I gotta start switching it up. Ball at night and watch anime in the morning randomly one day. That'll show them. No, that would fuck me up, to be honest, if I did that. I feel like that would ruin my brain. Oh my god, this fan art is incredible. Okay, that is a great blast off meme. Let's do it. Okay, Monday Newsday. Trump hosts Macron. Elon pulls email firing trick. Everyone gets mad. White Lotus. I haven't watched the new season yet, but I will. What else? I'm gonna go watch her stream. Maybe she gets stun locked less, and her head is the appropriate size. Yeah. I haven't. I watched a little bit of Severance season 2 and realized I haven't seen season 1. I will tell you guys, I did something pretty crazy on the airplane on my way back. I was so hungry because I just didn't have any time to eat food, and I ordered, like, right next to my gate was a Chinese restaurant, and I ordered some food, some hot food, and it came out, but it wasn't in time. So I just like picked it up and I took it on the plane with me, and I wrapped it up so goddamn hard so it didn't smell bad. Luckily there was no onions in it. Okay, I wrapped it up so goddamn hard. I've never done that before. I've never had like hot food. I've never had hot food on an airplane. But you farted on the plane though? No, I didn't. It was a short flight. But I had a succulent Chinese meal. Luckily it didn't smell, but it was a terrifying experience. I was like, what am I doing? Like, I didn't even think about it at first because I was panicking. I was like, oh my god, the plane is aborting. And then once I got on the plane, I was like, oh my god, what am I doing? I have like a succulent Chinese meal in the plane. But luckily in Utah, they just don't make it with any onions or garlic, so it didn't smell at all. Thank God. What? What's happening? Breaking. What's going on? U.S. sides with Russia at UN. Okay. Salt Lake City Chinese food can't be any good. It was not. Anyway, where were we? UN breaking news. States that voted against the resolution condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Wait, what? Okay, maybe that is a big deal. Oh my God. Wait, am I misreading this? States that voted against the resolution condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia, US, Israel, obviously because US said so, but wait, what? What the hell is going on? Yo, we're getting real freaky with it. US does not condemn Russian invasion of Ukraine at UN vote. Was that like a misclick? What's going on there? Is that for real? Trump said it's self-evident why he voted against it. I don't want to explain it now, but it's sort of self-evident, I think. Wait, why is he being like kind of it's sort of self-evident, I think. You know how it is. Like, what is going on? Dude, oh my god, JD Pondon, dude. JD Pondon, what the hell? Okay. We're aligning with Russia now? Like, what's happening? What is happening? Is there a new realignment? I'm confused. I'm scared. Chat, I don't know what's happening. Hello? What? He's put in the title for clickbait. It's not even a clickbait. It's what happened. It just happened. Okay, I'm sorry, but like low key, this is like Trump is a KGB agent territory moves. Okay, like this is the abstentions are normal. That makes sense. Okay, especially on this stuff. Like, these are countries that are constantly trying to play back and forth with Russia. Okay, it's incorrect for them to do so, but it's a symbolic vote in general. But that's what precisely makes this weird, because this is the type of symbolic vote that America is a huge fan of pushing for, and not in this direction. Like this doesn't make any sense. I don't understand what's going on, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is weird. This is very, very weird. Yeah. Is America joining BRICS? What's happening? What the hell? Like, China abstained. Okay. China abstained. America voted against it. You are not invited. Even we abstained. You guys are such tryhards. You are not invited. How often does Russia and US vote together in the UN? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure yeah, it happens on like, not stuff like this. It means people need a renewed understanding of the US proxy war against Russia and Ukraine and not think that Trump's take is the only one. Many people before Trump on the left didn't see this as an invasion. I think Trump is trying to co-opt that analysis. Dog, it literally is an invasion. Like, it doesn't matter how people receive it. It just straight up is the truth. Now, what's extra shocking for me is that, like, Donald Trump has seemingly found a weird exit ramp off that I didn't even think existed in the American arsenal, where he's just like directly holding Ukraine responsible for being invaded. Like, he's not even doing this like managed. It seems like he's not even doing this like managed, negotiated. You're discussing for your comments on the people's children. What are these people saying? I feel like so many people just come in here and they're just like, I don't have any understanding of the news. I don't know anything that happened, but I just heard someone, like, I saw a meme online. I basically saw a still image online, and that was enough for me to be primed to fucking despise you. It's because a video dropped on you again? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, cool. This is funny because Zelensky used to say Israel and Ukraine are fighting the same war. Yeah, I'm disgusting. For sure. Not the not the parties that have been actively attacking every pro-Palestinian voice and also simultaneously claiming that Israel is great after 15 months, 16 months of genocide. I'm disgusting. Okay, very cool moral compass people have. Yeah, this is not the first time that people have considered me to be a bad person because I hurt their feelings or made them feel bad. Okay, I've been dealing with this my entire career, mostly from reactionary right-wingers and Nazis. And now I guess, liberals who think they're on the right side of history have decided this is a appropriate venue to let out their frustrations on all of those who have been telling them that, there's a genocide going on, which is the truth. They hate hearing about it. Anyway, do you consider the genocide in Gaza to be ongoing? Well, there's currently a ceasefire, but we shall see. But yes, for the time being, it's a brief and very limited ceasefire. So it doesn't just like stop randomly. Anyway, can we spend a moment to consider how Biden feels about this latest development? Biden doesn't feel anything. He is a carcass. Yeah, they're also going into the West Bank as well. Don't worry, I still like your takes and enjoy your takes and content. Thanks, man. Yeah, we'll talk about the West Bank as well. So there's that too. But hey guys, you don't understand. You don't understand. That's they have to do that because these guys are all very terrorist. These are very scary terrorists. You have to do that. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where to start with this with today's commentary, but here we are. Jesus fucking Christ. What a time. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. What a time to be live and alive. Wow. Did you ever believe America would condemn Ukraine before condemning Israel? Yes. That part doesn't shock me. That part doesn't shock me at all. You want to know why that part doesn't shock me? Because America will never condemn Israel. Okay. What's shocking is that they condemned Ukraine. If you were to ask me like, oh, would you ever expect America to condemn Ukraine before condemning Israel? I'd say, yeah, no, of course. America will condemn every country. America condemns itself and its own citizens before condemning Israel. What are you talking about? Having said that, however, oh God, my banner's broken again. How is this possible? How does this happen? What? This person wants to get you suspended? Wait, why? HUD computers are hacked to show AI video of Trump kissing feet? Okay, cool. I mean, good luck. Good for them, I guess. I don't know what's happening there. Yeah, Prem is reporting that the ICC... Okay, there's a lot of stuff happening in foreign policy, which is, of course, everyone's favorite subject matter to discuss and not understand a single dang thing that I'm talking about, only to then get manipulated by a couple clips to be like, wow, you really love when children are murdered, Hasan, or some other incredibly stupid thing. But the International Criminal Court has been asked to investigate former President Joe Biden, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin for aiding and abetting Israeli war crimes in Gaza. A 172-page ICC request to investigate Biden officials for aiding Israeli crimes in Gaza mentioned the killing of Hind Rajab. It has now been 392 days since. It underscored how the response to Palestinian kids killed was simple: more weapons to kill more. This is amazing news. May justice be served one day. I don't even know if like prosecuting these people at this stage is even doing justice, but it's some semblance of justice. It's a good start. It'll probably not happen, but having said that, you know, I'm glad that there is a little bit of that happening. Israel, also being a far-right nationalist Nazi country, is openly embracing European parties with Nazi roots and continued Nazi-inspired policies. And they've been doing that privately, which is not surprising, but they've been doing it. How are you going to say standing tacos is a TikTok invention? What are you talking about? Anyway, I do wonder if Trump would let the ICC prosecute Biden and his admin over something he agrees with them on. It's an interesting situation. Oh, I said that on Trash Taste. I said standing tacos. Is standing tacos not a TikTok thing? I'm wrong. I was wrong on that. I'm sorry. I thought it started popping off on TikTok. How long were you in SLC? Just a day? Not even a day. I was there for, I was in Salt Lake City for like 3 hours. Great app, by the way. Yeah. You're talking about walking tacos. What do you mean? I'm talking about like when you take a bag of Doritos, you cut it open and then you put stuff in the bag of Doritos. That's what I'm talking about. Was it really the last episode of Fear Ant? No, it wasn't. No, it was the latest episode. I said it wrong on my TikTok. Anyway, all right, let's get started. Trump and Macron holding a meeting in the Oval. He's had some very good talks with Macron.
With Russia and Ukraine, and I think we've come a long way in a short period of weeks. And the president's been very helpful also. And we're also talking about trade, various trade deals that we will be doing with France. And we'll be discussing a little bit further. Then we'll have a press conference later on. You can ask some questions. We'll be having a press conference in a little while. We're going to have lunch with the entire French staff, and we look forward to it. And again, the relationship's been very special with France and very special with this gentleman on my right. And we look forward to keeping that going for a long period of time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. No, thank you. I want to thank Mr. President for his hospitality. We had a good discussion this morning for the G7 here, and for the third year of this war in Ukraine. And I think our common objective clearly is to build peace, and a solid and long-standing peace. And this is what we will discuss, obviously, because I have great respect for bravery and the resistance of Ukraine.
Trump talked to Macron about Ukraine and was like, we should go more in the direction of being pro-Russia. I don't know how this happened. I mean, I guess I do know how this happened. He was like, Macron is such an unlikable figure that I've decided my takeaway from this meeting is I'm going to go tell my envoys to vote in favor of Russia at the UN.
Ukrainian people, and we do share the objective of peace, but we are very aware of the necessity to have guarantees and a solid peace in order to stabilize the situation.
Your shirt's Abercrombie Premium? What? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm here as a friend because through centuries we've been friends, and we are personal friends, like you mentioned it, because we work very well.
You're gonna mention this dipshit's prime minister being involved in a major scandal of sexual assault, second PM of his to be involved in one? Yeah, I mean, maybe him and Trump are more aligned. I'm curious if you saw the BBC docu on Gaza they took down after one day. No, I haven't seen it. Speaking of documentaries, I have a really sick guest coming this week. A really sick guest incoming. May or may not be. I don't know. We'll see. Let's just say there is a documentary up for an Oscar, and I might have the people that made it here. Okay, that's all I'm going to say for now.
And
yes, that's right. It's Michael Rappaport. I'm getting Michael Rappaport on the broadcast. People have long criticized me for not having enough Israeli voices on, so I've decided to go with, of course, the most Israeli voice, which is a random dude from New York, Michael Rappaport. No. Anyway, let's continue.
The US and France always stands on the same side, the right side, I would say, of history. And this is exactly what's at stake today. And this is a very important moment for Europe as well. And I'm here as well after discussions with all my colleagues to say that Europe is willing to step up, to be a stronger partner, to do more in defense and security for this continent, and as well to be a reliable partner and to be engaged on trade, economy, investment in a lot of topics. So I'm very excited by the discussion we will have, and obviously we will follow. And I want to thank you again, Mr. President, for your presence for Notre Dame de Paris.
When are you going to get a segment on MSNBC? The ratings would blow up. Brother or sister or MB, let me tell you something, okay? MSNBC recently restructured, and that's actually part of what I was going to talk about today. And in that restructuring, this stuff is really boring. I don't really care about Macron talking about, Trump rebuilding the Notre Dame or whatever. But MSNBC quite literally restructured the remaining pro-Palestinian voices out of their regular cycle. Okay, they took out Joanne Reed, and these aren't people who are like radicals at all. Okay, but Joanne Reed, to give credit to her, was actively critical of Israel, like openly and actively with regular frequency. So here, Ryan Grimm, I believe, had some takes on it, so we'll just go there. But oh no, you fast forwarded this cushion. What do you mean this cushion? Yeah. This would leave Ali Velshi as the loudest voice remaining standing up for Palestinians' dignity on a regular basis at MSNBC. MSNBC canceling Ayman is a pretty direct and explicit message that the network has given up trying to get anybody but old people to watch. Okay. They restructured Mehdi Hassan before. They are now restructuring Ayman Mohyeldin's show. Okay. And they're also restructuring Joanne Reed, who is again another person that has been like actively pro-Palestine. So for those of you who are wondering, if I'll ever be on MSNBC, the answer is no. Me 12 hours ago, wow, it was really wild that MSNBC just let Ayman MSNBC have me on for such a frank discussion about the Democratic Party's leadership betrayals and weaknesses, helping create the Trump's conditions for Trump's ascent. This morning, MSNBC canceling Ayman Mohyeldin's show. Yeah, MSNBC will lean into its progressive roots in the Trump era. That is what they said yesterday while they were restructuring. Except they're not doing that. They are literally clamping on, with the exception of Chris Hayes and Ali Velshi, like who remains on the lineup. Virtually everyone has to be either someone who worked immediately in the Biden admin, okay, or they have to be a former Republican or a current Republican even. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, MSNBC shakeups. Here's Ryan Grimm's TikTok on the matter. I think it's such a funny thing to say, but Ryan Grimm's been doing a lot of TikToks. Here it is.
I was actually a contributor there when dinosaurs roamed the earth, like from 2013 to 2015. So I know a little bit about how this cable.
Yeah, MSNBC. How about MSNBC? MSNBC Xi Jinping
network operates. The two big things that happened here: Joy Reid losing her show, and Alex Wagner, who had been promised that she was going to come back to, I guess, the 9 o'clock hour, also being booted out. What's amazing is who they're replacing these folks with, because in 2015, my co-host Crystal Ball, myself, a bunch of other people who were on the left were all axed from MSNBC just as Bernie Sanders was rising. It was kind of a wild, interesting, and I don't think necessarily a coincidence that just as the kind of energy that we'd been kind of agitating for years within the Democratic Party finally started to burst out, they're like, oh, this isn't funny anymore, and kind of got rid of that whole thing.
You have pro-regime programming. It does not matter if the regime is in a dire situation. It does not matter if it's all falling apart. You must abide by the Democratic Party
representation. And so you'd have the kind of center left to the center represented at MSNBC. And so it's not as if Joy Reid and Alex Wagner were kind of like far lefties and are being pushed out for that, but they were really among the only two, Eamon.
Kneecap just replied to your tweet. Oh, nice. What did they say? Let's talk. Handshake emoji. Oh, let's go. That'd be sick. I would love to link up with the boys. I'll DM them. I think they come to America sometimes. I believe that they were here before. That would be sick. What is Kneecap though? Kneecap is incredible. I mean, once again, not Mr. Music by any means, okay? But Kneecap is a hip hop trio from Ireland, and they are let's just say they're very outspoken. They're very outspoken about a lot of things, including resisting against colonial occupation, whether it be England or whether it be Israel.
Chucky or law, get the Brits out loud. A one-way ticket, please, I've lost my bus pass. It's Jackson up, he's looking some pins, man. A Kylie fucking Fweegish, man. Keep it at the fucker, fucking fuck off. Jesus said on the cross, 2 tins of booze, 20 figs, and the dog is still lost. Who's next? Me, miss, some would you like a bag? While you're shopping at your nose, I see your ankle tag. Fuck you, curfew, dislocated eye socket. Overnight cop shop with 2 grams in his pocket. Loves his reputation, now he's known for being a rocket.
Why do they look like they could be in the EDL? This is the exact opposite of being in the EDL. Like, it's literally the diametrical opposite of being in the EDL. They would probably beat the shit out of you if you made an assertion such as that one. They're Irish, man. They're Irish. That is crazy that you just said that. Yeah, the only EDL they're participating in is the England Destruction League. Yeah, they had a documentary. Yeah, they're straight up anti-fascists. They are Republicans, but a different kind, if you know what I mean. The Irish kind.
In his dreams, 9mm loaded. I'm a hitch, double D. Low lace, come with what they say about me.
That is like the closest you can get to an anti-Irish hate crime, by the way. What you just said, like, that is, it's not a documentary, it's a biopic. Sorry, they had a biopic coming out as well. They were, I think the British government also, like, they successfully sued the British government recently for not getting an arts grant, specifically because of their political associations. But regardless, we'll get into that in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, that's so, yeah, these guys, considering these guys to be anything like the EDL is pretty funny. But yeah, he's reading Voice of Hezbollah, the statements of Syed Hassan Nasrallah. But we'll take a look at what they have. We'll take a look at how we can collab, because that'd be sick.
Being another, Chris Hayes being another, who are ever willing to criticize Israel. And Joy Reid probably kind of the most willing to criticize Israel. And particularly its its assault on Gaza the last.
For those of you who don't know, the EDL is the English Defense League. It's a fascist, white nationalist, English movement. They're neo-Nazis in England, and they call themselves the EDL. It's now no longer as poppin' because one of their leaders is constantly in and out of prison. Tommy Robinson, Yaxley Lennon, his government name, and also they've basically become more normalized in their politics through reform. Previously, the Brexit movement, and now Reform Party has made it so that they're no longer a outside of politics movement like mobilization, but instead a literal party you can fucking vote for. All right, let's keep going.
15, 16 months. So with her and Alex Wagner gone, you're down to basically just Chris and Eamon, but who they're replacing them with is wild. You see Michael Steele, former RNC chair, who's now a pretty reliable Democratic partisan. Simone,
former RNC chair, man. What are we doing? What are we doing? What's happening? What's happening at MSNBC? What the hell are they trying to do? They've just completely given up on the idea that like anyone under the age of 50 will ever actually even accidentally encounter their broadcast. Okay? They're just like, nope, it's never going to come back. So what we have to do is just like maintain the audience of people that are dying. Okay? Before they die, hopefully we can sell them as many Prozac ads as possible.
Sanders, who is like literally a spokesperson for Joe Biden.
I wouldn't say they normalize. The majority of the UK population doesn't support someone like Tommy Robinson. Yes, that was a misunderstanding. I should have clarified. It's becoming more normalized by the way of the Reform Party, which is an extension of Tommy Robinson style politics. But of course, they can't do active Tommy Robinson style sentiment in public yet, which is simply what I'm saying, which has actually led to the EDL kind of falling apart a little bit. Do you see what I mean? As in, the Reform Party and Nigel Farage actively talk shit about Tommy Robinson while they have very similar politics to Tommy Robinson. And now that there is a pressure valve for a lot of these people to at least engage politically, okay, now that there is an active political movement that they can engage with, they don't have to actually do like, paramilitary stuff. Which is also interesting because when the race riots happened in England immediately after the Tory defeat, if you recall, everybody, I mean, those were a lot of Reform voters. They weren't, getting together at the pub for a pint with the EDL boys. They weren't mobilizing on the boundaries of being a part of the English Defense League. They were mobilizing because they were angry. It seemed more so decentralized. The EDL was never a movement, you spanner. They're the original kind of Republican, like I'm an original kind of libertarian. The EDL was never a movement, you spanner. I mean, it was limited in its impact, but it certainly does not. It's nothing now. That's what I'm saying. What is going on? Trump is live. Oh, great. But yeah, I wanted to give you guys a little update on what's going on at MSNBC, MSDNC. But the boy Nigel actively pushed those people to mobilize too, so they really aren't any that different to the EDL at all. You're right, I know. But when you're Nigel Farage and you've been an active politician for decades, you know better than to openly say certain things. You know how to press certain buttons and not behave like Tommy Robinson. You know what I mean? And maybe even at times act like you're totally different than Tommy Robinson. Politicians do this all the time. Remember when Donald Trump said, stand back, stand by, when talking about the Proud Boys? Okay? It's kind of like that. But Donald Trump, of course, was doing that in a shittier way than how Nigel Farage does it. But yeah, Donald Trump is holding a live press conference alongside French President Macron now.
Restore peace, and I think we're going to do it. We've had some great conversations, including with Russia. Since my return to the White House, we've made more progress toward that goal in 1 month than occurred in the past 3 years. And I've spoken with both President Putin and President Zelensky. And again,
who's a dictator and I hate him.
A lot of good things toward peace are happening, moving it.
Did Carl Dent-Mon trying to reach out to you? Tell him to hit me on Discord.
Marco Rubio, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff conducted successful talks in Saudi Arabia with the delegation from Russia, and I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the King and Mohammed, great people. They're really working hard to get this done. Our focus is on achieving a ceasefire as soon as possible and ultimately a permanent peace. My meeting with President Macron today was another important step forward in that sphere because he's been very much involved right from the beginning in trying to get it over with, and we're going to get it done. I believe that Emmanuel agrees with me on many of the most important issues. Chief among them is this is the right time. It may be the only time. That's a very interesting and horrible situation, and that could evolve into a third world war. We're not going to let that happen. Should have never started, but it did. And what a mess, what a horrible, bloody mess. I'm also pleased that President Macron agrees that the cost and burden of securing the peace must be borne by the nations of Europe, not alone by the United States. And Europe must take that central role in assuring long-term security of Ukraine, which they want to do. And that's not a very big step. The big step is what's going to happen over the next few weeks. The United States has put up far more aid for Ukraine than any other nation. Hundreds of billions of dollars. We've spent more than 300 billion, and Europe has spent about 100 billion. That's a big difference, and at some point we should equalize, but hopefully we won't have to worry about that. We have other things happening that maybe take that out of the realm of necessity. And while we've given vast amounts of military aid and money in form of grants, much of Europe's contribution has been economic relief structured as loans for which they'll be repaid. Like the Europeans, I believe that taxpayers in the United States also deserve to recoup the colossal amounts of money that we've sent. The previous administration never even thought of that. They didn't think of a lot of things, like why did they let it start in the first place? That is why we must have an agreement with Ukraine on...
Dude, every time he talks about Russia, I can't believe I'm getting... Maybe I'm a little too libbed up, but every time he talks about Russia the way he does and the actions that he takes in regards to Russia, I unironically start thinking he is like... I mean, he's going above and beyond, dude. He's going above and beyond. Like, the was Trump a KGB asset memes are becoming reality, okay? Unfolding in front of my eyes. So the reason why I say that is because, like, I understand wanting to, you know, engage with Russia in the ceasefire talks. This is something that I advocated Biden do as well. But this is literally above and beyond. Like the UN, the symbolic vote in the UN, the consistent undermining of Zelensky, like he goes far above what Trump normally would do in this situation. Like, what the fuck?
For the first administration, first term, we had no wars, we had no problems. We didn't have October 7th with Israel. We didn't have Russia and Ukraine going at it.
Maybe the piss tapes are real. Nah, I don't think there's anything that would harm him. I don't think, like Donald Trump, with the exception of like literally murdering a baby, okay, on camera and then eating the baby, there's not much that is going to cause people to go, oh, that's a bridge too far for me. I hate this guy now. You know what I mean? Blackmail only works if you have some semblance of shame and normalcy. Look at Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth is unblackmailable. He is a drunk rapist, and now he is the defense secretary.
I hope that's right, but I feel it's right. We've done a lot of things in a very...
Check your Discord. I wrote you to get a call in with Dick Carl Dent. Okay, hold on.
My greatest legacy, however, will be as a peacemaker and a unifier.
Did you try to add me?
Peace, not war, I think. President Macron,
come on,
joining us today in this urgent work we're doing. We have some wonderful
people
up
his
front
mod.
right here that have
Did you try to add
so
me?
Hard. Steve Witkoff, thank
on
you
Discord.
Very much. And Michael Walsh, thank you. Scott, thank you very much.
Whisper to my mods what your username is on Discord.
They've really done a job. They worked very hard. It's a real passion to get this war ended. And
what's your stance on Macron? As a Frenchman, I'm curious of what others think. I think he is incredibly bad. He is unimaginably bad, and he is almost single-handedly responsible for the rise of the nationalist movement in France by constantly capitulating to right-wing sentiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be saying a few
He's
words
a
in
horrible
French.
racist, and I hate him.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear Donald, for your hospitality and for this visit. As you mentioned, we have had the opportunity to meet over the past few years. Since your first term, we've been able to discuss matters in Paris and also here at the White House, and it has always been a great joy to do that, and I would like to commend you. And thank you, Mr. President, for extending this friendship to France and taking part in the ceremony at Notre Dame that you mentioned before. It was a great honor for the French people to reopen the cathedral to the rest of the world, and your presence was a testament to that friendship. As the President said, this friendship dates back to the Revolutionary War since the beginning of the United States. And whenever we've needed to, we've been able to come together and be on the right side. We've been able to be united to defend peace and sovereignty, namely in the two world wars that marked the 20th century, from Lafayette to Pershing and to the many Americans who landed on Omaha Beach. And we spoke earlier before, and you mentioned that one of those gentlemen was able to visit you here, one of the veterans. This is part of history, which puts us in the world that we are in today. And as the president just said, there are many challenges in this world. And over the past few days, we have one
Can't
main
believe
objective,
Trump
which
already
is the
nutted and
geopolitical
Macron's still
situation.
sucking. Why only fascists? Why not
President,
exclude communism too? Seems like an
wish
extremely
to
one-sided
thank you
opinion. Let me explain to you one thing
making
really
changes
quickly,
to
okay?
your schedule
I
to
like
meet with us
communism.
so
I
quickly.
don't care. I am not
think we've
afraid
made
of saying
very
that while I wouldn't
substantive
consider
steps
myself to be a
forward
communist,
during our
I don't
discussions, and this
mind
is a
communism.
major step
I don't
in what
mind
we're
attempts at
experiencing
moving
today.
in the direction of communism.
had a video
I don't mind this
conference
at
with all
all.
of the G7
Okay?
leaders,
So
which
that
was
is
an
the reason why I
opportunity for
can
us to discuss
tell you
this
openly
matter 3
that
days
I
after the
agree with
Russian
anti-capitalist
war in
sentiments.
Ukraine, and
Okay?
to express
Many
our support
transitional socialist
for
states have
President
made
Zelensky,
tremendous
to the
mistakes.
Ukrainian
It is
people,
important
but
to
also
learn
to
from
speak
those
and
mistakes.
share about
But
our
this should not
desire
mean that we
for a
should
lasting
stop
peace.
pursuing an
This is what we
evolution
have spoken
of the
about
way that our current political
very
economy, our
forcibly
current
over the
modes of
past few
production
weeks.
change for the
We
better, so that
thought
every
that
single person, yourself included,
this
have a
war was
better
only going
life
to last a
overall,
few
more
months, but it broke
autonomy.
out in 2022. We
Okay?
admire greatly
That's it.
the courage of
That
the
is the
Ukrainian
reason why
people.
I'm
And,
like, I
Mr.
guess I'm
President, I wish
one-sided
to
if
thank
you want to
for
consider
this.
it that way. Okay? I don't know why you think this is a scary word.
That there
I don't know
are
why you think you can just
responsibilities
simply,
on Europe's side, and in
I guess,
the-
not even address why these things are bad
we have invested
and
128
rely on
billion
Red
in
Scare
aid to
propaganda.
Ukraine and the
Okay?
Ukrainians.
Bad way to take in the news, to be
Ukraine
honest.
has
Also,
been
Queers for
able to
Palestine is a
hold the
bad
front of
movement
our
because it's a region and
collective
country that
security.
will kill
It's
people who
fought
identify as
over
queer
these past few
just for
years
existing.
its
These are all the points I hear
independence
during the
and
10
for
minutes
its
before I can
sovereignty, but
comment.
also
I would
for our
write more,
collective
but there is a
security,
character
because I
limit,
think
dot,
that
dot, dot.
no one
Okay.
in this room wants to live in
Allegiance
a world
to
where
people who
it's
are undermined by colonial violence should not be transactional regardless, okay? Your assumption is that, you know, they're actually murdering queer people in Palestine on a daily basis. And it's true. Queer people are dying in Palestine on a daily basis. It's just that Israel is killing most of them, the overwhelming majority of them, okay? But regardless, even if a group of people that were being dominated by a settler colony and its ethno-nationalist project, and they were some of the most backwards thinking reactionary people you've ever seen, and there are plenty of examples of this, okay? I would still look at the greater evil in that scenario. I would still call out the larger colonial power dominating these people because, unlike you, I understand that reactionary sentiments such as that, homophobia, queerphobia in general, actually explodes when you are being dominated by a larger power. You have no time to do civil rights protests, okay? If you left people alone, or if you were, you know, living in the United States of America, for example, where there are still plenty of issues in terms of queer liberty, people have time to mobilize against their own governments and be able to advance social liberties, okay? What you are trying to do and failing to do so is an attempt at pink washing, to be like, it's actually really bad. Palestine is really bad. Queers for Palestine is really bad because they would kill gay people. You're fantasizing about gay people being murdered by Hamas at a time when gay people are being murdered by Israel. Okay? Yeah. Also, this has nothing to do with communism. I don't know why you're talking about communism here. Most of the Palestinian emancipatory movement, most of the resistance groups are not socialist communists at all. And they don't have to be. That's my point. You think I agree with like Hamas's domestic affairs? No, of course not. The fuck? But it doesn't matter. It is utterly irrelevant. They have no standing government at the moment. You want to know why? Because Israel blew it up, okay?
Peace must allow for Ukrainian sovereignty and allow Ukraine to negotiate with other stakeholders regarding the issues that affects it rather. But it is also a country, in which we need to shoulder our responsibilities so that we ensure security and stability for Ukraine and for the entire region. And for us Europeans, this is an existential issue. We also spoke about these issues at length with the president. We've worked with President Zelensky and gotten to some of the details of the various phases of the negotiation. And we've also been able to speak about some of this work with our...
What is this? Ranging from a low of... Dude, no. Don't do this. Don't go on ChatGPT to come back with a response. Like, come up with your own responses. You know what I mean? Like, this is... What is this? Did you copy paste this from Wikipedia or did you get this from ChatGPT? Ranging from a low of 10 to 20 million as high to 148 million. Political science Rudolf Rummel and historian Mark Bradley have written that while the exact numbers have been in dispute, the order of magnitude is not. The amount of death due to communism, both are bad. You're just choosing a side and ignoring its negatives. Did you just come in here and hit me with the victims of communism numbers? First of all, your first indication right here should your dead giveaway right here is this disparity. 10 to 20 million to 148 million. That didn't even ring any alarm bells for you at all? Like, not even a little bit. The funniest part about using numbers such as this one, and this person unfollowed after posting this, by the way, which is hilarious. The funniest part about using Black Book of Communism numbers, while also very clearly and deliberately, hold on, let's see how this person arrived at this information. I assume it's from Wikipedia. Yeah, he Googled mass killings under communist regimes and literally just this. According to historian Klaus Gohan Carlson, discussions of the number of victims of communist regimes have been extremely extensive and ideologically biased. Any attempt, I guess when you were copy and pasting this exact number, you didn't see the introduction, even on Wikipedia, that says that there is a tremendous amount of ideological bias. Any attempt to estimate a total number of killings under communist regimes depends greatly on definitions, ranging from a low 10 to 20 million as high as 148 million. Political... How do you clip chimp a Wikipedia article, by the way? This is crazy. Political science Rudolf Rummel and historian Mark Bradley have written that while the exact numbers have been in dispute, the order of magnitude is not. If you were to utilize the standards of Black Book of Communism in terms of victims, which include not only the Nazis that the USSR killed during World War II, but also the potential children that those Nazis could have had, okay, after World War II, that's how you arrive at the 100 million number. You understand? Do you feel like this is an appropriate way to do it? Even if you were to attribute famine, for example, directly to the regimes and directly to the political ideology that dictated the regimes, then capitalism kills 14 million, or, well, 8 to 14 million people every year due to famine. Okay? Now, in that circumstance, you would be comparing famine to a region that simply always had famine and no abundance whatsoever versus famine under capitalism now that still exists at a time when there is abundance. This comparison is ridiculous. Regardless. Oh, I can't believe I just argued against someone who literally copied and pasted a Wikipedia page. You know? That's crazy. They're getting dumber. Instead of getting smarter, they're getting dumber. How is this happening?
On both sides of the Atlantic, we have a shared agenda in that regard. We also spoke about the Middle East, among other subjects, and here again, we have the same desire. We don't want to see Iran obtain nuclear weapons. We don't want, or rather, we want an approach with partners in the region that we can trust. Given Iran's nuclear activities, we want to limit its ballistic capabilities and avoid any type of regional destabilization. With respect to Syria and Iraq, we also share the same desire. We don't want to see Islamic terrorist groups resume any of their activities because for some time our armies have very bravely been engaged in the Gulf, as you have led, and contributions have been significant and helped stability in the region. And I say this with great sincerity. France was affected by a terrorist attack in 2015, which was linked to the terrorist activity in Syria. And we are in that region at your side
the Islamic
work for more security. Ladies and gentlemen, we had extremely productive discussions this morning during the conference and we spoke with our ministers and counselors and advisors. And I wish to say, after speaking with President Trump, I am fully believe that there is a path forward. We share the same beliefs. We know what work needs to be done, and in the weeks to come, we will work on that. Our teams will come together in various formats to make sure that we have this solid, lasting peace with great strength. Mr. President, thank you so much for welcoming me here today. Thank you so much for these productive discussions and for your commitment. Thank you, dear Donald.
Thank you, Amelia. Okay, thank you very much. Brian, would you like to ask a question? Go ahead.
Welcome, President Trump. I just want to touch upon real quickly the Harvard poll that came out that had, thank you very much, the Harvard poll that came out had you up 9+ points, and all of your agenda that you ran on, you're accomplishing that. You got the support of the American people, including stopping the war in Ukraine. If you can comment on the latest Harvard poll, I'd appreciate that.
Well, I was honored by it. It was a big poll, and it's usually a poll that leans on the other side of things, the other side of the world, so to speak. But the Harvard poll is a respected poll, and it has us not only leading, but leading by a lot, and leading on every single issue that we've talked about. And as I said, we've become the party of common sense, and I think that's a very important element now, common sense, because what's happening in the world and even in this country, some of the things that took place, many of them are now canceled, and the rest are being canceled as we speak. But we've moved very rapidly and I think very effectively. So I was honored by that poll. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
There are no questions. No. This man saw the Modi press conferences when Modi was in America and was like, that's what I want. I want that real bad.
Go ahead.
The questions are now, Mr. President, they're saying you got a thick 8, like literally. He's like, thank you for that question. I love having a thick 8. It's the thickest of 8s.
Yeah, I think the meeting in Saudi Arabia was a fantastic one. We met with the Crown Prince. It was a fantastic young guy. He's young.
Yeah, Mr. President, your bitch is too bad. They're saying it's the baddest
tremendously
bitch.
Respected all over the world.
What do you have to say, sir?
He goes right to the king, and the king is incredible. Gotten to be friends with both of them very much, and they want to see this ended, and they're going all out to make sure that
How is this literally any different than the DPRK news Americans love to laugh at? Excuse me. The difference is the DPRK is restoring the glorious revolutionary principles. Okay, that's the difference. The drip. The DPRK drip is better. But yes, yes, it is literally the same. Yes, it is straightforwardly the same. But worse. The American side of this is worse, and I'll tell you exactly why. At least back in the day, there was this notion that there was adversarial journalism, and in certain instances, there truly was adversarial journalism, which meant that people could arrive at the truth a little bit, and that created this notion that the press is independent and free. Everybody in the DPRK knows the press is not independent and free. That's the major difference. Donald Trump looking at authoritarian strongmen and basically taking on some of their worst aspects and bringing it directly to the United States of America in this very stupid way is quite literally creating this incredibly unstable environment where people still have the old notion that the media is independent and free, but they're doing dear leader praise. Do you understand? People still have this mentality in the back of their minds that the press is free and independent, and it's not like state media that praises dear leader when it is actually fully becoming that way. And I know this from my own personal experience in Turkey. This is exactly what happened in Turkey. Turkey still has technically free press. It's a laughable notion. It's not free at all. Turkey doesn't have free speech or free press enshrined in its constitution, but it looks independent, but it's not independent. It's bought out by all of Erdogan's cronies. So they almost entirely run pro-Erdogan propaganda. Okay? So that's the direction that America is heading towards right now.
What makes you think you can trust Putin in those negotiations? Thank you.
Look,
Hasan, you are sort of controversial in the communism debate. Communism can't promise to make lives better. It did it in the past. It may decrease income inequality, but it doesn't mean it's going to provide high standards while providing more equal lives. You may suggest change in mode of production, better for individuals versus private ownership. But don't you think it's impossible after this point? Yeah, let me just sidestep away and have a long, convoluted conversation about like how we could implement full luxury automated communism. Come on, chatter.
I mean, we had nothing to get from him.
Maybe on a different day. Maybe
now
a different day.
There is a big change because there is a new U.S. administration. So this is a new context.
Turkey
so
didn't
there is
collapse,
good
so
reason
then could
for
we just
President,
become
Trump
Turkey
to
a forever
re-engage
dictatorship?
with President Putin. But my experience is the following, and I shared it with President Trump and the team. In 2014, our predecessors negotiated peace with President Putin. But because of the lack of guarantees, and especially security guarantees, President Putin violated this peace. And I had several discussions, especially beginning of 2022.
He's speaking in English so
several
he can
times,
understand.
7 hours with President Putin, 15 days before the launching of the attack. He denied everything, but we didn't have security guarantees. So this is why being strong and having deterrence capacities is the only way to be sure it will be respected. And I insisted on that, and this is why I believe that the US has the capacity to do so. And this is why I think we should never say, I will never send any boots on the ground, because you give a blank check to violate any type of commitment. So I think it's good to have discussion. I think it's useful to have negotiation. I think it's super important to go to the peace. But my strong point was to say, let's try to get something first which can be assessed, checked and verified, and let's be sure that we build sufficient guarantees on the short run. And this is where we are ready to be engaged. As for France, a lot of my European colleagues are ready to be engaged. But we do need this American backup, because this is part of the credibility of the security guarantees, and this is our collective deterrence capacity. And I have the feeling that the President has this capacity.
The benefit of Russia to make a deal, and I feel that we'll do that. It is what it is. Again, it's a war that should have never been started. It's a war that would not have been started if I were president, but it did start, and it's at a terrible level where cities are burned down and shot down to the ground. It looks like demolition sites, a whole big pile of demolition sites, and we got to get it stopped. Too many people, too much agony. The whole culture is destroyed when you rip down some of those ancient, really ancient or near ancient buildings. It's so sad to see, but I think it's very much to the benefit of this tremendous distrust on both sides. That's why it's good that I'm coming in now. But I think it's
going to tell Macron Ukraine is flat, and the only thing that can stop a bullet is a person's body.
And to go on with
the beautiful domes.
Go on with leading Russia in a very positive way. That's what you have to do. But I really believe that he wants to make a deal. Maybe wrong, but I believe he wants to make a deal. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Next week, there's a key deadline for your Canada and Mexico tariff.
I
believe those countries have done enough on the border to stop those from taking effect. And for President Macron, I'm wondering if you believe that this critical minerals deal with Ukraine represents a de facto...
Bloomberg, Russian officials are reportedly... Wait, no, there's no way this is correct, right? Did Bloomberg actually report this? Hold on. Wait. Russian officials are reportedly wary of President Trump's strategy, not understanding it. They remain cautious about Trump's seeming embrace of Putin. What? This is like when Nick Fuentes was like, yeah, I think you guys got to dial back on the Sig Heiling a little bit for me. Okay? Then like, what? No. What is happening? What is going on? I mean, I'm confused by it too, because he's going above and beyond. Like, he is going above and beyond. It's not normal. The level of glaze. No. The account itself is not verifiable, but the account itself is basically taking stuff from, news. Phytux is decently reliable. That's not the original account, though. This is the Phytux network, but they're not coming up with their own news. They're just, look, this is what they're, it is from the Bloomberg article. Officials in Moscow are cautious about Trump's embrace of Putin. Two people with knowledge of the situation said the Russian leadership doesn't fully understand the White House strategy and is wary of traps, another person close to the Kremlin said. So he's not, the article is real. It is from Bloomberg.
Our country will be extremely liquid and rich again. Plus, we're doing other things, as you know. We're finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse at levels that nobody thought possible. You're seeing what's going on. And that was also part of the Harvard poll. Do you agree with what President Trump is doing with Elon and others that are looking for the waste, fraud, and abuse. And the numbers were staggering. It was like 70% to 2%. Everybody wants to find out. They don't like it. And, you know, the radical left or whoever it may be starts screaming about the Constitution, but it has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has to do with fairness to this country. It has to do with being ripped off. And when you read the things that all of these billions, and I mean many billions, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent on, that's all you have to do is stand up here and read them. I could stand up all day and read the kind of things where we're spending all of this money. The good news is that when you think of how rich a nation we can be when we get rid of this, you know, sometimes you'll buy a company and you'll see it was really well run.
I think one of the wildest things that has happened, and I will openly and readily admit this. One of the wildest things that has happened so far, I think, is this is the Vivek Ramaswamy plan. Okay, or at least like something that Vivek Ramaswamy was repeating that he got from fucking 4chan or whatever, about how the real meta here should be to realign with Russia because they are also defending Christianity and they're white and they're based, and then utilize that allegiance with Russia to undermine China. The real war is China. And at the time I thought, this is ridiculous. Like, this one, I don't think will work. Okay, I don't think that this will be a successful way of undermining. Like, they're basically doing the reverse. They're basically doing the opposite of what they did in the Cold War, where they had better relations with China because they thought that this would undermine the USSR. So I think that that's what they're trying to do with Russia now, except the difference is, says the Brown, bro, amazing. Just, I get a lot of shit, okay, but that's awesome. I love when someone is just like, I'm gonna go straight to the point. You are Brown, says the Brown.
I was impressed by the way you referred to Notre Dame, and that you were impressed by the reconstruction of Notre Dame. A lot of Americans have sent money to Paris to
undermines Europe,
the reconstruction of Notre Dame. As a president of the United States, are you going to
not talking about you?
Reconstruction of
I don't know
Ukraine?
Who you're talking about.
Et Monsieur le Président Macron?
President Macron, what for you is the main area of progress in your meeting with President Trump? Can you confirm that there is an agreement to send European peacekeeping troops? Will France participate in that? How many troops? What would they be doing? Would this represent a great danger to send French and European troops to Ukraine?
Well, I guess it's a little strange question because you ask whether or not we're going to, on behalf of the United States, contribute to Ukraine. I mean, we're in there for about $350 billion. I think that's a pretty big contribution. I do appreciate the first part of your question, however, because I think they've done an incredible job with the Cathedral of Notre Dame. I think the president has done. I know he headed it up.
Okay, I don't care about Notre Dame. Jeffrey Sachs has the same view that supporting Ukraine for this long was a mistake, and the military-industrial complex is desperate to make peace with Russia in order to focus on China. I don't think it's a 4chan meme. Yeah, the problem here is that the allegiance that Russia and China have are directly built on the boundaries of them both resisting American empire and Western supremacy. So I don't know, like, they're not aligned with one another ideologically. Russia, I mean, and China doesn't really care about ideological boundaries at all. But also Russia is a right-wing kleptocracy. So I don't even know if that's a successful strategy is what I mean. I don't believe Putin will go for it, but whoever comes after Putin is likely to take the U.S.'s offer to align against China. There are lots of pro-West people in the Russian ruling class. Yeah, well, yes, I'm going to have German socialist streamer Dick Carl Dent in a little bit, in half an hour, once we're done with this part of the segment. Once we're done with the France talks, I'm going to talk to D. Carl Dent and talk to him about the German elections, okay?
To have a truce, a peace, and be able to measure that and then structure our discussions on that basis. France and several other European countries, along with Ukraine, are hard at work to build this lasting peace with very specific points, including security guarantees, the territories that belong to Ukraine, the issue of reconstruction, the economy, and critical minerals. We've been able to go into the details of those proposals. The third area of progress, which really mark a turning point, is the fact that we were able to talk about the details of the security guarantees. And the president has shown this over the past few days, and he said so a moment ago. We want peace. He wants peace. We want peace swiftly, but we don't want an agreement that is weak. The fact that there are Europeans that are ready to engage to provide for these security
Putin says that U.S. and Russian companies are currently discussing joint projects. Yeah, when he says we're going to take over the minerals, here's the other side of the story. When he says we're going to take over the minerals, I'm not super well versed on the Ukrainian mineral maps. Okay, I'm not Pete Buttigieg, who was very well versed on Afghan mineral maps. Okay, I am not the Pete Buttigieg of Ukraine. But from what I understand, a lot of the natural, a lot of the minerals that they're talking about is in territories that are either near or directly in areas that Russia has forcibly annexed and captured. So when he says like we're going to extract these minerals, we're going to take over those minerals, like I don't know what he means by that. Is he basically claiming that like they're going to do a joint cooperative extraction agreement, a joint cooperative extraction agreement with Russia? Is that what he means? I don't really get it. I don't really understand what he's saying.
Report to show that we have a negotiated peace signed by both sides, and that is a peace we will preserve.
No, it's all on the Ukrainian side of the river, but their existence is basically entirely theoretical.
Not for combat. These would be deployments.
Well, that's why I said like near territory that Russia has annexed. You can't extract minerals in that area. If there are a shit ton of minerals there, I don't think you can extract minerals safely without like Russia's go ahead if it's in striking distance. That's why I said it's either around the areas that Russia has forcibly annexed and occupied or directly in the areas that Russia has forcibly annexed and occupied, which means that if these hypothetical minerals that are worth trillions exist on Ukrainian soil, which again, I don't know, okay? Why Dick Carlden and not Stay? I don't know any of these names, chatters. I don't know why you think I'm like picking and choosing favorites in German politics. I just don't know. I'd be down to have that other guy on too.
Of the in conflict with everyone who is engaged in the peace process, and that is a change. That was something we did not see in the past. That's not what we saw in 2014. So that is the real change that we're marking. We have this deterrence capacity on the American side. We have the capacity for engagement on the European side, and that's something we're going to continue working on together. It's not dangerous, but it's credible. It's less dangerous than things that could happen in the long term. And I think this is what we need to do to ensure security. And I say this very clearly. We're also talking about security for Europeans. I've been saying this for weeks now. If we do not guarantee the security of this territory within Europe, then how can we guarantee our own security for one and all? We live just 1,500 kilometers from Ukraine, and the Germans and Polish are even closer. So our collective security is important. We need to answer this call for Europeans to be more engaged, and Americans will be there still in solidarity. Europeans are working for their collective security, but I really think this was a turning point today in our discussions.
Emmanuel, thank you very much. Great job, and it's been wonderful being with you. Say hello to your beautiful wife, and we will see you again soon. We'll be speaking often. We'll get this thing worked out. We're going to get it done.
I guess he's not going with Candace Owens' method at all.
Yeah.
Claiming that Macron's beautiful wife is actually a man. That's the Candace Owens strategy. All right. So let's get to it. Why Trump's rare earth deal with Ukraine doesn't make sense. The TLDR of it, even though this is literally TLDR, is that a lot of the minerals that Donald Trump is talking about is either directly inside of illegally annexed Russian territory now, inside of Ukraine, or very close to it. So how is he going to do extractions with American companies? I guess that is, the only way to do that is by basically dealing with Russia directly and picking apart Ukraine and Ukrainian soil piece by piece with Russia.
Over the last few days, US President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky have had a pretty public falling out, with Trump calling Zelensky a dictator and Zelensky accusing Trump of living in a Russian disinformation space. Until recently, it was widely assumed that this was a consequence of the meeting between American and Russian officials in Saudi Arabia earlier this week. But while that meeting obviously didn't help, in the last few days there has been some suggestion that quite a lot of Trump and Zelensky's falling out has actually been about a prospective mineral deal that would see the US get preferential access to Ukraine's mineral reserves. On Thursday, Axios claimed that the US and Ukraine fell out after Zelensky refused to sign the original deal. And a few hours later, Mike Waltz, America's national security advisor, publicly urged Volodymyr Zelensky to take, quote, a hard look at a proposed deal. So in this video, we're going to look at this proposed mineral deal, why it's proved so controversial, and what might happen next. Podcast app. First though, what mineral resources does Ukraine actually have? Well, according to Ukraine's own geological survey, Ukraine has large underground deposits of certain in-demand metals, including titanium, graphite, lithium, and uranium, as well as a handful of rare earth reserves, with all these deposits generally occurring along the so-called Ukrainian Shield, a strip of land that
Russia isn't ideologically against the West. They're just bitter. They can't be in the club. That's all. They don't have a strong anti-imperialism conviction. No, I understand that. I agree with you. And I'm pretty sure Vladimir Putin very openly admitted that, where he said, we are capitalists. We're not a socialist nation. We're a capitalist nation. Hello, we are no longer the USSR. Why can't we be your Israel? That was a conversation that took place with Tucker Carlson when he went over there to be like, when he went over there to be like, look at the beautiful metro stations Stalin built, and also, look, Russians eat burger every day, and it's actually better than American burger, which was, I think, the highest stage of like pro-Russian propaganda that anyone can ever engage in. To claim that Russian burgers are better than American burgers, like, I don't know how Tucker Carlson is still seen as a patriot after that one. Okay, I wouldn't say that, and everybody thinks I'm an anti-American radical terrorist. Regardless, they're only against the West in terms of Western values, woke house rage. Yeah, I think that it is pretty obvious that post-USSR, post-collapse of the USSR, like, Russia would have loved the opportunity to be a part of the American periphery. They would have loved to be a Western-aligned, you are whatever is trending. Yeah, it's super trendy to be someone who's critical of American foreign policy. You get rewarded a lot for that sort of thing, famously. It's great to be anti-Israel and pro-Palestinian. It's so trendy. It was so trendy that I've been doing it for 10 years now. No one ever has a fucking answer for why I maintained these positions over the course of a decade. Cool. Leftism, super trendy. Hey, have you looked outside? There's a literal fascist coup going on in the current government. What the fuck do you mean? Leftism is pretty trendy. Anyway.
Runs along the right bank of the Dnipro River. However, these deposits have not undergone any significant exploration or development. For instance, Ukrainian officials claim some of the world's largest deposits of titanium, used for missiles, planes and ships, but only 10% of its proven reserves are being developed. So why haven't these reserves been developed? Well, it's at least in part because, during the Soviet and much of the post-Soviet era, Ukraine didn't receive enough investment. Then, in the 2010s, when Ukraine began drawing up plans for it, offering outside investors tax breaks and investment rights, including a major oil and gas privatization effort in 2013, these efforts were interrupted by Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014. Then, in 2017, Ukraine launched a new energy strategy to accelerate the licensing of mineral extractions. But Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022 again got in the way. Anyway, Ukraine's unexplored mineral wealth has apparently drawn Trump's attention, and Ukraine and the US are now negotiating some sort of deal that would give American companies privileged access to these deposits. The New York Times actually reported that Ukraine actually refused to sign a mining deal with Biden, so they could use it as leverage over Trump, and originally it looked like this strategy had worked. Earlier this month, Trump seemed to imply that he'd be happy to continue supporting Ukraine in exchange.
I'm losing my mind at the foreign policy. I'm losing my mind at the brilliant foreign policy administration. The last one, of course. Why are you so mad at life while being rich? Because other people are getting screwed over. And I care about it. I care about that sort of thing. The IMF literally called for these minerals to be privatized, which is part of why. Yeah. Okay. Listen. It was always the case. Okay. Hold on. Western forces have always wanted to engage in privatization. Bro can't conceptualize empathy. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue.
For access to its mineral wealth.
Hold on, I'm getting
saying,
a bunch
quote,
of different
they're going
things
to
that I got to
secure
respond
what we're
to.
giving them with their rare earths and other things, and that he expected $500 billion worth of rare earth minerals. Trump's enthusiasm for rare earths specifically is probably related to his anxieties about China. Rare earths are used in a whole load of advanced technologies, but China currently accounts for about 60% of all rare earth mining and about 90% of rare earth processing. However, it seems like the deal collapsed on Wednesday last week, when Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent visited Kyiv to sign it off, apparently because Zelensky decided it was too one-sided to get through the Ukrainian parliament, and was disappointed that it wasn't accompanied by any US security guarantees. This would be consistent with a slightly astonishing report from The Telegraph earlier this week, who published parts of the original draft agreement. According to that draft agreement, the US would get 50% of recurring revenues received by Ukraine from extraction of resources, and 50% of the financial value of all new licenses issued to third parties until it had received $500 billion, way more than the $175 billion the US has so far spent on.
Just wait until the states had enough of it. Hopefully they come together. I wish, okay? I wish for a resurgence of some kind of pan-European movement that will undermine American empire. I just don't think that it will ever happen. And I personally think that it will only happen in the opposite direction that you would want it to. Because if Europe, as we've seen in the German elections, which we're going to be talking about in a second, if Europe basically was like, no, we are maintaining neoliberalism, like America's sliding towards fascism, we're going to combat fascism by holding on to neoliberalism. We are going to be the neoliberal state, okay? That is a terrifying prospect for the future, and I think that's untenable overall. I think that is not, you will inevitably collapse to a fascist movement, and that movement will most likely align either with the growing American fascist movement or maybe even the Russian fascist state. So who knows? Who knows where they would go? But it wouldn't be in the opposite. It wouldn't be in the popular direction. It wouldn't be like a popular mobilization, a popular front to combat fascism. That inevitably goes back to neoliberalism. Inevitably goes back to the destabilization, and then that destabilization creates volatility. Volatility creates larger right-wing fascist movements. So this is just extortion of Ukraine's natural resources, making them give you half of all their money basically indefinitely in exchange for not selling them out, but also probably selling them out anyway. No, there is a tremendous amount of selling out that has taken place the entire step of the way, every step of the way. Okay, whether it be holding off on weapons transfers initially, like the appropriate weapons that were necessary, whether it be dumping older weapons in general to Ukrainian forces. And then also, as evidenced by even the TLDR summarization of Biden's attempts, there was always an extraction deal on the table. Ukraine just said no to it. So it's not like, remember when I told you there is no difference between Biden and Trump in terms of foreign policy? Trump just says the quiet part out loud. Well, there are some differences in terms of like how much Trump is glazing Vladimir Putin. Absolutely. But if you think that there wasn't some sort of extraction deal on the table that America wanted, you'd be wrong. Clearly, they were also pushing for it, just not aggressively enough, right? Donald Trump, on the other hand, is like, no, we want all of your natural resources. We're going to take 50% of them. There's nothing you can do about it. What the fuck are you going to do about it? This is cope. I don't think this is cope. I think this is just the truth. It does not matter. American foreign policy is uniparty, and it only goes in one direction. Right wing.
On Ukraine. But this agreement wouldn't just cover metal reserves. It also covered oil and gas, ports, and, quote, other infrastructure.
I'm willing to bet that Trump has expanded on the previous administration's negotiations, though, if that makes sense. Like, That's why I say American foreign policy only goes in one direction. And when Republicans come in, they push it even further to the right. And then the Democrats don't actually claw back. Democrats don't actually claw back any of the rightward shift that the previous administration put in place. Look at the Abraham Accords under the Trump administration, for example. Look at the Iran denuclearization agreement that fell apart. And then the Democrats never actually picked it back up. As another example, annexation of the Golan Heights, or the recognition of annexed territory in the Golan Heights. Another example, moving the embassy to Jerusalem. Another example. Most of these are Israel related, obviously, including the Iran one. But the Biden administration didn't actually go back on any of that. Why didn't they go back on any of that? Because it's uniparty. Liberals like it when the Republicans basically push the needle. When they really get more aggressive in terms of foreign policy, seemingly, because they never claw it back. They never actually go back to a return to normalcy or decency. Here's another example of this. Barack Obama. Barack Obama came into office on an anti-Iraq war ticket. Okay? He says he's going to fix the housing market crash. He's going to fix the American economy, and he's going to basically go back on the Bush-era war on terror policies. Did he do that? No, he did a literal troop surge in Iraq. Okay? He never closed Gitmo. Gitmo's still in operation. Guantanamo Bay is still very much in operation. He greatly expanded on drone warfare, okay, including extrajudicious killings of American citizens. So yeah, that is another great example of how liberals, even if they promise certain things, actually end up not doing those things and continue escalating conflicts around the world. Obama, on the other hand, did do some interesting stuff, I will admit, in terms of the Iran denuclearization agreement and also starting the normalization process with Cuba. Those two things were absolutely glaringly obvious W's for Barack Obama. Donald Trump immediately came in and cast all of that aside. And guess who came after Donald Trump and didn't actually fix it? His name is Joseph Robinette Brandon. Okay, so there it is.
As agreed. The US would also get to decide who got those licenses and the terms of any future projects, with the draft also stating that, quote, the agreement shall be governed by New York law, without regard to conflict of laws principles, and that the government of Ukraine waives sovereign immunity with respect to its liability. In short, the US basically gets to control all of Ukraine's extractable mineral wealth and any infrastructure until the country has paid back roughly 3 times what the US has spent in aid, which is why the Telegraph describes it as, quote, the economic colonization of Ukraine in legal perpetuity. Perhaps more importantly, though, it's not clear Ukraine would ever be able to pay off $500 billion, for the simple reason that, while Ukraine has clearly done a great job in advertising its mineral wealth to Trump, there's a fair bit of uncertainty about how much mineral wealth Ukraine actually has. You hear massive numbers being bandied around at the moment. Trump claimed Ukraine had $500 billion in rare earths alone. The New York Times put Ukraine's total mineral wealth at $11.5 trillion, while the Washington Post put it at an astonishing $26 trillion. But to be totally honest, none of these numbers seem remotely plausible. While it's true that Ukraine has pretty substantial lithium and titanium reserves, neither of these metals are really that expensive. The price of lithium has fallen by more than 80% in the past 2 years, for instance. It's not even clear Ukraine is that well endowed when it comes to rare earths. While the Ukrainian Geological Survey claims some rare earth deposits in Ukraine, the US Geological Survey doesn't list Ukraine as having any reserves of the 15 key rare earth elements. In fact, the former director of the Ukraine Geological Survey said recently that there has been no modern assessment of rare earth reserves in Ukraine, and estimates were based on old Soviet-era studies. This speaks to a more general truth about rare earths. Contrary to what the name suggests,
So what happens if it's not there? So then Ukraine is just cooked for no reason? I mean, they're already cooked for no reason. Even if there are rare earth minerals there and they extract it, it's not like Ukraine is getting a piece of that. It is truly insane that America can so openly talk about basically stealing all of Ukraine's natural resources, or worse, talking to the invading force, the invading nation, about, doing a little split with Ukraine. That is America's foreign policy. Like, they're talking to Russia and going, yeah, we're going to take some of this you can take as well. And, what a great deal for us. Now, of course, it's not a first. Yes, you're right. It's not a first. This is American foreign policy. I'm just shocked at how out in the open it is, because Donald Trump, as always, is the great communicator.
Not actually that rare geologically. The issue is mainly that...
Does this undeniably make Russia an imperialist? Russia and its irredentist actions already Russia is a right-wing, ultra-nationalist, capitalist kleptocracy. They're not the USSR, okay? They're just straightforwardly trying to bring back, to the best of their ability, Russian Empire. I think it's truly crazy how much America has benefited from this. It really is. I mean, goddamn, dude. And it is extra wild that Donald Trump is doing this out in the open. Like, no secrets at all. What is this? He's about to farm you? Who? Vladimir Poo? Asmongold is talking about you right now? Oh, nice. Another person who is going to have some fantastic political takes, I suspect.
Their extraction is severely polluting, and their value is massively overhyped. According to Bloomberg's Javier Blas, the value of all the world's rare earth production at best rounds to $15 billion a year, a fraction of the value of annual global oil or copper output. To reach the $500 billion mooted by Trump, the US would need to secure 150 plus years of Ukrainian output. So, if Ukraine doesn't really have trillions of dollars of mineral wealth, what's Zelensky doing talking it up? Well, some Ukrainian officials have come out to say that Zelensky talked up Ukraine's mineral riches to curry favour with Trump, but also in an attempt to draw American companies and capital into Ukraine, which would give Trump an incentive to take Ukraine's security more seriously. Whether this strategy works or ends up with Ukraine turning into an American economic colony remains uncertain. Either way, this all demonstrates a transactional attitude towards alliances under Trump, which doesn't bode well for Ukraine. As this whole rare earth saga demonstrates, following along with the news is pretty difficult in the current landscape. We're increasingly being flooded by misleading content, algorithmic feeds that just back up our biases, and reductions in fact-checking efforts. It almost feels like people are intentionally making it harder to get to the truth. One way you can cut through the noise is with Ground News, a website and app on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. Every day, Ground News ingests over 50,000 articles from all over the world. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. For example, here's a story about JD Vance warning Zelensky against bad-mouthing Trump. Right away, you can see that the story had at least 33 outlets reporting on it. 31% lean left, while 50% lean right. Every story also comes with a detailed view of the bias distribution, factuality scores, and even specific ownership information, so you can see how reliable the reporting actually is. You can also swipe through some of the headlines to reveal that the left was more likely than the right to report Zelensky calling on Trump to be more truthful, and noting that Trump operates in a disinformation space. But my favourite part has to be their blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are being underreported on one side of the political spectrum or the other. This not only helps you redress your personal news bias by reading stories you might otherwise have missed, but also gives you a better perspective on how the media ecosystem is being manipulated. Anyway,
let me see where our German friends are at, and then we'll talk about, is she okay? Yeah, I don't know. She's been pooping diarrhea since yesterday, and I wasn't here, so I don't know what my brother allowed her to eat, basically, but it'll be all right. All right, we are now going to talk about the German elections, okay? And I have a German streamer who's also going to be talking to us about, who's going to give us some direct info. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, this is the German. You wanted the German. Now there's a German one here.
What would you like for me to call you, by the way? Or how would you introduce yourself to my audience?
Just call me Carl. It's
okay.
fine.
All right, Carl. Hold on. Let me turn this off.
So
All
do you want a German accent or not?
I
can give you the full German experience if you want to.
I mean, I like that you're making it seem, you're implying that you don't have a German accent right now.
I do, but I can make it much stronger.
Okay. No, this is good. This is a good level of German, I think. Have you ever heard my German accent, Carl?
No, yeah, I did. I like your Turkish one better, but the German one is not bad.
Well, when I say like, oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben.
Kann das nicht fassen. Nee, you got to work on your anger level, because if you want to imitate a German one, then you got to be much more angry. This was more like an Austrian accent.
Ah, okay.
The German one is like a much harder one, like, oh mein Gott, ich kann das nicht glauben.
Oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben.
That's much better. More angry. Just imagine you hate foreigners, and there's a bunch of them in your country. And then that's the anger level you want to have.
I mean, that's not very hard to imagine how people behave in that situation, considering that I have been a long time warner, I guess, not an advocate, but I've been warning about the fascist movement and mobilization happening in Europe, in European countries, Germany included, for quite a while. And I think that there is a lot that is happening in the United States of America that ends up happening in Germany as well. Now, of course, I want to talk to you about that today, considering that there was obviously a German election that took place, and Germany's conservatives celebrated the election as the far right was carved out of the governing coalition, even though they had major victories. And I want to talk about that. I want to talk about Die Linke, but if you don't mind, let's get started on the parties in general. Like, what are some of the German parties? How does that look? And also, maybe we can do like a briefer on every individual party and the election results as well.
Yeah, so it's a bit more complicated in Germany than it is in America. In America, you got two neoliberal parties.
Yeah,
and in Germany, we got like 20 of them. So we got a lot more neoliberal parties to choose from, and there's like one non-neoliberal party, which is like just kind of neoliberal, which is Die Linke. So it's a classical left-wing party with some Marxist ideologies in there, and pretty much all the rest of them, like despite their color, despite their name, like even the Social Democratic Party is like neoliberal right-wing, if you ask me. So we got a lot to choose from and not much to pick for.
Yeah.
So to start at the top, which is like the party that won the election, which is like a Christian Democratic Party. Or
it's a center-right party, right? It's a center-right party.
No. Like they call themselves a center-right party, but Friedrich Merz, which will be the next chancellor of Germany, he's pretty much a light version of Donald Trump. So he worked for BlackRock for 10 years. He's a multi-millionaire. He tried to take over the party a couple of times in the past, but failed. Then Angela Merkel, after 16 years of being the chancellor, left the party or stepped back from the party, and Friedrich Merz took over. So he's pretty much a light fascist who doesn't show himself as much as he could, but he's far from being middle right or center right.
Yeah,
he's just right wing.
So the question I have for you, or I guess like the reason why I say that is because like initially the integration programs that were put forth and like the refugee acceptance that happened was directly, I mean, that was like Merkel and the Christian Democrats were blamed for that. And then they started assuming even a more right-wing position, which, by the way, yes, I understand, like taking advantage of refugees to build your infrastructure, I feel like is also a historically right-wing position in general, but now it's attributed to the left, even though there's understandable reason for why, your country would open your borders into for destabilized people that have lost their homes.
Yeah. So the 5-point plan is basically it's everything they aimed for the last couple of years, and now they want to make prisons at the German border. That's pretty much what they're trying to do. We do have a policy in place that'll take the prisons on the European border, but the right-wing parties in Germany want to have those prisons at the German border. So it's pretty much just like a worse version of the European policy.
Yeah, it seems like, but that's what I mean. Like they saw the rise of the AFD and other, they saw a lot of right-wing mobilization, and they basically turned around and were like, no, we're going to be the ones who will oversee the militant border policies, not these fascists. And I feel like a similar thing also happened with Macron in France as well.
Yeah.
Where with the rise of the nationalist movement in France, Macron oversaw many of the same like anti-migrant policies and adopted them almost entirely and pushed for it aggressively. And if you ask these guys, they will say, "Oh, we're doing this because we want to stop fascism. We're capitulating to reactionary sentiment so that we can stop the fascists from gaining power and gaining momentum." That is precisely what the Democratic Party tried doing as well. But of course, they got destroyed by the Republicans in the process. And they've never really stopped trying to do that anyway.
Well, that's what they always do, right? Like, as soon as the economy fails because of capitalism, they turn fascist. And they try to take all the blame and put them on the foreigners in Germany. And they did the same in Italy. They did the same in France, in Poland, Hungary. They did it in all the European countries, which is why all of Europe moves to the right wing. And now, even the Green Party, which is like the one of the more left-wing parties, you could say. It's like they're neoliberal, but they're also like left-wing. Like, at least they were in the last couple of years, and they turned straight to the right-wing policies against foreigners, and pretty much like they're in line with the AFD, which is what's happening right now. So we got a couple of parties, like 5 of them, who are just in line with AFD. They do the same policies. They're pretty much the same, except for being not as much anti-Europe as the AFD is. So the AFD wants like a German currency. They want the Deutsche Mark back, which is like catastrophic, which is like the only thing that the AFD does that the other parties don't do. So in Germany, we're pretty much, as a left-winger in Germany, you're pretty much fucked at best.
Oh no, I know. Right? Oh, I see it, and I think like the Israel stuff, I think perfectly demonstrated that like in terms of German politics and the widespread adoption of like very far right sentiment on this issue. But the thing that is always shocking to me is when the German government, for example, will undermine the ICC, or when the German government will. When anyone in the, when any German politician says like, oh, fuck the European Union, like the European Union is geared by Germany. If Germany falls, then the EU is gone. There's no more EU. Like it's the economic engine. And the same with ICC. Saying, like, sorry, go ahead.
European politics is German politics. That's what they say in Germany. Like it's not in Brussels. It's in Paris and France. That's pretty much it. And as you said with all of the Palestinian and Israel stuff, like if I'd be in Germany, like I live in Ireland, but if I'd be in Germany, I'd be in jail. Like pretty much that's just straight up it. Like we like the left movement in Germany is just as pro-Israel as like the American right-wing movement. Like as a pro-Palestinian left-winger, you're pretty much just fucked all over the place. I mean, I got a tattoo on my arm that says Palestinia. If I'd had that in Germany, like I'd be in jail.
That's pretty insane. Much. I mean, I've seen it though. I've seen it. They're fairly actively going after any kind of like mobilization that criticizes Israel. And even from what I understand, Die Linke is what we're going to be talking about today. Obviously, they gained a lot in this election, and there's some celebration that's worthy here. I think, especially as an American, it's like ridiculous for me to criticize any other country's politics in this way, because like Die Linke, even if I don't fully align with their worldview, it's like closer to me than the modern Democratic Party is. That's for sure. So, in that regard, I think there's some celebration that must be had here. Having said that, you can't have a conversation about Die Linke's massive gains without thinking about the shadow cast by the AFT's unimaginable gains in such a short period of time, becoming the second largest bloc Now, of course, they're going to be, and you can describe this a little bit better for my audience, I hope. There's going to be some, they are not going to be a part of the governing coalition. The AFD is not going to be a part of the governing coalition. So even though they are effectively the second largest party, they're still completely shut out from the government. So, so that's, you know, that's praiseworthy, I guess, or that's the reason why the right wing is celebrating in Germany.
No, yes and no, because they're being used as a tool by the Christian Democratic Union. So basically, you have to understand that for whatever reason, although we're turning back to being Nazis, like we have a problem with being called a Nazi. So the policies are the same and the thinking is the same. We're as much racist as we were in the 40s, but we have a big problem with being called racist and Nazis. And so we try to do right-wing policies and politics, but without being called Nazis. So the Christian Democratic Union is using the AfD as a tool. Pretty much they're saying we have to work with the SPD, and if you're not doing as we please, then we're going to work together with AfD. That's what they're doing. They try. Usually we have 4 years of a government working together, and the Christian Democratic Union already says we're doing this for 1 year. So we're just restricting the time for 1 year, and we see how it goes. And if you're not doing what we want to, we work with the Nazis. This is what's happening. So they got big power. They got a huge momentum. And as a left winger in Germany, pretty much our job is to use the people that are beginning to think as a left winger, which are not many, but at least a couple of them.
So let's talk about the previous coalition. There was a three-party coalition that existed, and it was always from what I understand, it always was seemingly struggling. And now CDU in this instance is able to gain more momentum. Can you talk about the previous coalition and the FDP?
They weren't struggling. Like, that's what they're saying, and people are excusing for them being struggling. But the government didn't struggle, and also the coalition didn't struggle, but the world was struggling. So we had Corona, and we had the Ukraine war, and this was pretty much a major factor for our economy. And that's the reason why the government didn't do as well as they could have done without all those crises. And they did more, I think they did 70% of what they promised to do, which is more than any other government in the history of Germany did. So they pretty much did a great job, although they didn't do what I wanted them to do, but that's a whole nother level. But they did as they promised, and they did a lot better than any other German government in the past. But the right-wing movement, so Christian Democratic Union and AfD, they took all the economic crisis and said, well, that's because of the government. And people took the pill. So what are you going to do?
Yeah. I mean, for Western liberal capitalist countries, this was obviously the incumbent disadvantage election globally. And that's the reason why, it was partially the reason why even the Tories lost in the UK. So whoever was in charge that oversaw the cost of living crisis was basically left with all of the blame. And I think that the right wing obviously took advantage of that. Having said that, I think that their solutions ultimately are not going to solve any of the problems that exist, and only make things worse overall.
Yeah. Well, and there's another factor that you have to take into consideration, because the FDP was basically just openly sabotaging the government the last 3 years. So they said it. So usually the government works for 4 years. This time there were new elections after just 3 years, because the FDP was basically just sabotaging the government, and they had no chance but to do re-elections, right? So
yeah.
Well, at least they're not in the government as of now, so they didn't get enough votes, which is good. But this was a major factor for the last government not being as successful as they could have been.
So the way this works is, if you don't get 50% majority, if no singular party reaches 50% majority, then they have to set up a coalition, right?
Yeah.
And it seems like the Christian Democrats are going to set up a coalition with the SPD once again,
yes,
as they have in the past. And therefore, I mean, that's that I suspect is what's going to take place, right? Like that's the
Yeah. It's not as much about percentages as it is about seats. So you need a couple of seats, like I think it's 316 as of now that you need to form a government. So or 306, I don't know. But at this place we're gonna get the Christian Democratic Union and SPD government, which is basically a given.
Yeah, 316 seats, 316 seats total.
Yeah.
Right. So
that is a given.
Yeah. What do you? I mean, what have they signaled that these two parties are going to do? Because like SPD, can you describe to my American audience like what SPD is and how they present themselves versus like what their current alignment is, what their current ideological alignment is?
I think in Germany they call them the socialists. So, but in Germany, like in America, everything that is like just slightly left wing is a socialist. So they're far from being socialists. Like they're like a neoliberal, just centric party that does everything they have to do to stay in power or to take the power, and they're doing nothing that could be considered left wing for 20 to 25 years. So they destroyed the social state. They present themselves as a labor party, which is kind of the whole identity of being like a labor party, just like doing the stuff that the others wouldn't do, being like a classical Marxist left-wing party. But they, like, ever since the KPD, so the Communist Party in Germany, split themselves from the SPD, there's not much of a socialist view left in the SPD. So the difference between SPD and CDU isn't as large as you'd think. So they pretty much do the same Eurocentric neoliberal politics, and they're great coalition partners. Like they work together for like 20 years, the last couple of years. I'm 36 years of age, and I can't imagine like SPD and CDU. It's basically the government. They're doing coalitions all the time for 20 years. And they're doing much the same. CDU says what has to be done, and SPD just like they do nothing.
So
like,
let me ask you something, Carl. There are a lot of, I would say, German liberals who are frustrated with your commentary, and it's something that I'm very familiar with. Liberals being frustrated with your commentary.
I'm used to that, yeah.
What is their assessment? And I asked chat this as well. What is your assessment, chat? The German liberals specifically, like what is your problem with what Carl has said so far? Because it seems like maybe, I mean, I've seen a lot of people that support the Greens saying that the Greens are actually leftists. Yeah. I've seen a lot of people chime in and say the SPD is not neoliberal. But I mean,
which is crazy, but okay.
It seems like from what my assessment, and this is reductive, but I saw basically the Christian Democrats and SPD and even the Greens as like numerous different parts of the Democratic Party, even the FDP, as a matter of fact, very similar to the American Democratic Party, but they just all have like different facets of the American Democratic Party, because we have our crazy neoliberals who like immediately want to implement free market principles on the one hand. We have our obviously relatively socially conservative right-wing Democrats out there, the Blue Dog Democrats and the Problem Solvers Caucus here in America. So like I think all of these parties that I have basically pointed to make up different parts of the Democratic Party, and I would even go so far as to say Die Linke as well would make up like the super progressive wing of the Democratic Party, like the AOCs and the Bernie Sanderses of the Dems as well.
I wouldn't say so, because I heard a great thinker in Germany who says if you take all the policies that the Linke tries to implement and you just implement 50% of them, that's the end of capitalism. Like, and it's pretty much just the truth. So they're very like, they have some great Marxist thinkers in the lead as of now for the last couple of months, and they're doing great work. So I'd say if you want to vote for a left-wing party, then you have to vote for the Linke. The only reason like the communists in Germany and also those like ultra left-wing people in Germany aren't much of fan of Die Linke is because they're against parliamentarism itself, against the democracy as it is, and because of their statements or missing statements about the genocide in Israel and Palestine. So that's the only two reasons that I can think of that people aren't happy with Die Linke. But besides that, they're doing great work. And all those other parties, they're pretty much neoliberal. So none of them is socialist. None of them, like, some are like more progressive than the others when it comes to society. So SPD and Grüne and FDP, they're all for like homosexual rights and trans rights and stuff like that, but not as much as Die Linke. So even when it comes to the society, the Die Linke is much more progressive than all those other parties. And when it comes to like economics, like all of them are pretty much doing the same work. Like all of them are neoliberal.
Okay, so Die Linke, from what I understand, has both, you know, some pro-Palestinian sentiment that they've expressed, but also not enough, and a lot of people that you know, a lot of people are complaining in the chat that they've like actively worked against some of the pro-Palestinians in their ranks as well.
They did. They threw out a couple of activists out of the party because like I don't understand Germans when it comes to Palestinian anyway. So like it's hard for me to talk about it. Like a friend of mine, Abdul Shahin, who's like a Palestinian, he said the time when I listen to white people about Palestine is over. Like I don't listen to them anymore. Like don't talk to me about the topic. You have no idea whatsoever, and you'll never have. So just shut the fuck up and like
post World War II, whether you want to say it's like an aesthetic development or not, the entire rebuilding of the nation revolves around like holding on to these values, right?
Well, Germany is Europe. That's just pretty much as it is. Like if you talk about the European Union or Europe as a whole, you talk about Germany and France. That's pretty much it. So if you underline the ICC and you do not arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, all your words from the past have no meaning whatsoever, because like Viktor Orban, he invited Putin, and we did it. Well, like we exploded. Like German media exploded. We're like, you can't do that. That's like an ICC warrant, and you can't talk to him. You can't invite him to your country. Now we're pretty much doing basically the same with Netanyahu, and no one says anything, which is crazy to me. But go deal with it. That's Germany.
So let's talk about Die Linke's victory, specifically reaching 9% almost with 4.3 million votes. They got 64 seats. They were the most popular party under 18. They were the most popular party between 18 and 24, with the second most popular party, if I'm not mistaken, being AFD still, but I might be wrong about that.
No, it's true.
And that's still obviously, I mean, that's a good thing overall. What do you attribute to Die Linke's victories in this last election?
Well, it was the focus. They focused on class war. So it was the first time in years. Like I can't imagine a time where like a left-wing party in Germany did such a good, amazing focus on class war. They were talking about workers' right. They were talking about rents. They were talking about like food and beverage prices. It was basically just all economics. It was like you struggle and we have problems, and those problems are the money. You're missing money. We're going to get you the money, and we're going to get you the money from the rich people. That was basically everything they did, and they're like a strict anti-fascist polity, and that's the reason why they got almost 9%, which is great.
Yeah. So I am a firm and committed believer that austerity is what has made Europe more reactionary. Austerity implemented by neoliberal parties, the undermining of social safety nets, and also the privatization of the already undermined social safety nets that make these services that were previously controlled by the government worse and worse overall. And in that anger and resentment, you create an environment that is perfectly captured by right-wing reactionary movements, blaming migrants, blaming gay people, engaging in culture wars and the like. So seeing a party actively combat that and then try to bring the conversation back to how the government can help you, especially when you have like some semblance of social safety nets and a defense of said things, is ultimately a good thing. But it's clear
well,
that
compared to America, we have a great social security system. Like compared to America, like Germany is great. Like we're not as good as Scandinavian countries are, but we are a lot better than the US is doing. But we could do a lot better. So we're privatizing like the whole, like we're not buying houses, we're renting houses, which is the reason why capitalists profit from those house rent prices. And they go up and up and up and up by 40% the last 5 years, which is like the capitalists do what they always do. Like whenever there's a crisis, economic crisis like Corona or the Ukraine war, like people are expecting that the prices go up. So, and as they were expecting that the prices go up, like the capitalists took the prices and just skyrocketed them to the max. So they did maximum profits over the last couple of years, and everyone's blaming it on the foreigners, which is kind of crazy because like there's a German politician who's Gregor Gysi who says, like a couple of years ago, 10 years ago, there weren't as many foreigners in Germany as there are now. And the rent prices were up as well. And you didn't have just €1 more in your pocket. So how can the foreigners be responsible for the lack of money in your pocket? Which is a question that no one can answer. But like
this is something that I talk about all the time. It's undocumented migrants are not your landlords. Your landlords are the ones who are raising the rents, and your politicians are the ones who are in the pockets of landlords who refuse to increase the housing supply. So that's a great way to communicate. I just seeing the rise of the AFD though, are people actually listening? Especially considering that the CDU also still improved its stances, from what I understand. Improved its standing. Sorry, from what I understand. So you got gains on the CDU side, and you got major gains on AFD. What does that say about German politics, the state of German politics right now?
Well, the German society just like they buy the picture of the bad illegal immigrant who's responsible for the shit that's happening. So we got historically low crime rates in Germany. Like the crime rates aren't as high as like the media and the people are trying to tell the German people. And we're just trying to build the feeling of you have to be afraid, and you have to be afraid of the foreigner, because the illegal immigrant is the source of all our problems. And if we get rid of them, if we get rid of the Muslims, like it's not the foreigners, it's just like the non-white people, like just say it as it is. It's just straight up racism. We do not have a problem with like Ukrainian people or with Polish people or with French people. We have a problem with like the Muslims, like the Turks, the Arabic countries. Like we have a problem with those people. So if you come to Germany and you're not white, you have a problem at the moment, because people are buying that you're responsible for pretty much every problem that is in Germany right now. So whether it being the crime rates, whether it being like economic crisis, whether it being like just pretty much imagine any problem, and the answer from CDU and AFD and SPD and the Green Party is, well, it's illegal immigrants. So I think 70% of the people who voted yesterday, the most important topic for them was illegal immigrants. 70%, which is crazy. In 2021, like climate justice and like war and Corona and stuff like that was on our agenda. So those were the topics that you could win an election with. This year, it's illegal immigrants. So, and this is the reason why even the SPD and the Green Party focused on illegal immigrants and what we can do to get rid of the illegal immigrants, which is pretty much nothing, because like first and foremost, they're not illegal. Second of all, it's because of the Dublin Amendment. So Germany is in a pretty privileged position that if we hold European law, then we do not have any immigrants whatsoever. No one can enter Germany because we're in the middle of it and we have no border. So we have no European border. So no immigrant can enter Germany without breaking a law. So German politics at the moment are saying like, we do not want any immigrants whatsoever. We just want the ones who work, which is like a classic capital argument. You're not looking at the human, you're looking at the resource. If you work, you're good. If you're not working, get the fuck out.
Yeah. That's also an interesting position, because I guess like Germany's right wing also has this position, as opposed to like I would say the British right wing, whereas the British right wing and even Brexit was caused not only because of their version of the quote unquote refugee and Islam problem. But beyond that, they were very frustrated with like Polish migrants coming in, well, not even migrants, but like a Polish workforce coming in, which they perceived as like displacing the existing British labor pool. And I feel like in Germany, there's a difference where some of the right wing parties still have a very like hardline approach, which is maybe born out of German history post World War II, bringing in migrants specifically to work in German industry. Turks obviously being a major group here, where they just simply look at it with a with this cold approach, where they're like, yeah, you can come in, you just have to work for much cheaper. Is the AFD's stance on this similar, or do they want do they want to just eradicate all across the board, like no more migrants whatsoever?
In public, yes. Like in public, like people like Alice Weidel, she's someone who's in public saying that we need immigrants, and as long as you're paying your taxes, doing your work, as long as you assimilate, you're fine and you have nothing to worry. But behind closed doors, like the AFD it's run by Nazis, like just straight up literal Nazis, like
like
the same
the Hooker
thinking
guy, right? That dude is like a straight up Nazi.
Yeah, he is. Like he's a fascist, he's a Nazi in every way. Like he'd walk next to Hitler if he'd had the chance to. So the AFD is run by literal Nazis, but they trying to be like just like a mild liberal right-wing party. So we have no problem with foreigners in general. We have no problem with any race or any ethnicity or any religion in general. It's just the criminal ones, and it's the ones that are not working and destroying our social state. So in the 90s, we had some right-wing party, NPD, which is similar to NSDAP. It was a national party, Germany. And they realized that the German society is not ready for getting rid of all the foreigners. So they had to tell a story. And their story was that we have no problem with foreigners or immigrants, but we do have a problem with the criminal ones and the ones that are not working. And pretty much ever since, every right-wing party in Germany is doing the same story. Like we're super liberal, like we're super friendly, like the world is our friend, but we have criminal ones and we have the non-working ones, and we have to get rid of them. So this is also the public state of the AFD. But behind closed doors, make no mistakes, the party is run by Nazis.
Yeah. So what do you suspect is going to happen for the future of German politics? I can tell you what I suspect is happening, which is that whichever governing coalition exists, it's going to be very right wing. It's going to basically try to take up as many of the I guess quote unquote populist stances, like the right wing nationalist stances that AFD has, and try to get ahead of the nationalists. Try to get ahead of the nationalists, like securing a governing coalition next time around. But in that process, that capitulation will normalize more and more right-wing positions, as it has already, and then people will say, okay, well, we don't want the diet thing. We want the real thing. Like we want AFD. That's what my assessment is on this, and that's precisely what's happening in the UK with the reform movement, as well as people are immediately frustrated with the current Labour administration and the after years and years of Tory austerity, the Labour administration has not really dramatically changed the direction of the British economy. So the reform movement is growing in the UK, and I think that the AFD will grow in Germany if left unchecked, if they don't actually change their policies, and I don't think they will.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
Well, Die Linke has an answer for that, which is called anti-fascist economies. So we need a strong social state. We need to solve the problems that the people are having, like lower the rents, lower the prices, lower everything that is like that the people are struggling with. And as long as the people are happy, fascists can't grow, which is pretty much a theory that goes around for a couple of years, and we're trying to do that. It's pretty hard because we're not doing any of this. So we're going to get rid of some foreigners, like the illegal immigrants will go, like a couple of thousand of them will be deported. I don't know where, but they're going to get deported. And
Wait, I thought they don't call it deportation, they call it remigration, I thought.
Yeah, remigration is like it's deportation. Like
yeah, no, I know. I'm joking, but that is what, because like I feel like deportation in and of itself has a different meaning in the minds of Germans, at least for German history. So they actively, even the AfD will try to actively liberalize their reactionary sentiment here and say no, we don't want deportations, we want remigration.
Yeah, remigration it was a huge scandal because remigration is just like deportation, a word that Germans don't use. We call it, well, let's get them back home. So we're euphemizing everything that has to do with deportation, but it's deportation. Like, we're going to get them to prisons if we don't know where to put them. So it's deportation. Like, we're going to deport a couple of thousands of them and no problem's going to get solved. So the people are still angry. And then the AfD is gonna rise even more, in my opinion, because like the AfD is a party that can go even further than what the CDU and the SPD is doing right now. So right now we're talking about illegal immigrants. So, but where are you going to do if the illegal immigrants aren't in your country anymore? You go to the immigrants, right?
Yeah.
You take the illegal and you get rid of the word illegal and you just take the immigrants, like the non-white people in Germany. So the AfD is gonna radicalize even more, or just take more of their already radicalized ideology to the public. And let's hope that the German population doesn't swallow that pill. Like, I'm hopeful, I'm motivated, because Die Linke is a really strong party, and I think that as of right now we have a huge left-wing movement in the German youth. So we can mobilize the people for class war and be a good solidarity force, and like just put some millions Germans on the streets. Like, Germans usually aren't protesting as much as they are in France or in America, but we got to get used to that, I guess.
So, what do you say to people that claim that Die Linke's advancements simply were to take away from SPD and Grüne's? They just basically took some of the SPD and Green Party voters, and that it's ultimately marginal. And then the other question that I have for you also is why the AfD is so popular in Eastern Germany, because a lot of Americans don't understand the difference and think that it is because, that's where all the migrants are, that's where all the migrant crime is or whatever. But I think that they don't understand what the full picture is.
No. So first question, yes, that's true. Like 600,000 voters just directly voted Die Linke instead of Grüne. So obviously they take voters from SPD and the Green Party. But I think it's a good thing because SPD and the Green Party aren't left-winged. So, and Die Linke is. So if you're a left-winger, you got to vote for a left party if you're voting.
Yeah.
So having a strong left-wing party in the parliament is pretty important, and standing up for what you believe in is also very important if you believe in democracy and parliamentism. So if you vote as a left-wing in Germany, you can't vote tactical for the SPD or the Green Party, because you're basically going to get the same politics that you're going to get with the CDU. So CDU with SPD, there's no difference from CDU and the Green Party. It would have been the same. And why are there like more right-wing people in Eastern Germany? Because Eastern Germany's economies are even more fucked than in Western Germany.
Yeah.
Like in the 90s, West Germany, like when the Soviet Union fell and the DDR, when the DDR was being like took over by Western Germany, like from that point on, West Germany fucked Eastern Germany whenever they had the chance to. Like we privatized everything. Like there are a lot of people that are unemployed. Like they lost their houses, they lost their money, they lost their properties, they lost their working place, they lost everything. And Western Germany privatized whatever they wanted to. So whatever, like whenever there's a crisis, the crisis hits Eastern Germany even harder than West Germany.
Yeah.
which is the reason why the people in Eastern Germany are much more radicalized, like 30% AfD and 15% Die Linke.
Yeah. And also, one note here, but yes, Americans don't understand this, but like there are more, I guess, quote unquote, foreigners in Western Germany than there are in the Eastern Germany territories that the AfD actually dominated. And a similar thing actually happens in America as well. So many rural areas that are not diverse at all make these anti-diversity picks, these anti-diversity initiatives. They get swept away by that, thinking that, you know, black and brown people are coming in and changing their culture or taking their jobs, stealing their jobs, when in fact it's quite literally not the case. And more diverse environments with actual, like, places where there are actually undocumented immigrants, for example, in higher numbers, are oftentimes Democratic Party strongholds in general.
Yeah. Well, obviously, like wherever there's a university in Eastern Germany, like people are voting left winged. So when there's people around and the cities diverse, then they're not voting AfD. Like it's pretty much the same all around the country. Like if a white person meets a non-white person and realize, well, he's not as bad as I thought, then like things change for the better. But Eastern Germany has, like, I think between 2 and 7% foreigners, whereas in Western Germany it's like 35%, even 40 in some cities.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Carl. Is there anything we missed that you want to say before I let you go?
Not as much. Like, German politics aren't as different from the American ones. It's just like we have more parties doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Like in America, you got 2 parties basically doing the same thing. In Germany, we have like 6 of them, or 20. So it's all around the world. It's the same.
Yeah, that's what I try to describe to people. I mean, I come from a background in Turkish politics where, like, I understand what it's like when you have a multi-party parliamentary structure, which, I mean, Turkey's now a presidential system. There's a constitutional reform that took place, but, you know, the alignment still basically falls into the 2 different camps. Oftentimes there's still a uniparty understanding. At least in America, there's a lot of uniparty when it comes to deregulation. It's mostly in the margins, those differences. Like, the Democrats will deregulate marginally less than the Republicans, but ultimately, when it comes to foreign policy, it's completely uniparty as well. Having said that, in the European parliamentary structures, the coalitions that they build basically create the same exact outcome.
Yeah. It's neoliberalism. Like everywhere you look, it's the same in America as it is in Europe, and especially in Germany. Like, we profit from capitalism all around the place, and we turn to fascism whenever there's a crisis. So that's the same. Like, it's happening to you in America, and it must be very hard to be a left wing in America at the moment. So stay strong to my comrades in America. Just stay strong, and I don't know. Like, I really don't know what to do against Trump, because he's like pretty much doing the German playbook as of right now.
Yeah. You mean the old German playbook?
The old German playbook.
No, exactly.
The liberal one, but he's doing the old German one.
Oh yeah.
It's funny, like you say, history repeats itself, but I could not think that it would repeat itself in America, but it is.
Oh yeah, no, it is.
Unfortunately.
And it took less than 100 years for us to just like snap back, because I guess you know, capitalism is inevitably going to yield crisis, and in that crisis, fascists will obviously create a semblance of stability, and in that circumstance, capitalists have a decision to make: where do they still want to maintain the same old hierarchies, even if it's done with the steel grip of fascists? Will they be able to restore order that way, as long as they retain the same hierarchies, or will they join the right side of history and maybe actively fight against it? But I do think that one thing is clear, and that is that neoliberalism is on its last leg in general, born out of all of its victories in the post-Cold War era, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, if we're not solving the problem, then the climate is going to solve the problem, right? Which is pretty much
I mean, it's going to wipe us all out.
Left.
Yeah. Or nuclear war. Who knows?
Who knows? It's gonna be good times in the future. Good times in the future. Well, last words: stay strong to my comrades in America. Just never give up. Never take a step back from fascism. Like, as a German, I know what you're going through at the moment. Although not in person, but my ancestors did. It's a pretty rough time, but rough times always we're gonna come through. Like, you're gonna come through. Let's hope Germany's not taking the same path.
All right. Thanks a lot, Carl.
Take
Have
care,
a good one. Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was our German counterpart, German leftist streamer, Dick Karl Dent. And you can find his information here as well. I'm going to continue talking about the German elections, but we're going to take a step back and cover it from a historical approach. The approach is coming from Bestie Marks, friend of the show. Bestie Marks made a YouTube video tracing AfD's history back to Nazi Germany and how similar their policies were. We're gonna start off with this one. The video is called "The AfD's Nazi Connections Run Deeper Than You Think." 23-minute from Bestie Marks, and why it's so scary that the AfD actually gained a lot of seats and a lot of momentum in German politics. I gotta pee.
The far-right AfD is surging. 1 in 5 Germans would now vote for them. Yet, while many insist the AfD are not Nazis, a more unsettling reality lurks just beneath the surface. The party thrives on the normalization of far-right ideology. And here's the real question. Have the seemingly anti-fascist liberal parties, through their own policies on migration, economic equality and foreign intervention, helped create the very conditions that fuel the AfD's rise?
Dass selbst ein Teil der Grünen inzwischen AfD-Position übernimmt, das nennen wir eine Zeitenwende.
Today, we're breaking down the AfD's secret and not-so-secret connections to neo-Nazi structures, the role of mainstream politics in normalizing the far right, and why the AfD is only a symptom of something much deeper. Subscribe, hit the like button, and let's get into it. Before starting, I want to say a massive thank you to all those who support the channel on Patreon. All the research and editing takes up a huge amount of time, and your contributions make a huge difference. Every new Patreon matters, so check out the link in the description if you want to support this type of work. Thank you. In 2023, The Spiegel magazine uncovered a secret strategy meeting hosted by the AfD's youth wing, Junge Alternative, short JA. The exact location of the meeting remained secret for a long time. The invitation only mentioned a general area. The guests arrived discreetly. In late February, just over 50 people gathered at Hofrien in Uchte, Lower Saxony, to discuss the Roaring Twenties. One speaker was a certain Peter Steinborn, former leader of the youth wing of the neo-Nazi party called NPD. Another speaker was Dominik Asch, a JA leader who often wears a Thor's hammer around his neck, and who gave a lecture on meta-politics, in which he explains how to occupy the pre-political space to shift German discourse to the right. The AfD has been talking about this strategy openly for a long time. So why the secrecy? To understand, we must go back to the beginnings. The emergence of the AfD was a direct product of the international financial market crisis in 2010. Founded in 2013 by neoliberal economists and conservative elites, the AfD was initially a response to the euro crisis, much like other far-right, so-called Eurosceptic organizations in Europe. These so-called professors opposed the EU bailouts, not because they disagreed with the disastrous measures imposed on more dependent European countries, but because they wanted to protect German capital from weaker economies like Greece. But as global capitalism continued to unravel after the shock, the AfD adapted. By 2015, with the arrival of refugees fleeing imperialist wars, the party clearly had shifted gears, embracing a racist rhetoric to redirect working-class anger away from the ruling class. It achieved quick success. The media and sections of the German bourgeoisie tolerated this shift, using the AfD to push politics further to the right. On March 25, 2010, Chancellor Angela Merkel said at an EU summit that she agreed to the first bailout package for Greece. The justification of her decision as "without alternative" became a widely used phrase and served as an inspiration for the name of the AfD. The emergence and growth of far-right politics reflects a broader crisis of hegemony. One historical example is, of course, the rise of the NSDAP during the hyperinflation in the 20s. These crises facilitate the bourgeoisie's
Kill yourself, you disgusting terrorist sympathizer. I hope you know that this is, probably going to get you a site-wide ban. I would urge against it. It's not something that I'm, unfamiliar with. A lot of people say this to me all the time. But, you have an 8-year-old account. You've been on this platform since 2017, and now you just have a site-wide ban, Kind of seems silly to do, don't you think? Like, why would you just burn an 8-year-old account? You've been on the platform for 8 years to say something that I've heard a million times over, Pokimane Gotchigasm. Are you going to stream after the 7-day ban? Or will you put less emphasis on Twitch after? I want to sub to you, but now I also don't want to support Twitch. Call Destiny. Imagine thinking supporting terrorism is less worse than posting a mean message. Well, the problem here is I don't actually support terrorism, but you did openly and foolishly say, kill yourself to a streamer. You must ask yourself why you are this angry and this resentful. Does he think you support Israel? I think maybe he is. Maybe he's confused. Maybe he thinks I'm in support of Israel. Yeah. All right. You just support Hamas. They get kisses from their hostages. Totally normal. I support Palestinian emancipation. If you want to make sure that Hamas doesn't exist, okay, then you have to end the occupation. It's pretty simple. Olive oil giveaway when, by the way, more important than this weird person? What do you mean olive oil giveaway? It's pretty simple. Do you support an end to the Israeli occupation? That's it. How does your psyche handle having vitriol directed to you every day, babe? I'm very used to it at this point. I mean, there's not really, I've heard everything. It's usually I don't really get any comments that are new or unique. I'm fairly desensitized to it. People never actually want to have a cordial disagreement or a constructive criticism directed in my way. They just immediately go, you love terrorism. You're a fan of terrorism. It's pretty easy to, shrug that off. Anyway, let's continue.
Blaming of minorities and the so-called far left for society's problems, directing anger away from the rich through constructing a narrative of national decline and racial purity. According to the commentator or Italian communist Antonio Gramsci's analyses, fascism emerges as a response to the dominant ideology's failure to pacify the working class through peaceful means, requiring openly authoritarian tools to crush proletarian movements to preserve the capitalist order. Quote, "It became clear after the war that it was impossible for the Italian bourgeoisie to go on ruling with a democratic system. For now, there's no need of this. Bourgeois democratic respectability is still a requirement to gain mainstream support. The AfD figure that represents that is the woman at the head of the German far-right party." Alice Weidel, or as a tweet called her, lesbian wine mom Hitler, is the co-leader of the AfD and her party's chancellor candidate for the coming elections, and the most popular one in Germany. The former investment banker who lives in Switzerland presents herself as a champion of the ordinary people, ranting against the so-called global elites, undermining German nationhood, while working with the rich herself.
Who else did that? In important periods, important time frames in German history, who else did an identical thing? Or they would rally the troops and talk about the average German working class that was getting fucked over by groups that were undermining Germany from within, while also simultaneously working hand in glove with capital owners. In like the 30s, I can't seem to place my finger on it, but
We've talked about the exact same hypocrisy regarding Giorgia Meloni. Another glaring
Bicycle bastard. What a name. Thank you for the 10 gift
double
subs.
standard is her advocacy for traditional heterosexual relationships, despite being in a same-sex partnership with a Sri Lankan-born woman.
Ich bin nicht queer, sondern ich bin mit einer Frau verheiratet, die ich seit 20 Jahren kenne. Wir haben 2 gemeinsame Kinder.
On the topic of prison sentences for homosexuality, one AfD parliament member said we should do that in Germany too. But her main issue is, of course, immigration. Much like
I just googled this Hitler bloke. Not good. Yeah, not good.
Other far-right racists, she described multiculturalism as a failed concept and warned of the Islamization of Germany, spreading replacement theory conspiracies, calling for a return to a Germany for Germans, dreaming of a fortress Europa. The former co-leader of the party alongside Weidel stated, "We must close the borders and then endure the cruel images." On the topic of migration, AfD politicians have put out statements reminiscent of the most Hitlerite of Hitlerites. We must, of course, dispose of such people. The refugee doesn't care at which border, Greek or German, he dies. The whole development we are witnessing right now, the creation of a mixed peoples to erase national identities, and with that, the surrender of sovereignty to the EU, is simply unbearable. And with this guy, it gets especially ugly. I have a vision now. If things go well in Germany, we will eventually have a kind of...
Guys, I'm going to be honest. The vibes with this AfD party are not great. And also quite similar to that previous politician that I was talking about, this Adolf guy. Also not great. Not good at all, it seems.
Of apartheid state, like in South Africa back then, where whites just somehow keep the rest in check. Once we finally get there, we'll line them all up against the wall, dig a pit, throw them all in, and dump quicklime on top. Now, hearing the word deportation over and over again might seem almost normalized in the former Hitler country, because it is.
Would you force them back to Syria?
Deportation ist ein Begriff, den wir überhaupt nicht verwenden. Das ist ein Nazi-Begriff und Zwangsdeportation gibt es für uns überhaupt nicht. Zum Schluss auch mit Abschiebung, natürlich. Das ist Teil des deutschen Rechtssystems, auch des europäischen Rechtssystems. Rückführung, Abschiebung. Abschiebung ist der fachliche Begriff bei der Polizei.
You don't like the word deportation because of its historical connotations, but whatever you call it, that's the reality for these people, isn't it?
Wenn Sie das Deportation nennen, hat das einen völlig falschen Zungenschlag. Das wollen wir nicht.
People forget that before the systemic mass extermination of Jewish people, the Nazis called for deportations to create a physically cleansed Germany, free of Jews, for instance, by deporting Jews out of their homes into ghettos and to drive them into Soviet territory. Although, needless to say, supporting genocide is also still normal for ruling German parties. Today, virtually all the major parties are in favor of deportations. According to liberal logic, if the center-left parties didn't argue for it, they would lose voters to the far right. So to them, stopping the far right means becoming the far right themselves. But also, they serve to create scapegoats such as migrants, anti-Semitic Muslims, and so-called cultural elites to direct anger away from those in power. The Greens and the SPD, despite their progressive anti-fascist branding, frame migration as a security issue, thus contributing to the dehumanization of migrants and reinforcing the narrative that they are a threat to social cohesion. This rhetoric not only legitimizes the AfD's xenophobic agenda, but also undermines solidarity among the working class, dividing it along ethnic lines. But, much like Italy's Giorgia Meloni, Alice Weidel is still the quote-unquote polished bourgeois democratic face of the AfD, so much so that neo-Nazis online call her a puppet and a traitor, especially after she said that Hitler was a communist.
Back then, during the Third Reich, the National Socialists, as the word says, they were socialists. Adolf Hitler considered... Yeah.
Incredible, by the way. Incredible for any German to say this. It's like directly your history. Okay? Yeah, Americans say this all the time, but Americans are stupid. It's very cool that Germans can be just as stupid as Americans. I love that. Actually, fantastic. Look her up. Her grandfather was a Nazi judge. Yeah. That's why she knows better. She's like, yeah, my grandfather, who was a Nazi, was a big socialist, loved socialism. They loved socialists so much they killed them, even within their ranks, and said socialism was a Jewish invention to undermine the superior German race. You know, classic socialist stuff.
They nationalized industries like crazy.
Yes, absolutely. He was a communist.
They did not do that.
And he considered himself as a socialist.
What they'd like to see is another prominent AFD leader at the top. One who before Weidel became known internationally was the most famous AFD figure. And that man is waiting in the wings. Björn Höcke is a leading figure of the AFD and head of the party in Thüringen. Influenced by his anti-communist father, he began to work as a teacher after studying sports and history. In an NPD magazine, it's pretty much confirmed that he wrote articles under the pseudonym Landolf Ladig, praising the ideas of the NPD, glorifying the Nazi regime, claiming that foreign powers have been envious of the Germans' discipline, and spoke of a revolution brought closer by self-amplifying crisis dynamics. The identitarian system opposition must take the lead in this revolution to introduce the organic market economy based on racial biology. The publisher of the magazine is a close friend of Höcke, one certain Thorsten Heise, a current leader of the NPD and one of the most influential German far-right ideologues. The convicted neo-Nazi has organized skinhead concerts and Nazi gatherings. Following the Holocaust denier David Irving, Höcke stated in a letter that the air raids on Dresden in 1945 were a violation of international law, quote, "Never before in world history, and never afterward, were so many people moved from life to death in such a short time." Höcke had to promise his school administration that he would never again publicly express such views as a teacher. In 2010, at the commemoration of the Dresden bombings, he demonstrated alongside neo-Nazis. According to a former student, Höcke, as a teacher, repeatedly praised the work of Psychology of the Masses by Gustave Le Bon and often spoke about charisma, told stories of his grandfather's meeting with Adolf Hitler, and described Hitler's incredibly blue eyes as a central element of the Führer cult. He was fascinated by Nordic mythology and regularly wore a Mjölnir pendant around his neck. 2 years later, he called the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin a monument of shame, invoked the idea of a reversal of history, demanding that Germany stop its culture of remembrance and reclaim its identity. In speeches, he refers to a 1,000-year Germany.
I wonder what he's talking about. I'm a little confused. Like, what does he mean?
A phrase that reminds of Hitler's concept of the 1,000-year Reich and uses Nazi concepts like Lebensraum. His 2018 book includes passages eerily similar to the works of SS figures. I am convinced that the Germans' longing for a historical figure who will one day heal the wounds in the nation, overcome the divisions and put things in order is deeply rooted in our souls. In 2019, media reports began revealing that Höcke attended secret far-right meetings where he discussed plans for remigration, a euphemism for ethnic cleansing used by right-wing extremists. In a 2021 speech, he got fined 13,000 euros for using a forbidden Sturmabteilung slogan, Alles für Deutschland, everything for Germany.
Sage ich ja, alles für unsere Heimat, alles für Sachsen-Anhalt, alles für Deutschland.
Just last year, he was banned again.
Yeah, he messed up. He should have said the alternative. It is pretty funny that these guys have to like operate within these liberal boundaries, but it's clear that like those liberal boundaries in terms of free speech and whatnot, like restrictions on hate speech in general has not really stopped them, you know? Yeah, guardrails are made out of cardboard, exactly.
And for chanting the first part, encouraging the audience to reply with the rest. While the National Party leadership maintains a facade of respectability, Höcke is a direct link between AFD politics and hardcore neo-Nazi ideology. And this is very important to understand. Fascism is not something that wins or loses during one election. It is the result of a systemic shift over a long period of time, Take the CDU-CSU Conservative Party, for instance, which invoked the Brandmauer firewall against any cooperation with the AfD. But over time, they've been gradually softening this stance, and this year, the CDU has finally cooperated with the AfD in the parliament for the first time, a historic turning point, opening up the possibility to have a far-right party in the German government for the first time since World War II. Also, take the complicity of the liberal parties, which are ultimately constrained by their commitment to maintain the capitalist order, prioritizing economic stability and the interests of the bourgeoisie over the needs of marginalized groups, normalizing AfD discourse and shifting the Overton window further to the right. The SPD during the Weimar Republic, which had positioned itself as a defender of the working class, repeatedly compromised with conservative forces to maintain political stability, as seen in the SPD's collaboration in suppressing the revolutionary movement by collaborating with fascists, and its support for austerity measures during the Great Depression. And enough has been said about the centrist party's role during that time. The main report at the 7th World Congress of the Comintern in the 30s put it very well. Quote, "Before the establishment of a fascist dictatorship, bourgeois governments usually pass through a number of preliminary stages and adopt a number of reactionary measures which directly facilitate the accession to power of fascism. Whoever does not fight the reactionary measures of the bourgeoisie and the growth of fascism at these preparatory stages is not in a position to prevent the victory of fascism, but on the contrary, facilitates that victory." However, believe it or not, Höcke is still just the so-called moderate wing compared to other members of the AfD, slowly but surely gaining more and more influence in the emerging party. Quote, "We differ from the NPD primarily through our bourgeois support base, not so much in terms of content." But it doesn't stop there. One former NPD member who worked as a staffer for the AfD is Marcel Grauf. He's known for having said the following things: "I so desperately wish for a civil war and millions of dead. Women, children, I don't care. It would be so beautiful. I want to piss on corpses and dance on graves. Sieg Heil." At least we now have so many foreigners in the country that a Holocaust would be worthwhile again. The fact that they generally tend to subhuman behavior is already due to their race. This, surprise surprise, was of course not an isolated case. Another Hitlerite hired by an AfD deputy is convicted neo-Nazi Mario Müller. In Brandenburg, the AfD faction's top candidate was active in the Spreelichter, a group banned in 2012 for its neo-Nazi ideology. These are just a few examples out of many. AfD youth members have been photographed training in combat sports with members of banned Nazi groups. When confronted, the AfD brushed it off as just, quote, "a normal sports club." What is considered normal to many Germans has been shown to be open Nazism and genocide in history already. The fascist movement does not need to win in government in order to find the danger of the workers' movement. Much like in Italy, where the fasci fought proletarian power to defend private property, the far right today utilizes the threat of the strengthening of left-wing extremism to legitimize support. Quote, "Take the left-wing extremist threat seriously and participate in all possible measures to finally rid the German national body of this tumor. Those bastard Antifa kids of stoned parents should be threatened that next time they'll end up underground. Deport Antifa to Buchenwald. Work instead of left-wing terror." The Nazis viewed communists as their main political enemies, and many were among the first detainees in concentration camps. The Bolshevik threat was used by Hitler to centralize state power. While communist organizing is weak at the moment,
the ironic part about this, by the way, is that there are still liberals who look to that and say, and that's why, because the left went too extreme, that the Nazis rose to power. This is a common argument that I hear from liberals in, 2024 and 2023. This is a common argument that I had heard from liberals over and over again, which is so insane because you're assuming the role of historic liberalism that straight up was wrong after the fact.
there is no need to institute a fascist system and undermine formal bourgeois freedoms. But the international progressive and communist movement is growing, and the threat of fascism grows in a dialectical relationship to it. Quote, "In short, democracy organized fascism when it felt it could no longer resist the pressure of the working class in conditions even of only formal freedom."
When your mass movement becomes big, and then they will try to suppress you, they will come out with fascism. So before you can have socialism, the capitalist, monopoly capitalist class will unleash fascism under various pretexts. They use chauvinism against immigrants, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and also many other tricks just to hide the roots of the crisis.
As the contradictions of the imperialist system deepen, poverty, climate change, and war continue to drive mass migration, consequences of a global system of exploitation that overwhelmingly benefits capitalists in wealthy nations. Just as they failed a century ago, liberal parties today are incapable of stopping the rise of fascism when they themselves facilitate its rise. What's needed is a movement that stands in defense of the exploited and marginalized. Fascism may not take full control in the immediate future, but it doesn't have to. The fascist movement is already growing, while the liberal capitalist order, just as it is right now, is more than enough of a catastrophe, destroying the planet, impoverishing the working class, and enabling genocide. The time to organize is now, before it's too late.
Relevant threat. The AFD is set to come second and stay out of government, but by pushing anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant, and anti-Palestinian laws to be the political forefront, the AFD has already mainstreamed this agenda and changed the country, forming Staatsraj. I can't say that. The right has pushed the boundaries of what is acceptable, manipulating Germany's culture of atonement into a commitment to defend Israel at all costs, no matter how extreme its actions. This proxy nationalism is defended by an unholy alliance of the right, left, and center. $10 only. Sheesh. What are you talking about? Oh, donors on the video. So this is something that I talked about. This is something that I talked about with Donald Trump. If you remember in that Newsweek article that came out before the election, where I was talking about how sad I was about the election, regardless of whether Kamala Harris wins or loses, that Donald Trump had successfully undermined American politics, or rather destroyed it and then rebuilt it in his own image. This is precisely what's happening with the AFD in Germany. The AFD is also gaining a lot more momentum in this process, but they are simultaneously bringing all the center parties further and further to the right. Center parties, seeing the growth of the AFD, out of fear that the AFD might actually seize power, are basically doing their very best to take on a lot of the right-wing positions of the AFD in an effort to say, hey, you don't need to go to the alternative. We are the alternative. Now, of course, not realizing what happens with that process, I, as an American, am very familiar with this. You become, if you're not the alternative and you become the AFD yourself, is that a good thing? Is that actually a good thing? Like what? You're just going to manage fascism in a more technocratic approach? Is that what it is? And that's the problem, because that process, unironically, also makes people more open-minded to the real thing. The AFD didn't pioneer this idea that anti-Semitism is left-wing, but they jumped on it at the perfect time. The AFD made this explicitly political. They pioneered this as a political weapon within the parliamentary framework with the first draft of the BDS resolution. Germany has been stuck with what Hans Kundani calls Zionist McCarthyism, which we have here in the United States of America as well. The cancellation of events, funding, media campaigns, and police brutality regularly administered to those who criticize Israel's occupation of Palestine and the brutal war in Gaza. The AFD used this. They are utilizing Zionism as a very effective censorship tool. This is what right-wing parties do. The Republican Party is doing the same thing. After years and years of advocating for Nazis to directly march on college campuses and making that the forefront of their political movement, Republicans so quickly turned around and was like, no, anti-Semitism is a major problem in college campuses. We have to create an anti-Semitism task force. Ironically enough, of course, the anti-Semitism task force will obviously target Jewish anti-fascists as well as anti-fascists of every other background. Because for them, it has nothing to do with anti-fascism. Of course, I mean, it has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism and everything to do with destroying your enemies in a way that even liberals will be, liberals will look at in a permissible way. Okay? They're building they are building the machinery of censorship in an effort to squash all matter of momentum. Okay? They want to make sure that they just stop all dissent, really. Look no further than the insane 501c3 bill that the Republicans tried to pass and Democrats voted to pass initially in Congress. They wanted to make it so that Trump was the incoming president. Democrats knew this. And in that lame duck period, Democrats who were pro-Israel, okay, Democrats who are pro-Israel literally voted to give the Trump department, the Trump Treasury, awesome powers to decide any and every 501c3 group. Any 501c3 group is actually a terrorist group. The funniest thing just happened to me. Look at what I'm quote retweeting now. What? Bernie and his wife skimmed millions from his 2 presidential campaign. Oh, he got quote retweeted by Roger Stone. Bernie and his wife skimmed millions from his 2 presidential campaign. He's an obnoxious, honking loudmouth and a hypocrite. He's driving a top-of-the-line Mercedes and has multiple vacation homes. Kash Patel should do a deep dive on Bernie's finances, and then Bernie could have a federal vacation. Anything just to shut him the fuck up. God, I hate these people so much. I just joined Die Linke and getting involved in political activism, even though my rough German as is. The DE coverage is helping tremendously in getting caught up to speed. Much love. Hell yeah. I mean, they're just like openly and actively saying like we should jail Bernie Sanders. That's crazy. Those surprised or perplexed by Alice Weidel's marriage, including the BBC, most German gays probably voted for the AfD. I don't know about that. This is a Spectator magazine editorial manager. SourceRomeo.com. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know how reliable this information is. But speaking of which, I do want to get back to something important here. As I have warned, yeah, that the chatter from earlier that wished that I kill myself is, of course, received a site-wide ban, unsurprisingly. That's an 8-year-old account that he burned for no reason. But anyway, one thing I want to mention here, okay? We got to talk about this, all right? Remember how I was telling you that time and time again, the Netanyahu administration has shown that they are not really afraid of the growth of the nationalist, fascist, and oftentimes even anti-Semitic movements in Europe. This is yet another great example of such. The far right in Germany, according to Haaretz reporting, is not regarded by Netanyahu government as a threat, but rather as a potential ally. For Israel, the AfD is the cherry on top, providing a platform to continue their shared crusade against Muslims and Palestinians. This is from a report that showed that the Foreign Ministry of Israel quietly started giving assurances to far-right parties all around Europe. Apparently, knowing full well that there was a momentum happening on the nationalist front in Europe, the Israeli government immediately worked to create allegiances with those guys, because obviously they do not care about anti-Semitism. They do not care about the growth of fascism. They actually benefit from it in their minds. They in the short-term period think that this is a beneficial allegiance. Okay, this is something that I've talked about extensively. It's additionally strange to me that people who are liberal Zionists don't understand that they are making allegiances with very dangerous people that will absolutely betray them. Okay, I get why Netanyahu would make these calculated decisions. He is, after all, a fascist. But there are plenty of liberal Zionists out there who don't understand that they're developing allegiances with some truly horrifying, repulsive individuals that do not see the world in the same way that they do, with the exception of Israel. Genuine question: why do people attack you instead of people like Ryan Grimm, Jeremy Scahill, The Intercept, Ken Kubenstein, Democracy Now? All you do is relay what they're saying because they're not accessible content creators. You can't develop a parasocial hatred towards fucking Jeremy Scahill. Unless he streamed all the time, in which case you probably could. It's fine though. I'll tank it. I mean, specifically in the drama sphere chatters, once again, because doing a YouTube drama video on Jeremy Scahill is not going to garner you millions of fucking views. In the same way that if you're a coward, even though you're very obviously pro-Israel, but you're too cowardly to openly admit that, instead of saying that, what can you do? Disparage every pro-Palestinian voice. That way, you, in your mind, get to live the best of both worlds. You get to simultaneously say, I'm pro-Palestinian, guys, but these other pro-Palestinian voices, well, they're far too radical for me. Okay? When in fact, the ultimate goal there is for you to traffic your pro-Zionist opinions. And they oftentimes do come out, okay? But that is the reality. And unfortunately, many liberals who are not exactly well equipped to understand foreign policy will go along with it because there are a lot of like pre-established quote unquote truths. That's the way reactionary politics works. If you assume a reactionary role, you can basically just say, this is common sense. This guy is bad. For example, you can clip something out of context and then without ever making an argument as to why the argument that I'm presenting is wrong, you can just simply say, this is a bad guy. Look at this bad opinion. Asman watched a slop YouTuber on a smear video about you. That's where the journalist takes are coming from. They think journalists are all bad and you use them to prove you're credible. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand that for well-read individuals, yes, the journalists that I work with and rely on for my commentary are credible. And yeah, of course, credible journalists are not going to fucking think I'm a bad person. Sometimes the takes aren't even... Here, I'll give you another example. Sometimes the takes aren't even wrong. They're not incorrect. But you can basically just like take a correct position, and as long as like public consciousness is on the opposing side, turn around and say, look at how bad this opinion is. The greatest example I can give you is my statement on the sexual assaults that may or may not have happened on October 7 and the investigative reporting that was conducted that showed that the New York Times' claims that there was serialized rape happening that was directed by Hamas was completely false. Like there was no evidence whatsoever. Okay? So my assessment of the situation when I was arguing with a chatter where I said there is at least one credible firsthand witness testimony on sexual assault that took place according to the UN investigation, and that sexual assault in, you know, moments of war and moments of crisis like this is actually fairly commonplace. So it's not all that erroneous to suspect that there could have been sexual assaults that took place on October 7. However, we don't have enough evidence to correctly identify how widespread this was. When I had that conversation with that person, where I was defending the likelihood of sexual assaults happening on October 7, I also said, regardless of whether sexual assaults happen on October 7 or not, does not change the dynamic for me in terms of the apartheid and in terms of the genocide that Israel is conducting. Okay? Rapes does not mean you can do a genocide on an entire group of people. And that's a very normal position to have. I think that if you were to ask people, can you genocide an entire group of people if you suspect some of them of doing rapes? Most people would probably say, oh, I don't know. I don't think that that's, I don't think that that's appropriate, right? That statement is objectively a morally correct position. And yet someone can clip that exactly as it is and turn around and say, oh, he's saying rape is resistance. He's saying this is the appropriate way to fight back against Israel. He loves it, okay? But the video in and of itself that you clipped out of context openly shows it's like genocide is completely unacceptable. Yeah, you can't genocide all Americans because of Abu Ghraib, for example. That would be ridiculous. So even when you show something within context, you can still massage it in a way where people will get upset because they don't understand it. But that's it. That's it. That's where a lot of this anger and resentment comes from, mostly because these issues are, I guess, morally uncomplicated, but can come across as very complicated and even traumatic for a lot of people. And therefore, it's much easier for someone to just be like, see, he's a bad guy. That's it. Anyway, the reason why I don't spend a whole bit of time talking about this over and over again is because it's almost always me having to rehash my positions over and over again to people that seemingly don't care about it. And it gets incredibly unproductive to hyper-focus on it when the world is still continuing and bad things are continuing to happen, oftentimes escalating dramatically. Yeah. So yeah, let's continue. I got a reply on Twitter the other day saying exactly what you just said, using the term he's denying it and he's using the rapes. Yeah, it's idiotic. But that's why I always tell you, like, you can correct the record, and you should. When people come in with that, a lot of people obviously are coming in bad faith. But there are plenty of people who are onlookers who see that bad faith commentary and think it's correct, especially if they see it over and over again. So yes, if you feel the need to correct that, then you can do that. You know, you need to pin all your positions in chat and never talk about it again. Yeah, that's really funny because chatters can't even read the fucking title of the stream. Chatters can't read any of the pinned comments on the stream. Chatters refuse to read in general. So pinning that somewhere is not going to be helpful at all. But yeah, these people are gross. If you are pro-Israel, you're gross. Sorry, you're a bad person. And I expect you to stoop to incredibly silly new lows. That's it. Wasn't there an effort post somewhere? Yes. And I also posted one on my YouTube page as well, many, many months prior to all of the new but old clip chimps. Yeah. Where were we? Let's continue. This isn't a joke. Trump and MAGA are openly pushing for a dictatorship. Let's take a look.
For the third term project. So our stated.
Do you think the shift towards the right will continue or reverse? Let's take a look at what they're saying at CPAC, and maybe we can make this assessment.
Goal is to ensure that President Trump can get the third term that we believe the public demands that he receive. Representative NEWSDAY.
Amazing. Amazing. Oh, one other thing that I wanted to say is, like, pay attention to what certain content creators pay attention to, okay? If they claim that, let's say, they're combating anti-Semitism, okay, and then their commentary features virtually zero attention to places where anti-Semitism is thriving, whether it be YouTube, whether it be Kick, or even massive content creators and their communities on Twitch. But instead, they're focusing on someone who, like myself, has actively combated anti-Semitism for a decade plus, okay? Then they're not serious people. They're trying to use this in a very cynical way to, one, get some drama points, and two, to attack a person because they've designed this person as their own fucking personal villain that is responsible for all of the wrong things that are happening in their lives. That's it. If you are hyper-focusing in this moment where Donald Trump and Elon Musk are ripping through the federal government, if you're hyper-focusing on the largest progressive content creator on this platform and across the board, and that is the only thing, that is the only person you are making your enemy, that you're branding as your enemy, then yeah, you don't care about anything. You just want to fucking make the existing liberal or somewhat progressive audience members that you have despise someone like myself because of your own personal petty agenda. That's it. Yeah. You just want to dominate. And it's not going to work. And the more it doesn't work, the more you fucking lose your mind. I would go so far as to say a similar thing played out historically with liberals as well. Liberals did not want to align with the communists against the growing fascist threat, and they actually capitulated to the fascists, you know?
Of Tennessee has introduced a constitutional amendment that would amend the Constitution to allow President Trump to get a third term. Mark Avagno, a legal expert, will be explaining kind of the basis of how that works after I give my brief statement today. But we believe that the public needs a third term from President Trump. What he's doing already at warp speed with Doge and with making the government more efficient, going to battle with the bureaucracy, the permanent bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., that has lorded over us and strangled the economy for so long. This has been such a scourge for the American people. Trump is going to battle with them, and he's making incredible strides. But the forces of evil that he's going to war against are not going to go away. They might be dormant for a while, but they're going to be waiting to get right back in there as soon as President Trump is out of office. So we believe that with a third term, he'll be able to remake the government. He'll be able to take a wrecking ball to the bureaucracy, to the different, to the networks that operate behind the bureaucracy, and for generations to come, it will make.
Under normal circumstances, I'd be like, these guys are fucking morons. Who cares what they have to say? Or they're so silly. But I look at and probably make the correct assessment now that there is nothing that is too silly for the Trump administration. and that they will pursue all avenues, including this one. I mean, these guys were just like saying over and over again, Project 2025. Well, Trump says he doesn't know what it is. His dumbass followers would come in here every now and then, which I miss, by the way. I miss the hogs so much. This community was so much more fun when we had hogs. Anyway, they would come in here and be like, Hasan, what do you have to say to Donald Trump saying he doesn't know what Project 2025 is? Why won't you believe our Lord and Savior when he tells you the truth? And now that he's in office, they're like, oh yeah, of course we were doing Project 2025, you idiots. So yeah, I don't treat anything these guys say as like just a joke.
Make the necessary change, stop the deep state, stop the institutional bureaucracy, stop the administrative state, and restore freedom to the people. So that's the idea here that we're pushing with the Third Term Project. Go to thirdtermproject.com for more information. And I'm just going to have Mark Avagno, our legal expert, talk a little bit about the basis behind it and before we take some questions from the media. So, Mark, go right ahead.
Thank you, Shane. So a lot of people, especially in the modern mind frame, think, well, presidents should only have 2 terms, right? That's how it's always been. Well, the truth of the matter of fact is that it's not always been like that. Franklin D. Roosevelt served 4 terms as president, and then we got this 22nd Amendment. That was the impetus for it. And so we are not asking for a huge modification, actually. And we've got a lot of criticism. Well, what if we allow Joe Biden to run again? Well, I don't know if he can even tie his shoes, so that's not going to happen. But what about Obama? Obama could run again. Well, what we're asking for is a...
Well, he's going to be like, well, he's Kenyan. And also, we're going to deport him to Kenya, so he can't run again anyway.
Modification to the 22nd Amendment, which would be that a president can serve 2 consecutive terms and no more. So in President Trump's case, he served 1 term. The second term was interrupted, and now he has another term, and so he should be allowed to effectuate his agenda with the second term. A lot of presidents, usually when they win once, they win again. And so we're not even saying that President Trump will be president again. So if he does run in 2028, it could be that he does not elect him. We're just saying that he should have the opportunity to be elected. And so there's certainly legal precedent for it. We're going to have to get at least 2/3 majority vote in the House and in the Senate, but that's certainly possible. And it's not unprecedented that a president would run 3 terms or even 4 terms. We're just saying a 3rd term would be ideal. And a lot of the left says they support democracy. This would be part of democracy, right? So we're just giving opportunity. If people don't vote for President Trump in 2028, so be it. But we want him to have the opportunity to run again, to continue making America great.
Republicans are so funny. They push the term limits in order to prevent an FDR dominance of government, and now they want the reverse. God, Republicans never change. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Immediately blames the left. Obviously, of course they have to. How else can they exist? Also, Turkey plans to export 420 million eggs to the United States this year, the most ever, according to the Egg Producers Central Union in Turkey. To help solve its egg price crisis, America is turning to Turkey, the country. I'm ashamed. Well, I'm proud of my country for saving the Amerifats from the Treatlerite, the great Treatlerite crisis that they're experiencing. But I also simultaneously am ashamed because they're helping this fucking dumbass fascist administration. What is egg in Turkish? Yumurta. All right, let's get back to the Trump admin putting pressure on Zelensky to push for peace.
In Ukraine, on the 3rd anniversary of
oh God, it's loud.
Russia's invasion, Russia launched the largest drone attack of the war, and President Zelensky is pushing back against President Trump over a deal for its natural resources. Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pannell is on the scene in Ukraine. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, George. From central Kyiv, this is a makeshift memorial to honour the fallen. Every single one of these little flags represents a lives lost. I can tell you there are tens and tens of thousands of them. And this morning, 3 years since the war started, the pressure is not on the Kremlin to resolve this, but on President Zelensky.
This morning, on the 3rd anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Trump administration pushing for peace, but placing all the pressure on President Zelensky. I asked the Ukrainian president about the strain he's facing from the US.
You're under pressure from Moscow to step aside and Washington to hold elections. Would you be willing to give up the presidency if it meant peace for Ukraine?
The Ukrainian leader telling me he's...
The funniest line that he had in this is he said, yeah, if Ukraine can join NATO, I would love to give up my position. That's him basically saying he's never giving up the position, okay? Like, I'm against Donald Trump on the whole, like, Zelensky's a dictator, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I mean, come on. He knows that ain't happening. So he's just like, yeah, give me NATO and I'll drop.
He's ready to resign if it means peace, and he offered to stand down if it meant membership of NATO, saying, I'll do it immediately, without a long conversation about it. This weekend, Russia launching the heaviest drone attack in 3 years. Ukraine and much of Europe shocked by President Trump's radical shift in US foreign policy, talking with Russia about ending the war but without conditions and excluding Ukraine from the talks.
I would say that I'm optimistic and positive.
My goat is back. My freaking goat is back. Steve Witkoff. Put some respect on it. Pour some honey on the goat. This man is the LeBron James of crisis management, conflict management.
Just as the president is, that we can get something done rather quickly.
The president falsely blaming Ukraine for Russia's ongoing assault, and now demanding Zelensky sign a deal to pay the US $500 billion. Zelensky pushing back, saying Ukraine received $100 billion in aid and noting that the money was given as a grant approved by Congress. But the Ukrainian leader saying the countries are making progress in their negotiations.
Well, President Xi Jinping of China, Vladimir Putin talking on the phone this morning, reaffirming their support for each other. But interestingly, President Xi Jinping backing this talks process that's underway between America and Russia. Robin?
All right. Ian, our thanks to you for your continuing.
Wow, how interesting. Why would that be interesting? Their involvement in this affair on the Russian side is obviously not the same as America's involvement in Ukraine in terms of like how much power they have over Russian politics. China can't dominate Russian politics in the way that America could just like tell Ukraine to roll over, right? But regardless of that, China does control a tremendous amount of influence on the Russian side. And throughout this entire process, they've been pushing for a ceasefire from the jump. They can't get Russia to, stop in the same way that like America could tell Ukraine to do whatever and Ukraine has to do it. They don't have that level of control. They also personally don't care. I'm not saying that like China is a moral nation. I do not believe that any nation is moral. Pushing for a ceasefire but supporting Russia's efforts, what are you saying? Yeah, no, you heard me. You heard exactly what I said. China has put numerous proposals on the table revolving around the cessation of hostilities. China also, as a foreign adversary outside of the American sphere of influence, is aligned with Russia. But China doesn't have the same level of influence over Russia that America has over Ukraine. You heard all of the words come out of my mouth. I'm not saying China is moral. So Palestine isn't moral? No nation is moral. Palestine also doesn't even exist. What are you talking about? Movements can be morally correct. Movements, emancipatory movements under the grips of settler colonialism will be morally righteous. But nation states that are developed do not operate on the boundaries of morality. They just don't. And I'm not saying that like China's push for a ceasefire comes from a place where they're just like, oh, we love doing peace. It's just beneficial for them. It's beneficial for them when Russia undermines American hegemony. And it's also beneficial for them when when this war inevitably ends, so that they're not so that energy prices can stabilize. Now you're going to get canceled by pro-Palestine content creators? What? No, I'm not. Do you want to clarify the Palestine doesn't exist comment? I get exactly what you mean, but for the inevitable bad faith clip chimps out there, I think everybody understands what I mean when I say that. Palestine as a nation state is not recognized by the international community. Okay? How is forgiving debt not moral? No. There is no underlying interest in doing moral good for a nation. Chinese debt forgiveness is a great example of this. It's not done because China's like, oh, we really want to be good to these countries. It's done because they want the support of said countries on the global stage. The loan conditions are better because they're more competitive in comparison and significantly better than the Western loans. Why did you bring up China? Nobody brought up China. We're talking about other power players, and I didn't bring up China. This guy did.
Robin. All right, Ian, our
their support for each other, but
Ukraine with Congress.
Well, President Xi Jinping of China, Vladimir Putin talking on the phone this morning, reaffirming their support.
You got it? Was that helpful for you? Do I have to walk everybody every step of the way through every conversation? I mean, I'll do it. This is my job to a certain degree, so I'll do it,
Is France going to lift the block
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid. Macron corrects Trump after he claims Europe loaned Ukraine.
on the
Because he's
300 billion?
not, look, if we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind, but I've specifically asked him that question. He has no problem with it.
Is France going to lift the block on the 300 billion in frozen Russian assets in Belgium? France has opposed unfreezing it to pay Ukraine and compensate the U.S. for its support. Is France going to lift its opposition to that?
This is, we speak about frozen assets. We already used them to back precisely the loans negotiated at the G7, and it's part of the sanctions, so it will depend on the follow-up of the discussions. But clearly, we respect international law. It's just frozen assets now. You can take the proceeds of the frozen assets, but you cannot take the assets themselves because it's not respecting international law, and we want to respect international.
This stuff is so funny because it's just what we say goes, right? That's it. There's a president blaming Ukraine for the invasion and chatters are still chirping at you. Yup. You must understand. Donald Trump is not an accessible figure. I am. That's it. Chatters are not yelling about politics. They're just trying to do drama so it's more so that politics is easier to consume.
How is one different than the other? If you can take the proceeds from it, how can you not take
Because
the
it's
assets?
very different. You keep the assets, you take the proceeds because they are paralyzed in a certain way. You take the proceeds during the wartime, but you keep the assets, and it's part of the negotiation at the end of the war. Because, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia.
Should the US be compensated?
So at the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation, all in all.
Will France support the U.S. being compensated?
I support the idea to have Ukraine first being compensated because they are the one to have lose a lot of their fellow citizens and being destroyed by these attacks. Second, all of those.
It's crazy that even this douchebag is correct on this, by the way. Like, even this charlatan, even this douchebag, I hate Macron, next to an animal like Donald Trump, comes across like a beacon of elder statesmanhood. Yeah, of course Ukraine should get reparations. Like, Ukraine should get financial restitution. And all we're offering is the exact opposite, which is, no, we're going to fuck you further. We're just going to take all of your natural resources. It is crazy. Why do you hate Macron? Oh my God, dude. Where do I begin? Macron is the annoying right-wing neoliberal that has utilized the wave of fascist mobilization in his own country to try and do more austerity and create more of a momentum against himself, and then actually lose his grip of power by calling together an election and then not abiding by the French precedent set in previous elections and offer that coalition the leadership that they wanted because of his awesome powers that he has in his position, refusing to do that, and then putting whatever prime minister he decides is the appropriate prime minister in charge. The second prime minister that's in charge currently is also under a sexual assault controversy as well. There's there's some kind of Catholic Church rape coverage that the prime minister engaged in, from what I understand. But that's not even the biggest problem. I can't believe I'm saying that. Sexual assault cover-up is not the biggest problem. It's ridiculous, but that is just the state of affairs in Western politics nowadays. Holy fuck. This is not even a post-Trump universe. Yeah, he stopped the popular left-wing majority from picking a prime minister, even when that popular mobilization offered a social democrat. It wasn't going to be Mélenchon, but he still refused. He covered 100 plus child rapes by a school which he was a board member of. Yeah, it's insane. Also, he's a massive Islamophobe and has aggressively pursued, he's done the thing where he has outflanked the nationalists on reactionary policies while also simultaneously still implementing neoliberal austerity measures, increasing against the public's wishes, increasing the retirement age for everybody except for cops, from what I understand. I wonder why he won't do it for the cops. Oh, just horrible, dude. Horrible monster. He sucks. French guy here. There's a second sex abuse scandal being investigated that prime minister covered up, apparently. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Are we really ignoring why he used to be a socialist? Are we really ignoring why he was forced to do that, though? Go ahead. Tell me why he was forced to do that. Dude, if the French social safety nets collapse, okay, you won't need a Vichy France. It'll just develop on its own. Okay, wait for the nationalists to take over at that point. Like, what good is France if not for expansive social safety nets? That's the one thing France has. That and decent cuisine. What are we doing here? No, I meant the immigration part. Okay, go ahead. Why was he forced to do that? They have escargot is not decent. It's fine. Escargot is still edible, which is, I think, a testament to how good French cuisine is because they just spam garlic and butter. It's OP. They'll make you eat a bug. They'll make you eat a slimy ass bug with that. This is like the dozenth political party you've talked about today that bended the knee to fascism. What the hell? Yep.
Who paid for could be compensated, but not by Ukraine, by Russia, because they was the one to aggress.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank.
Damn, he's touching him. Trump did not like that. That's why, oh my God, is that why Trump was like, tell the UN envoy, we're voting pro-Russia. God damn, I didn't see this. This is, oh fuck. Everyone's going to love this shit, dude. They're going to nut so hard. Ugh, I hate Macron, but that is, he went real French with it, dude. Yeah. And that moment, new axis of evil formed. Dark Soul style opens up a new screen, axis of evil formed. Do you think Putin is manipulating Trump, or do you think Trump is forming his own vested interest in siding with Russia? Both. I think that Donald Trump and the new fascist right-wing attitude towards Russia is that Russia could be an ally against China, I think. So I think that is part of the process, but also I think Trump is being manipulated by Vladimir Putin because he loves authoritarian strongmen that are nice to him. And I think Putin just glazes him. So he likes Putin. He likes authoritarian strongmen in general. He hates Zelensky. He likes Putin. And also it's in their immediate interest.
We paid 60% of the total effort. And it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money, to be clear. We have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day, in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us, super. It will be loan at the end of the day, and Russia will have paid for that.
If you believe that, it's okay with me.
Mr. President.
If you believe that, it's okay with me.
Again, just so you understand.
3.6 million. Macron destroyed his lives. Trump thought he was at a MAGA event. I like that liberals are also doing this thing where they're like, the majority of the money the U.S. granted Ukraine goes here. We sent our old stuff. Now it's being replaced with new and advanced equipment. Why is the hollowness of your morals somehow being seen as a benefit? Like, how is this any different than Trump being like, yeah, of course we're going to take your natural resources. We gave you weapons. Shut the fuck up. Like, liberals, are you a defense contractor? Like, why are you saying this? Why are you saying this as a positive? It's so crazy because, like, when I say this, people yell at me and say I'm pro-Putin. They're like, oh, Hasan, you're pro-Putin for saying this. When I'm like, this is a scheme. This is a scheme, okay? It's a proxy war and a scheme. Liberals say it as a flex. What does she mean? I mean, she's correct, okay? Ukrainian appropriations from the United States of America come from old equipment that we're just dumping off over there. And it's great because the military-industrial complex can then turn around and be like, one, we just gave all of our old equipment and we have to rebuild. Now we have to rebuild our arsenal. So they get more money in return from the federal government. You can flex your sex appeal, but not morals. Flex your own morals if they are better. What? I don't know what you're talking about, but thank you for saying I'm flexing my sex appeal. Thank you for saying I have sex appeal. Yeah. They're saying it to soften the right-wing perception that Ukraine is being sent cash. It's an appeal, not a flex. No, it's not an appeal because it might be intended as an appeal, but you're basically admitting the reality. None of this also helps American citizens regardless. Okay? Okay, $724 million worth of older equipment was sent to Ukraine. Now there's a $724 million need from the military-industrial complex here, defense contractors here, that are going to turn around and say, okay, can you please give us more money so we can rebuild our arsenal? Did that help you? No. You want to know why it doesn't help you? Because there's no labor unions anyway. So military Keynesianism doesn't even actually operate in the way that it's supposed to, because none of that wealth, none of that money even goes back to the working class in general. Okay? And this is before we consider whether or not this is appropriate, if this is the only standing industry in the United States of America, that like all of our manufacturing is geared towards a permanent war economy. What does that say about our foreign policy? Hypocrisy baiting also doesn't matter because Republicans don't care. They're shameless. And I don't think liberals care either. I don't think anybody cares about hypocrisy. They only care about it when they can just like wield it as a weapon against their interlocutors. That's it. Anyway, U.S.-Ukraine Minerals Agreement states that the U.S. would express its desire to keep Ukraine free, sovereign, and secure, according to a draft obtained by Axios. Yeah. If they have a financial imperative, then they'll actually be more invested in the permanent security of Ukraine. How is this anything but extortion, dude? That's it. Yeah, we got to extract your natural resources for a tidy profit, and only then will we actually give you security assurances. It's so, oh God, it is so messed up. And of course, then we arrive at Donald Trump saying in the Oval Office, when asked about why the U.S. joined Russia to voting against a UN resolution condemning Russia's war against Ukraine. I don't want to explain it, but it's sort of self-evident, I think. That is crazy. The reason why this is crazy is because Trump doesn't need to do all of this. You're America. You can just like quietly tell Zelensky, like, here's what's what. Okay? It's not like he can't play ball, but instead of doing that in the same way that like Biden was or previous administrations would have done and did do in terms of dealing with Ukraine, he's just out there taking the opposite stance, which is insane. It quite literally undermines any remaining soft power capabilities that America has when Donald Trump comes out and is like, oh yeah, you took a gamble and you thought we would defend you permanently. Well, guess what? Okay, guess what? We're not. We're going to fuck you over at the end, very openly. They're treating Ukraine as a nation state as though they are like a group of Kurdish militias in the region to be used against whatever regional actor America wants to destabilize. It's crazy. Only until their use is over, and then they turn around and they discard them.
Sends more signals he's losing patience with Ukraine and President Zelensky, his administration. And
when will Israel stop condemning Russia? My friend, Israel also stopped condemning Russia as of today, when America stopped condemning Russia. Israel also voted no alongside Belarus and the United States of America and a couple other places. China even fucking abstained. Okay? Think about that.
A proposed UN resolution.
Yeah, Ryan Ruth is in shambles, dude. His worst nightmare is happening right now in broad daylight.
Is refraining from condemning or even acknowledging Russia as the aggressor in this conflict or expressing belief in Ukraine's territorial integrity. President Trump has elevated his longtime close personal friend Steve Witkoff to the center of some of his biggest global challenges. Witkoff has been a central negotiator with Russia. He met directly with Vladimir Putin. And just before Trump took office, Witkoff negotiated the Israel-Hamas ceasefire and is currently working on phase 2. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff joins us now. The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters,
Steve Goatkoff, my king, my goat, W. W stands for Witkoff, baby. Let's go. Mr. Golf himself, dude.
Yesterday, the President Trump feels, quote, very strongly that Russia is willing to make a deal, unquote, and that he's, quote, very confident we can get it done this week, unquote. Is that true? Are you that close to a deal with Russia and Ukraine to end the war completely?
Well, I would say, Jake, just First, generally, that you're seeing a lot of movement in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and I think it's in large part because people are responsive to President Trump. So, and that's fundamental. I think it's guiding almost all negotiations out there in these sectors. So it's a big data point. Second data point is the way Mark Fogel came out. President Putin, and I commend him for it, it was a little bit squirrely, on that day that Mark came out. Certain things needed to be done, and President Putin was very, very flexible in his thinking, released him, and I think it was a huge signal to President Trump that he wants to get a deal done. Our conversations in Saudi Arabia with the Secretary of State and with the National Security Advisor were, in my view, positive, constructive, and clearly momentum building. So I would say that I'm optimistic and positive, just as the president is, that we can get something done rather quickly.
I think everybody watching can understand the need for diplomacy, and especially President Trump wanting to reset the relationship with Russia. But what do you say to the millions of Americans and people around the world who are concerned that the United States right now doesn't seem to understand who actually launched this war against Ukraine and is actually trying to sidle up to the bad guys, Putin and the Russians, while screwing over the good guys, Zelensky and Ukraine? I think that is a fear that a lot of Americans have.
Well, look, I've heard that kind of talk. I don't necessarily agree with it. But let me say this. I'll make a few comments. The first is that the war, irrespective of who started it, needs to end. Too many people's lives have been expunged as a result of it, and it just doesn't make sense to the president. He wants to be the peacemaking president, peace through strength, and I don't blame him. I actually concur right down the line with his thought process around this. That's one. Two, that the war didn't need to happen. It was provoked. It doesn't necessarily mean it was provoked by the Russians. There were all kinds of conversations back then about Ukraine joining NATO. The president has spoken about this. That didn't need to happen. It basically became a threat to the Russians. And so we have to deal with that fact. And those are real facts on the ground here. But be that as it may, the Russians have indicated that they are responsive to an end to this. There were very, very what I'll call cogent and substantive negotiations framed in something that's called the Istanbul Protocol Agreement. We came very, very...
We're at the table. We're at the table again. Oh, my God. Boys. I don't want to freak you out, but Turkey's at the table. Turkey mentioned. Os bayrakları. Os bayrakları. Os! We are not just at the table. We are the table! Os bayrakları masadayız. Masa biziz. Steve Witkoff bile biliyor amına koyayım. Do you want to be at the table? No. As a Turk, I want to be the table. Okay? More terrorist propaganda. Yeah. God forbid you play military music from any country that's not America or the IDF. Then you're doing terror. You're doing terrorism propaganda, brother. Oh my God. Terrorist propaganda again. What's next? You gonna play that Yemeni song again? Huh? I hope you get banned.
very close to signing something. And I think we'll be using that framework as a guidepost to get a peace deal done between Ukraine and Russia. And I think that will be an amazing day. And the fact is the president understands how to get deals done. Deals only work, Jake, when they're good for all the parties. And that's the pathway that we're on here.
Of course, just to remind our viewers, Russia seized Ukrainian territory in 2014 with Crimea. They've been going into the Donbass region and seizing land in eastern Ukraine long before they attacked 3 years ago when they did the full frontal assault. You just suggested Russia was provoked. Trump is publicly attacking Zelensky as a dictator. He blamed him for starting the war in the first place, called for new elections in Ukraine, took NATO membership for Ukraine off the table. He said it's unlikely Ukraine will be able to get back its territory seized by Russia. Russian state TV suggests that President Trump is getting all of this straight from his conversations with President Putin. Take a listen.
Isn't it true that Ukraine joining NATO is viewed as a provocation towards Russia? Yes, but there's obviously more to Russia's ambitions in Ukraine than simply engaging in a defensive posture, especially considering that regardless of NATO expansion being presented as an option, it was never going to happen. And the real reason why it was never going to happen is because of Russia's long-standing energy partnership with European counterparts that have to vote for Ukraine to join NATO. Every world leader understood that this would be a unenforceable red line. Okay? That is the truth of the matter. So my position always has been, if I understood that as something that was never going to happen, why didn't Russia understand it as something that was never going to happen? And that is because they simply wanted Eastern Ukrainian territory. Okay? And not just Eastern Ukrainian territory. They just wanted to encroach upon as much of Ukrainian territory as they possibly can. You can try to use that. You can try to use some semblance of righteous cause when you're engaging in irredentist actions, but it does not fucking matter. Okay? Just like when Vladimir Putin said he was doing it to denazify Ukraine. Ridiculous. Completely insane statement. Okay? Completely insane statement. When you say you wanted to do it to save Donbass, save LPR and DPR, also ridiculous. You've killed far more people than in the 14 years of back and forth, or the 10 plus years of back and forth. You've killed far more people in the last 3 years that you did over the course of the past 10 years of constant shelling. Okay? Also ridiculous. Does NATO play a role in this? Sure. But it doesn't matter. Ultimately, a smart leader is that is not interested in just simple territorial acquisition would not fall for this bait. Putin, on the other hand, used this bait as righteous cause. And look where we're at now.
Listen.
Trump отвечает на вопросы по поводу пресс-конференции.
When Trump is answering questions about the press conference, I think it is not a coincidence that many of the narratives that are being voiced largely materialized after their conversation.
Но фразы, которые он дает...
The phrases he is saying are so deep and so correct. They are in total...
Is a pretty good win for Russia? I don't think so. I disagree. The party that made the most out of the situation is the United States of America. Okay? The party that made the most out of the situation is the U.S. Russia lost a shit ton of resources and a shit ton of manpower in the process of gaining territorial acquisition to the tune of 20% of Ukraine. Okay, that's not a major W for Russia. If their goal was to undermine America's position on the global stage, they failed on that front as well. More countries joined NATO. Countries under the American security blanket pre-Donald Trump. Okay, hold on. Before you say, well, things are changing now. Before Donald Trump, every other fucking American ally or every other country that is in the sphere of Western influence obviously looked at that situation and went, oh, shit, well, we need NATO more than ever before. Look at Finland. That would have never happened if Russia did not choose to invade Ukraine. Okay? I think that ultimately... it's infinitely smarter to stick to trade. You're an energy provider. You already have these contracts. You can make yourself irreplaceable. And instead of doing that, you just engaged in bloody warfare. And guess who made out the most from that process? The United States of America. Because the United States of America is so far in proximity from all of this kind of war that they can do whatever the fuck they want, pretty much. They can do whatever they want. And they did. They clawed back energy partnerships that European countries had with Russia, even though they technically didn't end that energy partnership. They just created an opportunity for other middlemen to make some money as the mediator, taking Russian energy and sending it directly to Europe. They forced Europe to open up their ports to American natural gas. Okay. And now Donald Trump comes in and he's like, also, you have to spend more of your GDP on your own self-defense. Weird take, bro. Russia doesn't care about territorial expansion. Ukraine was a Russian proxy state. None of this would have started if the CIA didn't get involved in manufactured color revolution. Regardless of what the CIA's involvement is in this process, I think you are silly if you think that Russia had to invade Ukraine. No, it's the wrong move. It was demonstrably the wrong move because this move allowed America to now talk about fucking seizing Ukrainian assets. If the goal for the United States of America by way of espionage or by way of trade is to bring Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence and then ultimately create, conditional loan agreements and fully take over the industries and sectors that previously were controlled by the state and sell them off to capital owners, foreign capital, then they're getting that right now. They're getting that W. They're getting all of that. Yeah, also Russia lost Syria in the process too. So at the end of the day, America still wins, whether you like it or not.
Total alignment with the way we see things.
Do you think it's good that the Russians think that the Trump administration is in total alignment with the way that Putin sees things?
I think we've had, Jake, by my estimation, almost 1.5 million deaths here. And finally, we have a leader, that is President Trump, who is determined to end the carnage. And so the only way you're going to end the carnage is if you have a relationship with the leaders of...
This was a successful statement. As you can see, Georgia is not on the table as well as other states in the Russian sphere of influence. Georgia hasn't been on the table since George W. Bush suggested it for NATO membership. And then Russia did what it's doing to Ukraine, or what Russia had done to Ukraine in 2014. It did in Georgia immediately after the George W. Bush statement on his way out. It has not been on the table for NATO membership since then.
Of both countries that are involved. I went over to Russia. I had a meeting with President Putin. It was a long meeting, positive, constructive. Lots of good things got discussed, in large part because the president enjoyed a positive relationship with President Putin from his first term in office. And that then evolved into a positive conversation with the president on a telephone call from the White House. And then there was a positive conversation with President Zelensky. So I think you've got to have these relationships. You've got to have communication. That's the only way you get deals done.
So President Trump wants President Zelensky to give the United States sweeping access to Ukraine's rare earth mineral deposits as repayment for all the aid the U.S. has given Ukraine. Zelensky rejected the original proposal. He suggests that Ukraine needs to get more assurances from the United States of future support and security guarantees. Where do these negotiations stand?
Well, Jake, let me say this with regard to the mineral rights agreement. The president came into office, and lo and behold, what did he find out? That we are the majority share of the aid to Ukraine, so we're funding it, and we were funding it with no arrangement to pay it back. Alternatively, the Europeans, who were most affected by this war, were funding the minority share, and they had agreements to pay it back. So, as is typical of the president, he's very, very sensible. He said to himself, that makes no sense to me. Why would the American public, taxpayers here, be funding the majority share, not get anything back? The Europeans funding the minority share, they get everything back. So this agreement is much about repayment for all that we have done on behalf of the Ukrainian people. And that's the way the president sees it. I expect to see a deal signed this week. You saw President Zelensky.
Yeah, I'm sure Europeans loved cutting off their previous energy deals. They probably loved it. Like when the Nord Stream pipeline exploded, who knows who did that? Okay, who knows who was responsible for that? I don't know. Remember when people were saying Russia probably did that to themselves? That's another part of the process that is like incredibly frustrating. When I say something doesn't smell right, or when I say something that is like objectively untrue, even if it is objectively untrue, people go, oh, you're pro-Russia. There's no attempt to even like undermine the argument that I'm presenting. There's no attempt to even prove their own personal position. It's just basically, nope, you're pro-Russia, and that's it. And people just eat that shit up.
Waiver in his commitment towards that a week ago. The president sent a message to him. He's not wavering anymore. I think there's a reason he's not wavering. It's because he realizes that we have done so much, and that agreement belongs being signed. And I think you'll see it signed this week.
President Trump has been putting a lot.
I'm not saying this is definitely going to happen, but like this is ironically not dissimilar to America's previous initiatives with the Mujahideen. And look how that turned out. Look at Afghanistan, look at 9/11, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I'm fairly certain that undermining Ukrainian sovereignty to this degree after training them and arming them, especially the far-right nationalist neo-Nazi forces that you've trained and armed as well, who are now understandably seen as liberators, okay? And then wronging them deliberately like this, I suspect is going to cause a lot of anger and resentment. A tremendous amount of weapons is now on the European continent. Someone's going to use those weapons.
A lot of pressure on Ukrainian President Zelensky, as you just noted, and laying out the concessions Ukraine will have to make to end the war. What concessions will Russia have to make?
Well, I think in any peace deal, each side is going to make concessions, whether it's territorial concessions, whether it's economic concessions. I think there's a whole array of things that happen in a deal, and you'll see concessions from both sides, and that's the president's, that's what he does best. He brings people together. He gets them to understand that the pathway to peace is concessions and consensus building. And I think you're going to see a very successful result here. We've been struggling with this conflict for 3.5 years. No different than Gaza. The president has basically said to himself, we need something more purposeful. What we've been doing in the past has not worked. Now it's time to get something to work. And if we get something to work, then we're going to have a lot less we're going to have lives saved, and both peoples in both countries are going to live in a better way.
The biggest difference, as I see it, between the two conflicts are that there's also this question of the European alliance when it comes to the Ukraine-Russia conflict. The front runner to be the next Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, warned European leaders that they must, quote, prepare for the possibility that Donald Trump will no longer uphold NATO's mutual defense commitment unconditionally. That's part of the NATO pact. An attack on one is an attack on all. You're a close advisor to President Trump, a close friend of his. If Russia attacked a NATO ally, would President Trump honor the United States' commitment under Article 5 to defend allies in NATO?
I think the president has
just checking in. Has the empire crumbled yet? No. You'll know when it's crumbling because it's not going away quietly.
Has never said anything of the sort. I think what he said is that NATO exists, that the U.S. has always supported NATO, that we've supported it by funding more money than the European countries have in the past, and yet he continues, or Americans continue to be criticized for.
Holy shit, I didn't think about Article 5, Lamar. You think he'd back up NATO or not? I've said this before in the early stages of Putin's actions. I have this suspicion that the only reason why America would ever defend Eastern Europe against if Russia was truly powerful enough to be able to wipe out Ukraine, overtake it, and then move directly into Poland, I don't know if America would defend it. The only reason why America would ever defend NATO in that situation would be specifically to make sure that people understand that you don't fuck with America. You know what I mean? To reinforce American power. Do I think America cares about Poland at all? No, I don't. I don't think that America cares even a little bit about Poland and Eastern European countries in general. Western Europe is a little different of a story. I think at that point you've gone too far, but I think it's just strategic posturing at this point. I mean, look at America's lack of interest in Europe right now, with the tariffs. It's so obvious that America just does not give a shit about any of its fucking allies. When push comes to shove, America clearly doesn't even care about Western Europe either. Look at what we're doing to Western Europe's economy currently. Yeah, Trump would get up there and be like, yep, it was Poland's fault. Trump would blame Ukraine for letting Russia into Poland. Trump would blame Poland. He'd be like, Poland, World War II, the responsible party. We're the Polish. Why were you looking so good? Light bulbs. Everybody talks about light bulbs. The Polish, they can't put the light bulb up, folks, believe me. Y'all don't care about Canada either? That's what I'm saying. The American government does not care about any of our fucking allies. except for Israel, okay? Except for Israel. We are ride or die, baby. Other than that, nobody matters. Europe was never an ally, more like a servant. Yeah. Also, the other side of the story is, and I do mention this all the time, but people seem to forget, America as a government doesn't even fucking care about American people. If we did, we would have healthcare, dog. Like, we don't care about shit. The only thing we care about is this, okay? Money. Wealthy people making more money, corporations and their bottom line. There's never been a moment. America is the perfect expression of capitalism, okay? It was the perfect proto-capitalist nation, pre-industrial revolution, pre-capitalism, and it is the perfect capitalist nation. Like before we started talking about markets and whatnot, America was so primed, so perfectly ready for capitalism. Just like for many American Jewish people that don't really care about the religion at all, Zionism has basically become the religion. For Americans, many Americans don't fucking give a shit about religion at all. Like many Americans, ultimately, Christian, Jewish, whatever their background is, don't necessarily give a fuck about the religious scripture and the religious text and abiding by those standards. Hell, we've actually changed the Christian religion to suit the purposes of capital more, like prosperity gospel. America's religion is capitalism. Why Israel? Please explain what's so special about it. It's our little tiny unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage capabilities in a resource-rich region that we desperately want to maintain control over. So it's America's 51st state, but it's also more important than some other lame-ass states too. They also literally do have better social safety nets than we do. That's the other side of this. Like, Jesus.
Or for not standing up. I just don't understand the rationale behind that.
So
we've done more than most. Yeah, I just think it's unfair, actually.
Turning to the Middle East, the ceasefire in Gaza is at risk. Hamas released 6 more Israeli hostages.
Wow, that's crazy. It's a risk, huh? I wonder who's spoiling it. I wonder who's spoiling the second stage of the negotiations.
Weekend, but Israel then refused to release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, accusing Hamas of using those hostages for propaganda. In the meantime, Israel's army has stepped up its military operations in the West Bank. Deborah Patta has more on that.
I wish Israel, when releasing their hostages, would use their conditions as propaganda. Not because they currently do, but their propaganda is one of domination. They parade the Palestinian hostages that they release as, like, you know, in horrible conditions, losing arms, legs, clearly tortured. That's the propaganda. It's a propaganda of domination. Okay? When they say Palestinians, Hamas, and Islamic Jihad, when they release Israeli hostages, they're doing propaganda. It's like, yeah, dude, no shit. Except their propaganda is, look, in spite of everything you've done, look at the conditions that we're releasing your hostages. Look at the dignity that we've offered to your hostages and the conditions that we release them, as opposed to how you release our hostages. Okay? Israel constantly complains about propaganda when their immediate solution to that would quite literally be to not do Israel shit. Don't rape the Palestinian prisoners to death. That's a good starting position, I think. You know? Can't believe I'm saying this. The Israeli prison service just as Palestinian prisoners in clothes bearing the Star of David symbol in the phrase, "We do not forget and we do not forgive." Yeah. They see the Israeli hostages being released with like keffiyehs and they go, "Okay, it's time. It's time to really show you what's what." Like, do the same thing. Do the same thing. Release them in good condition. Why can't you do that? Is that too hard? On the other hand, those motherfuckers are getting bombed every day. They don't have food. They're getting bombed every day. And in spite of all of that, they still try to show, like, hey, what you're saying is incorrect. We're undermining the propaganda that you've said about the Hamas movement or the Palestinian movement as a whole. The problem, though, and we talked about this quite a bit, the problem here is, yeah, here it is. Prisoner Mohammed Abu Tawila released from Israeli jails. Israel's angry with the hostage ceremonies in Gaza. Meanwhile, they're doing this to the Palestinians. And the thing is, the existence of Palestinians is already offensive. The fact that Palestinians exist and also fight back against Israel is unimaginably offensive. It is humiliating if your entire nation state project revolves around saying these are subhuman that must be forcibly excised from these lands that we must take, that is our land. Then yeah, virtually every reminder that they exist or even dare to fucking fight back is going to be infinitely humiliating. This is precisely the reason why you're being a bit friendly towards Hamas. Let's not forget they're a terrorist organization. Yeah, okay, dude. Sure. Jesus Christ. Like, how are you openly recognizing that this is a thought terminating cycle here? Like, you're engaging in it. You're literally openly stating it. You know that, right? The real truth teller. You're being a bit friendly towards Hamas. Why? Because I'm saying that, like, they have, not because of morality. I'm not making the argument that, like, Hamas is trying to keep the hostages to the best of their ability in the best conditions possible, even though those conditions are still fucking horrifying because they're in Gaza. Okay? And it's not because out of the kindness of their hearts. It's because that's their leverage. It's their bargaining chip. When I say that, which is a correct fact, it's just the objective analysis, you think that is being too friendly to Hamas. This is so fucking stupid. It's ridiculous. You literally, when you say that, you're like, no, I want you to say that they're barbaric rapist monsters, please. It's crazy. And you're also saying that while you're watching an out and about terrorist organization by the name of the Israeli state and its immediate consequences on Palestinians and how they have mistreated Palestinians. Like, that is on the backdrop here. And you're like, well, you're being quite friendly to terrorists. Who's the real terrorist here? It's insane. Oh, that's what's so frustrating about this, is that people don't want to recognize that, you know, previous things that they've been socially conditioned into believing might not be true. So instead of, like, re-examining their relationship, they just double down and go, no, the other side that's telling me must be wrong. There must be some cynical reason. What is that cynical reason? He's secretly anti-Semitic. That's what this must be. Okay? You can't imagine a world. No, I'm saying it's damaging to be as friendly to Hamas as you are being. It can be misinterpreted. I don't give a fuck, dude. Oh, man, it can be misinterpreted. It already is. People purposely weaponize any kind of sentiment that you have that's pro-Palestinian as being friendly to terrorist organizations. Like, any kind of anti-Israeli sentiment as anti-Semitism. I don't give a shit. I know. The irony, of course, is that these people get away with lying. These people get away with saying whatever the fuck they want about Israel because Israel is America's ally. And there's plenty of mainstream outlets that will openly do this propaganda. Yeah, 7 cops to be charged for allegedly branding the Palestinian with Star of David. I'm good on that, man. If you don't want Hamas to exist, if you have an issue with Hamas, okay, in its tactics or in its form of governance, its domestic affairs, and if you want Hamas to perish, the easiest solution there is to stop Israel from occupying Palestinians and dominating their lives, is to end and abolish the apartheid. Okay, that's it. That's it. And it's so shocking that people just refuse to reckon with that. And it's gross when it's also gross when people who are ashamed because they understand that they're progressive enough or are in, like, progressive circles or have a somewhat progressive audience, they're so ashamed of openly defending Israel that they have to turn around and be like, no, I'm actually pro-Palestinian, but you know what? I'm the only correct pro-Palestinian. Everyone else is actually wrong in their defense of Palestinians. They're doing it wrong. Listen to me, a guy who spends all of his time shitting on everyone that is an advocate for the Palestinian cause. Okay? Come on, dude. Are you that fucking stupid? The fuck out of here. I'm sorry, but if you're that easily duped, then yeah, you're gonna find yourself believing anything, okay? They either do that or pick the no sides are right approach. I know. It's like you're looking at a genocide, big dog. What do you mean no sides are right? Nah, we don't know anyone like that. Oh, I know someone like that. I know someone like that. And you all know someone like that too. There's a lot of people like that, though.
Part of the story. Good morning. Israeli tanks have moved into the occupied West Bank for the first time in over 2 decades.
What is
the military
this?
operation comes amidst fears that the fragile Gaza ceasefire, set to expire by the end of the week, will not be extended. The last living...
I love you, bro, but you complain like a diva? What do you mean? What is the complaint? Like, are you having a hard time understanding? Do you think the complaint is valid or not? XX Destiny 2. No, this is not a sex pestiny simp. It's worse. It's a person who loves playing Destiny 2. I love you, bro, but I hate when you complain that people try to present themselves as pro-Palestinian and simply engage in the most ridiculous Hasbara pro-Israel expressions you ever fucking heard of. Yeah, all right. I guess I'm a diva then.
Israeli hostages to be freed as part of the 6-week truce were reunited with loved ones.
I should stop being a diva. And by that, I mean fucking threaten to dox people that work at Reddit, threaten to dox random anonymous Reddit users, okay, with frivolous defamation lawsuits with the express purpose of trying to get their private information so I can get my psychopathic audience to fucking go around and smear random people as anti-Semites. Because, you know, if you criticize me correctly because you assessed the things that I'm saying and it comes across like I'm attacking all of the pro-Palestinian groups, maybe even calling Jewish Voice for Peace capos, for example, okay, which is, you know, pretty good indication that you might not necessarily be on the side of the Palestinians here. And when people call you a Zionist, you turn around and you're like, well, that's defamation, that's anti-Semitism. Okay, well, you know, good luck. That's the non-diva position.
Over the weekend. But in Gaza, families waited in vain after Israel said it had delayed the release of more than 600 Palestinian prisoners until Hamas stops what it calls its humiliating hostage handovers. Hamas now says it will not engage in any further negotiations until the prisoners are handed over. Families of captives still in Gaza are insisting talks must continue. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was heckled during a military graduation on Sunday, accused of abandoning Cherie Bibas and her 2 boys after their bodies were finally brought home for burial. U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, arrives in the region later this week in a bid to ensure the ceasefire holds for a second phase. Vlad?
Deborah Pata in East Jerusalem, thank you very much.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, not only are they intentionally sabotaging, Israel is not only intentionally sabotaging this ceasefire deal as predicted, as was always going to happen, of course, but they're also... What, Hasan, did you know that you're in desperate need of therapy and intervention from your friends, Cutie, Ludwig, Austin, and Will? Someone on the internet told me that. Yeah, definitely. I'm the one who needs therapy. Yeah, while they're doing that, they're also moving aggressively in pursuit of completely Gazifying the West Bank.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning the army is on standby to restart its war on Gaza. It comes a day after Israel suspended the latest release of Palestinian prisoners as part of January's ceasefire deal.
We are prepared to resume intense fighting at any moment. Our operational plans are ready. Let me state our core policies. In Gaza, we have eliminated most of Hamas's organised forces, but let there be no doubt we will complete the war's objectives entirely, including this one. This can be achieved either through negotiation or by other means.
Let's bring in Massim Naim, a member of Hamas's political bureau. Many thanks for being with us. What is Hamas's response to Israel withholding the release of 620 Palestinian prisoners?
Thank you very much. And let me start with the condemnation of all words towards the Israeli offensive in the northern part of the West Bank, and unfortunately the silence of the international community towards what's happening there, the continuous killing and destruction against our refugees in the different refugee camps in the north. I think we have signed an agreement on January 19th, and this agreement, this deal, signed from both parties, and with the guarantees of the mediators, the Qataris, the Egyptians, and the Americans, we have fulfilled all our obligations according to the...
Am I crazy? But why was there such a mess on the ceasefire when he's saying on TV they're going to attack right away? Does he think no one watches the TV? No. because it doesn't matter. It's cognitive dissonance. Israel has literally done this for the past 16 months. Why the fuck would they not do it further? They did it with the Biden administration, and the Trump administration is even more aggressive in their like outward commentary on this. The Biden administration routinely allowed Israel to dog walk them over and over again. Why? Like if you teach Israel that you're never going to actually hold them to account and that they can violate whatever bullshit red lines you're presenting in front of them, why would they not do this? You know? Yeah, this journalist is a terrorist sympathizer. Why would she have on and interview a member of a terrorist organization? Who? Exactly. Yeah. What you're supposed to do is sit around, close your eyes, and assume that every Palestinian person is an illogical monster barbarian. Okay? They're barbaric rapist monsters. That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to ever hear what they have to say. You're not supposed to actually go, I wonder who's really violating these deals over and over again consistently. Okay?
The deal, we were committed strictly to the deal. Unfortunately, all the time, Netanyahu and his government were trying to undermine the deal, to sabotage the deal. They have committed a lot of violations, killed more than 100 Palestinians, prevented most of the basic needs of the Palestinians to enter the Gaza Strip. And lastly, he has refused to release more.
How come the anger in Israel doesn't cause more pressure on Netanyahu? It has so far. That's why he had to do 2 ceasefire negotiations. But that's only a small part of the pressure. It's not enough. The pressure is clearly not enough. None of these countries actually care about popular mobilization until that popular mobilization turns into a literal rebellion, America included. Is a part of the failure of this tactic, though, that the rest of the world has been watching and Israel is cementing itself as a pariah state regardless of what's being said in Israel proper? I mean, I think most people just want to stop thinking about that. You know what I mean? Most people want to just stop paying attention to this stuff. How do you not get unbelievably angry at people running defense for Israel publicly? I can't stand it. So many people do it. And, you know, if I want to operate in civil society without losing my fucking mind, I have to just kind of eat it a little bit. That's it. In an effort to be as normal as possible, in an effort to be able to get people to charitably hear out my position and get people to recognize the humanity of Palestinians, I just have to, you know, sometimes hold myself back.
More than 600 Palestinians prisoners, according to the deal, because we have released the 6 living Israelis plus.
But what is
4
Hamas's
bodies.
response to these violations?
We have said it, and we have conveyed a clear and strong message to the mediators. We cannot continue talking or discussing any further steps if these 620 Palestinians are not released.
So when you say you're not going to continue discussing further steps, so if we look at the immediate future, Hamas was due to release 4 bodies of Israeli captives this week. Is that going to go ahead?
All options are on the table because before going to the next step, we have to be sure that the past step, which is releasing 620 prisoners, are already released. Because Netanyahu is clearly sending strong messages that he is intentionally sabotaging the deal. He is preparing the atmosphere for returning back to the war. Therefore, what are the guarantees that he might take the other 4 bodies and again not release the agreed upon number of Palestinians plus the 620 Palestinians? Therefore, all options on the table, not only the what should happen on Thursday, but even the other elements of the deal.
Yeah, phase 2. I want to get to that in just a second. First of all, I just want to put to you that Israel says it will release the 620 Palestinian prisoners if Israel changes the way, if Hamas changes the way it hands over Israeli captives. Israel is calling these ceremonies with the stage and the captives being brought up onto the stage and holding certificates humiliating. Is Hamas willing to do that, to make those changes?
First of all, he can describe it as he will, but if you consider this as a humiliation, I think ICRC and a lot of human rights bodies have documented and bring a lot of proofs that our prisoners 3-4 days before being released are taken to isolation cells and tortured 24 hours, starved. Their families were threatened not to show any sign of joy that they have received, that they are receiving their children after 20, 30, 40 years. I think we are ready to discuss any option, any proposal if it comes to the shape. But we want also to be sure that our prisoners are dealing with them in a respectful way. Second, I think we don't see this as a humiliation. We have seen spontaneous acts from the prisoners, from the Israeli prisoners, who for Netanyahu were outrageous, like kissing the head of one of the fighters. No one asked him to do it, but he did it spontaneously. I think this was not a humiliation. This is he decided to do it alone.
The other female combatants that were released as well threw up the peace sign and shit like that. Okay, like it's just like when the last time the dude dabbed up the Hamas people before getting into the car, and Israel gets very mad at stuff like that. Okay, and what's hilarious about it is that even if it is done under duress, it is still infinitely, like, it is still supposed to be a show to say, like, hey, look at the treatment of the Palestinians. Israel does the exact opposite. They dump the Palestinians. They dump their bodies after raping them to death, okay, in an unsanctioned pile. Like, I cannot believe that they were so mad about the ceremony. Like, they were like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you put the family members in coffins? Okay? It is virtually, it doesn't matter what they're doing. What matters is the reality that it happened, okay? What matters is not the ways in which Hamas is releasing the hostages, because throughout this entire process, throughout this past month, throughout the first stage of the ceasefire, Hamas would release hostages in a crowd. Israel would get mad. They would say, you're mistreating our hostages. How the fuck, how dare you release them in this commotion? Then they would do an orderly procedure and do this stage theater thing that they were doing, okay? Where they would release the hostages on stage. Then they would get mad at that. They're like, oh, you're using our hostages you're using our hostages as a talking point. You're trying to show the world that your treatment, in spite of the fact that you took them as literal fucking hostages, okay, which is already a cruel act in and of itself. But when you do that, how dare you try to make it seem like you didn't mistreat our hostages? That's propaganda. Fuck you. Then they would go back to the commotion. Then they'd say, oh, look, it's a commotion. Look at these animals. The point is, there is no right way of releasing these hostages in the eyes of the Israeli state, because they're mad that the hostages were taken to begin with, which is an understandable position, okay? But they're extra mad because how dare they? How dare these people that are supposed to be captive, the Palestinian population, actually lay a hand on us, actually strike back at us? That is what the anger, the true anger and resentment is. That's why there's no correct way of releasing hostages, okay? Yeah, I saw this earlier as well. Exactly. A truly sick, depraved culture, says Libs of TikTok, for this, okay? A performative funeral procession for dead Israelis is sick and depraved, but Israel dumping the bodies of 80 unidentified Palestinians, likely from their torture chambers, out of a truck into Gaza and leaving is solemn and dignified. It's ridiculous. It's just fucking ridiculous. There's no correct way to do this. That's it. There is no correct way for Palestinians to resist. Peaceful resistance means you get killed. Okay? Violent resistance means you get killed extra hard. Please explain how it was a genocide when 80% of the buildings were destroyed, but less than 5% are dead on the Arab side in Gaza. Plus, I don't recall Hamas sent a warning to Israel prior to the attack like Israel did in retaliation, while their leadership built bunkers for themselves, but not their civilians. Isn't there anything here that sounds wrong with you? Or is it the same Western powers are bad bullshit while you live in one? Yeah, dude, I'm simply saying America bad without giving you exact evidence. I mean, I think if you scratch the surface of this commentary right here, you would probably understand why this is completely unacceptable. You literally actively said 80% of buildings were destroyed in Gaza, but not enough Palestinians were killed in the process. How could you say this is a genocide? What a ridiculous fucking statement to make. Reverse the roles. Do you think October 7 would have been appropriate if Hamas had superior firepower? That's the crazy thing. Like, Hamas actually wanted to do a genocide on all Jews, right? Palestinians just have this like antiquated anti-Semitic gene in them, right? And they wanted to, October 7 was a genocide. What Israel has done since then is not. Okay, so if Hamas had superior air power and completely controlled the airspace, had access to the literal Israeli, the actual Israeli population, knew exactly who lived where, okay, and controlled the entirety of the Israeli population in an open-air prison where they controlled all matter of trade, and then they dropped flyers on top of Israel, and then they fucking bombed Israel into oblivion, you would not have this attitude. You'd be like, it's a genocide. And I would say that too, by the way. If roles were reversed, yes, I would say that is a genocide. The fact that Israel is stronger is not valid. It's not a genocide. What do you mean? Of course. What? This is such pure cope. Okay? It's pure cope. How you doing back there? Okay. Yeah, a genocide is only a genocide if it's successful. Is not the argument you want to make. You know what I mean? Chatter said, Arab side, you're debating an IDF soldier. Stop taking the bait, dumbass. I mean, I'll fucking debate these motherfuckers all day, every day. This is ridiculous. Role reversal in this situation would objectively lead you to understand that this is a genocide, okay? If any Muslim population had 6 million to 8 million Jews trapped in an open-air prison and they consistently fucking bombed it over and over again and killed a couple 100,000 here and there, and 80% of the fucking standing structures were reduced to rubble, you would literally be like, that's fucking genocide. That is the most genocide that has ever happened. What are you talking about? And I would be right there with you in openly acknowledging that that is, as a matter of fact, genocide. Okay? If you bully me and I hurt you, I will stand for a trial. What? If you bully me, 75 years of endless occupation isn't simply bullying, for the record. Okay? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Is Israel an apartheid state or not? We can start there. If your answer is no, then you are already delusional and refusing to reckon with the reality. You forgot the partition plans? No, you don't understand. It's not a genocide. It's a Bantustan and an apartheid. Yeah, you just don't get it, dude. We just want to do Bantustans. You know, like another country did. That was sick. That was cool when they did it, right? It's just an apartheid. Anyway, who rejected it? Israel has consistently either brought forth ridiculous proposals, they continue their domination, okay, or outwardly denied any kind of reasonable proposition. Wait, hold on. Any kind of reasonable proposition offered by the Palestinian side.
Lastly, I think it is not about the shape, because we have a lot of violations. Again, more than 100 Palestinians killed. If he is talking about humiliation, he is already killing Palestinians.
I understand the use of the word humiliating is provoking, but I also want to get to the bottom of if this is the only thing that is preventing the release of 620 Palestinian prisoners, is it a concession that Hamas is willing to make?
Yes, we are ready to discuss all these issues, but we want to be sure that he is taking the decision to release our prisoners.
So what efforts are being made then to have these discussions, to have these movements forward in this sticking point?
Again, if you can repeat it again, please.
What efforts are currently being made? What dialogue is happening to have to free up this stick?
30 seconds into this video is a perfect explanation.
So for those who missed it, today Hamas released 6 Israeli prisoners. And in exchange for these 6 prisoners, Israel was supposed to release some 600 Palestinian prisoners. Now, in today's release, one of the Israeli prisoners, in fact, was kissing the foreheads of his captors, or those who were moments prior to that, his captors, shortly before being released into the custody of the Red Cross and then back to be with their families. At the 11th hour, though, Israel decided that it was not going to release the 600 Palestinians until Hamas guarantees that in all future exchanges that there will be no pomp and circumstance and ceremony. So now I want to unpack a little bit about why that is. Now, it's really important to keep in mind, and I cannot emphasize this enough, Israel is a Jewish supremacist state. And as a Jewish supremacist state, Israel necessarily needs to see Palestinians in a complete and utter state of submission all the time. And that's why it was really important for the Israelis upon the first state.
100%. That's literally it. That's it. I mean, yeah, anyone who understands the dynamic, anyone who's even a little bit well read about this, that also simultaneously like sees, anyone who is even a little bit well read about this or sees the Palestinians as human beings recognizes that reality. Everyone else that looks for alternative reasons is basically obfuscating the truth and trying to do propaganda for the fucking apartheid state. That's it. You can do that in many different ways. Some people choose the cowardly route. Many people actively will say, no, Israel's fucking awesome. All Palestinians, all Arabs are animals and they deserve to be killed. Okay? The fuck do you mean? The coward's way in this circumstance is to claim that you are pro-Palestinian. It's just that the Palestinians, their resistance is wrong and bad. You're pro-Palestinian emancipation, but place, what is happening? You're pro-Palestinian emancipation. It's just that, you know, you spend all of your time shitting on people who are advocating for Palestinian emancipation. Or some people do this both sides shit. Both sides is awful shithead people causing this whole thing. Brother, if you're both sidesing the most powerful state in the fucking region, backed by the most powerful state on the planet, destroying all standing structures in an open air prison that they are the belligerent occupier of, they're in direct contravention of international law, then you're basically saying you're pro-Israel. This is the problem. Don't try to fucking both sides this shit. There is no both sides here. That's ridiculous. That is my real red line, okay? It's a cop-out. Just fucking say it with your chest. Just be like, nah, Israel's awesome. It's a Western-aligned nation, and I like it. I think that's more honest. The issue here is people try to assume, like, a centrist role here. You try to assume a centrist role here. Like, what about Hamas's leadership's billions? Dude, they're dead. What are you talking about? Israel assassinated the head of the Hamas Politburo, not a fucking militant, okay? The principal negotiator in fucking Tehran, in a separate country, okay? In a foreign adversary's capital. Think about it this way. Hassan Nasrallah's funeral proceedings took place yesterday, okay? It was widely attended. Israel violated Lebanese airspace by flying over it. It's like a fucking serial killer coming back to the scene of the crime and being like, yep, I did it, at the funeral proceeding, and being like, yeah, I did it, with a gun, with the murder weapon, and being like, yeah, what are you going to do about it, bitch? It's ridiculous. Everybody knows what's up. Everybody understands what's going on. They tweeted the photo of their low-flying fucking planes violating the Lebanese airspace. People talk about like, oh, what about the leadership of Hamas making billions? Like, yeah, dude, how did Yahya Sinwar die? Israel for literally 60 months lied and said, oh, he's chained to like 8 Israeli prisoners at all times, as though Israel fucking stops itself from bombing places when there's Israelis in him. Israel has killed a shit ton of hostages themselves personally, sometimes with direct conventional weapons, like sometimes literally shooting them in the fucking back as they're waving a goddamn white flag saying, we're Israeli, we're Israeli. Okay? They lied and said, oh, he's in the tunnels. They lied and said, oh, he's escaped. He just wants all the Palestinians to die. How did Yahya Sinwar die? He died fighting. That was a fucking lie. He went down fighting. You can cry about it all day. You can be like, he's a butcher. I think he's also telling us Sinwar was randomly killed during a skirmish and not targeted by the Israeli occupying force. They didn't even know he was there when they had killed him. Yeah, exactly. Virtually everything that Israel says about its campaigns are, I don't get it, man. You will be reasonable most of the time, but the moment this topic comes up, you become crazy. Can we recognize that both sides have done bad things at least, and this entire situation is bad for both sides? Yes. Okay, and I have. The atrocities that took place on October 7 still entirely are in the hands of Israel. And I don't mean like they directly killed every Israeli person. Okay, I'm not saying like it's a Hannibal directive. Stop trying to both sides of the situation. Israel holds all the fucking cards. That's just the reality of the situation. And people seemingly don't want to fucking recognize it. It's very frustrating, okay? I don't get it, man. You're reasonable most of the time. Can you also admit that the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising really escalated the Nazi Nazi maintenance of the concentration camps? You know, what were Jewish people supposed to do in that situation? Not fucking resist? Not rise up? You know? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you please recognize that the Nat Turner Rebellion actually really stopped the abolitionist movement dead in its tracks? Can you openly admit that the ANC's militancy, including car bombs they used from time to time, greatly extended the apartheid? There are no both sides, only when it's said and done, okay? In the moment, liberals still do routinely resist. The standard of violence is always set by the oppressor, but they were not being killed in Gaza before October 7. What? Palestinians were not being killed in Gaza before October 7? First of all, on October 6, Euromed Monitor released a report saying that 2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinian children so far. Okay? And that wasn't just Gaza, that was the West Bank. Okay? The fuck do you mean there was no violence in Gaza? There was no one being killed in Gaza before October 7. What are you talking about? Someone just show this fucking dingus the chart, please. The numerous mowing of the lawn operations that Israel has conducted in Gaza. Man, I don't follow this stuff. How am I supposed to know? Well, if you don't follow this stuff and if you don't know anything, why do you come in here and act like you know some shit? There are plenty of people that don't know anything. They at least have the decency to not try to fucking contest objectionable things like unconscionable violence whenever I describe it. Look at this. Where's the one that just shows not this one, the one that shows like Israeli casualties and Palestinian casualties side by side. 75 years of military occupation. The Israeli state was built, okay? The Israeli state was literally built with mass ethnic displacement. The Nakba. I have no hope for the average American. They're all going to get us killed. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Look at that. Please read or listen to 100 Years of War in Palestine. I don't think you're talking to me, right? Because this is a book that I've also recommended and read. This is a chart from 2021, by the way. And it's just from 2008 to 2020. We need to watch this. Gaza Fights for Freedom. I've already watched this on stream. The thing is, you don't even need to know what happened prior to October 7 to understand how this dynamic works, because you can look at everything October 7 onward and recognize exactly how this shit works. That's the problem. So for the past 60 months, you must have fucking had your head in the sand or something. That's what's so crazy about this. Don't look at the last post of the chatter. Why? What did he say? I just came in here to watch Gooner video reactions and then saw something I believe was false and chose to contest it. Okay, well, now you know the truth. I hope you change your perspective. It's crazy. I mean, that chatter basically is more open-minded than the overwhelming majority of chatters that come in here with idiotic fucking takes. I've been meaning to watch this BBC documentary that was pulled from the airwaves after one day, but I just don't know. I don't know how much TOS is in it.
Be careful.
How do you deal with that entitlement so calmly? Because he didn't immediately call me like a pro-rape, anti-Semitic terrorist. Because most people that come in here with contentious attitudes like that, without any knowledge whatsoever of the situation, will just immediately hit that line.
And yourself. Good morning. You all right?
My name is Abdullah. I'm 13 years old. I'm stuck here in Gaza. Have you ever wondered what you'd do if your world was destroyed? Could you live in a tent?
Apparently, there's a lot of gore amputations that are shown, and one of the children works directly with an ambulance crew. I have seen it. I haven't seen it, but read a lot about it. Yeah, that's the reason why I don't want to watch it, because I'm worried. The only issue with the documentary that they pulled is that the translations from Arabic are not accurate and are misleading, intending to show people of Gaza with more resentment towards Hamas than they actually had at the moment. Holy shit, TOS 11. Oh my God, that's a lot of TOS.
Raise your baby. Would you help people? Would you try and have some fun? Most important, could you stay alive? After all this, you could say we're experts. So let me tell you our story. Who knows? One day you might need it.
This kid's father was the agriculture minister in Gaza, i.e. Hamas terrorist. So the BBC pulled this doc. Oh, nice. Good stuff.
Let's continue our journey. Today I'm revisiting Khan Yunis camp. Right here.
I need you to understand something, by the way. Even before October 7, more than 50% of the Gazan population was under the age of 18. Okay? Or 50%, at least 50% of the Gazan population is under the age of 18. Okay? So when you're wondering, like, why are there so many children, okay, in documentaries, or why are they taking an active role? It's because a ginormous percentage of the people that Israel is killing are children. Because a ginormous percentage of the Gazan population is children. Okay? Just so you understand. When I say they're baby killers, this is what I mean. It is a literal fact. BBC faces questions over Gaza film's Hamas link. Yeah, this is a baby Hamas. This is a child Hamas. Unironically, like the depravity, dude, the fucking depravity of pro-Israeli people is so pro-Israel people is so crazy to me. Showing you this is terrifying for a lot of people who are pro-Israel. And that's precisely the reason why they do everything and anything they can to disparage anyone that shows you the reality on the ground. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the only thing. There is no real conversation here. Are there anti-Semitic people who absolutely claim to care about Palestinians in an effort to launder anti-Semitic sentiment? Absolutely. There are. 100%. Virtually every single person that claims that about me, however, knows full fucking well that I am not an anti-Semitic person. Okay? Speaking of which, you should see, look, this fucking dipshit is still doing it. This guy literally has been doing it all day. Okay? All day. Look at this. So I found out you were mixing up stories. One person possibly killed in Israel in holding by sexual assault. The piles of dumped bodies were bodies insanely seized by Israel from morgues. Check if they held hostages in their morgues. Speaking, oh, sorry. So when they dumped their bodies, they didn't intend to do it. They didn't intend to fucking humiliate the Palestinians. Got it. Speaking of which, you shouldn't have said baby settlers thing. Yeah, the baby settlers thing, which is another thing that was ironically clipped when I was directly having a conversation with the person who then relitigated it a year and a half later. Ironically, my argument there, considering that I'm a one-stater, is that regardless of valid military targets, okay, considering the West Bank valid military targets as my interlocutor did at the time, okay, I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think I wasn't advocating to kill baby settlers, you dumb fuck. It was the opposite. That is precisely the reason why I say that I am an advocate for a one-state solution, because I think it's cruel now that there are 700,000 people that live there. I think it'd be cruel to forcibly rip them. That's so crazy. It's so crazy. Virtually everything that disingenuous fucking assholes. Oh, wait, 80% of buildings destroyed isn't genocide. We called it Uyghur genocide one because they imprison people, re-educate, maybe kill a few. That's genocide. How is this not? This person is literally saying, this person is literally taking the most insane stance here. He recognizes what Israel is doing is genocide, but then still has fallen for a fucking clip chimp. What? You should check out Olasun Via's. Hasan does nothing wrong. The truth isn't important. Just say whatever gets views. Hasan does nothing wrong. Wait, what? Very confusing stuff here. So I'm giving you I'm giving you what my position is, but then you just turn around and say this shit? Like, am I not supposed to correct you and just act like, yeah, no, I did indeed have a position that I don't have? What a strange situation. So you expect us to live next to our rapists? HasanAbi, you can't expect us to live next to the people who kill our families and children because it'd be cruel for them to go back to the country they invaded from. The unfortunate reality is that is precisely how history has worked forever. Okay? Every single person that has done a crime should offer restitution for it. This doesn't mean that those crimes should go unaddressed. Okay? But that's the underlying basis. Creating a Truth and Reconciliation Committee and then addressing all of the wrongdoings. That's it. Anyway. Okay, so don't articular yourself when you're literally saying, well, there are baby settlers in a conversation about targeting children in war. Like, yes, you can walk it back now. That's not my problem. I'm not walking it back now, you fucking idiot. That's not how conversations work. That's not my problem. I knew that was going to trigger you because you never check yourself. Okay, well, have fun with that. That's not how conversations work. You can't just literally be like, in a back and forth conversation, you applied terminology that could be clipped out of context. That's on you. What do you mean? The fuck are you talking about? Don't you care about what my actual position is? Like, what do you mean? You just want to argue? You're like, I know that that's not your position, but it's really fucked up that you allowed yourself to be clipped out of context by the person I was having a conversation with who knows my actual opinion on the matter. The fuck? Months later, too, a year later. Get the fuck out of here. There's nothing funnier to me than being a guy who's like, honestly, I know that that's not what you meant, but I'm still going to act like you meant it because I'm bad faith. You're just like openly recognizing that you're fucking bad faith. Yeah, says a lot about you that I fucking got duped, I guess. New Israeli Deputy Knesset Speaker calls for killing all Palestinian men in Gaza, wiping out Jenin. Nissim Vaturi, Deputy Speaker of Israel's parliament and a member of Netanyahu's Likud party, told ultra-Orthodox radio station Kol Barama, who was innocent in Gaza? Civilians went out and slaughtered people in cold blood. We need to separate the children and women and kill the adults in Gaza. We are being too considerate. He described the people in Gaza as scum and subhumans, claiming no one in the world wants the civilians in Gaza. Everyone is pushing them into Israel. We will soon turn Jenin into Gaza, he said, adding that the Palestinian captives released under the Gaza ceasefire deal should be sent there so they can be eliminated by Israeli forces. Erase Jenin. Don't start looking for the terrorists. If there's a terrorist in a house, take it out. Jenin is currently under a brutal 35-day Israeli siege with tanks entering the city Monday. Dan Sheehan says, I'll say it again for the 1,000th fucking time. American Zionists will condemn powerless teenagers chanting from the river to the sea on college campuses and then ignore the cartoonishly genocidal statements made day after day by the Israeli government politicians as they're actively also fulfilling those wishes, those genocidal desires. Give me a fucking break. As Mangold spent a lot of time on you today, explains the attack on the idiots. It's fine. Because as Mangold's idiots are not fucking liberal, or they don't try to masquerade their criticism with like liberal seasoning. They just come in here and call me a sand monkey, okay? And I'm fine with that. You know what I mean? That's just more hogs. I like having hogs in here. Half of them also get themselves banned because they come in here and they're so horny that they're like, you should kill yourself immediately. And then they got fucking site-wide banned. Why is this the first time you've ever shown any compassion towards the baby settlers? If I were to show you a compilation, that's all I wanted to see. If I were to show you a compilation since October 7 of the 700 different instances where I've talked about why I believe in a one-state solution, including in that very same conversation that I was having with Ethan, would you actually go back and say, you know what, I'm wrong? I was wrong. I actually was misguided on this. Or do you think you'll move on to a different goalpost? I don't think you would move on. I think you would just move the goalpost to something else. Meanwhile, the IDF has confirmed it has deployed tanks to the West Bank as it expands its ongoing counterterrorism operation in the Jenin area. The terrorism is coming from the IDF, in Jenin especially. Okay? That's all I wanted to see. That's not true at all. What do you mean, what's not true at all? Do you think you have a better accounting of all of the things that I've said in my 8 to 10 hours of fucking commentary every single day for the past 16 months than I do? You think you saw one clip that was suspiciously clipped, and you think that you have a better understanding, like the audacity. Can you imagine? Especially because not only am I a fucking public figure, but I'm also endlessly consistent and very careful. No, it's not true that I would move the goalposts. So why the fuck are you moving? Why are you in here because of a fucking clip chimp? And you also are, you had the audacity to say this is the first time you've shown compassion, you fucking idiot. The question I gave you was a rhetorical one. It's because I have shown compassion to all civilians across the board. But you're in here guided by one fucking clip that you saw that was out of context, and you think that's it. Anyway, that's why it's so shocking to people, I guess, when they're like, why is Hasan not banned yet? It must be some grand conspiracy. Or maybe because obviously Twitch has an accounting of all of the fucking things that I have said. No, it must be that it's a grand conspiracy. The critters who consistently do call outs. Okay. I have a fairly open door policy, which routinely gets abused by dumbasses. Most people in this community want me to actively ban more people from shit stirring. All right, let's get to the federal employees.
Over the weekend, an extraordinary message from billionaire Elon Musk, a message to every single federal worker, an ultimatum via social media. Reply to an email with 5 things you did last week, or else you're out of a job. He set the deadline for midnight tonight. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. We know exactly what she did last week. I can name 5 things off the top of my head. Nancy, good morning.
Thank you so much, Shonia. This mass email is now causing mass confusion. Federal workers at the Defense and State Departments, DHS, Intel are among those at numerous agencies now being told.
Why is it? Look, see, you're doing it. You're doing it right now. That's a huge contention for people in the middle. There is no middle of a genocide, dude. You're just saying that you're if you have a middle of the ground position on a one fucking state currently doing a genocide and also enforcing an apartheid when it's not doing a genocide, on a good day it's doing an apartheid, then you're a morally bankrupt individual. Both sides are the same. Do you think that there were both sides? Are you going to tell me that there were both sides in the South African apartheid? Are you going to tell me that, okay, so you, again, it's an apartheid state. Okay, got it. Were there both sides that had reasonable positions in the South African apartheid versus the ANC? Were there both sides in the Holocaust, in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising? Kilominati, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, so you already admit that it's an apartheid. Is there both sides in an apartheid? I think there's a liberation without a genocide tipping the other way. What genocide? What are you talking about? The genocide that you're claiming could happen is pure fantasy. It's in your mind. What do you mean? A hypothetical genocide could occur. Yeah, guess what, dude? That's precisely what the apartheid state's position was in South Africa. That's precisely what the slavers' position was during Reconstruction in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery as well. What a ridiculous thing to say. You think I haven't heard this before? Well, this hypothetical genocide that might happen is the reason why we have to keep doing an apartheid. Okay. Do you understand the moral bankruptcy? Do you get it now? The fuck? Sorry, we just got to do a preemptive apartheid. Otherwise, there will be a genocide. What do you think the fucking Nazis were arguing for? What do you think the South African apartheid state was arguing for? They were saying, yeah, if we release these black people, they will do to us what we've done to them. If we free the slaves, they will do to us what we've done to them. Hassan, your exact rhetoric right now is what has taken me from a Canadian liberal to a radical, empathetic, and leftist, and having no representation in my government. No, I think Israel is bad. Okay. All right. I guess we're in agreement then. I'm so confused as to what you're saying. Huge contention for people in the middle. What middle is there for an apartheid? It must be abolished. The reason why you're seeing an additional amount of this kind of sentiment being expressed is because people who have masqueraded as pro-Palestinian are flipping, okay? Or they have flipped, but at least now they're doing more overt propaganda. So a lot of people that get their notes from people like that are coming in here to try to argue the same exact stupid fucking positions that I have talked about a million times over, okay? That's it, just so you understand. That's why I'm so fucking pissed off. Not because of the petty crash out of a fucking 45-year-old man with multiple children who he should be taking care of. None of the petty shit matters. What matters is having a fucking relatively progressive audience and then priming them for pro-Israeli positions, or at least antagonistically, getting them to be antagonistic towards pro-Palestinian positions. It's fucking ridiculous. No, you don't understand. Every single person has to defend Palestinian emancipation with the markers that I've set for them. That's it. That to me is completely unacceptable. Anyway, all right, let's get to the federal employees.
To answer it, this whole episode raising new questions about the scope and the limits of Musk's power as a special assistant to the president.
Elon is doing a great job.
After Elon Musk warned it was coming, an email went out to millions of federal workers, directing them to list 5 bullets of what you accomplished last week by midnight tonight. On his social media platform, X, Musk threatened that failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. The ultimatum coming just hours after President Trump urged Musk to get more aggressive as he works to fire thousands of government employees.
We're removing all of the unnecessary, incompetent, and corrupt bureaucrats from the federal workforce.
But even some of the president's allies are taking issue with the approach.
If I could say one thing to Elon Musk, it's like, please put a dose of compassion in this. These are real people. These are real lives.
And while a few agencies urged workers to comply with the email, the FBI, led by Kash Patel, told agents to pause on responding. So did the State Department, led by Marco Rubio, telling staffers that no employee is obligated to report their activities outside of their department chain of command. The Pentagon also opted out just days after the president made major personnel moves there.
What is this? What's your argument back? Okay, what's confusing about the email? If you're doing your job and being productive, then you have nothing to worry about. Brother, what are you talking about? You think this is a perfectly valid thing to do in the middle of the fucking weekend to be like, hey, sorry, you have until the end of Monday, the workday, to respond to what kind of 5 bullet points, with 5 bullet points, what kind of work you've done in the past month, or else you're fired. Do you not wonder why so many other people, including Trump's own FBI pick, was like, yeah, you don't have to do that. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that, man. What are you talking about? Thank God there is at least some semblance of labor rules and regulations around that sort of thing. A non-response is not a fucking resignation. What if you didn't see the email? What are you talking about? What if it got buried? What if it was in your spam folder? There's a million different reasons as to why that would be completely unacceptable. Subject to the discretion of the president, they will be given another chance. Failure to respond a second time will result in termination. That's what he said 40 minutes ago. Guy who tweets 138 times a day, by the way. Past week, not month. Okay. Shit, dude. Were you on vacation? Guess what? You're cooked. Were you actually working so you didn't see the email? Guess what? You're fucking cooked. That's not how this works. Also, if you personally think that he is going to scour through all of those emails and not just simply use this as a way to just unjustifiably fire a bunch of other employees, not even fire, consider them to have resigned, you're out of your mind. While traveling for work myself, I overheard a government employee over 6 years talk about the email, how his boss told him to ignore it. Then while on vacation, was then told not to respond to it. Yeah. 3 million federal employees, x 10 minutes of writing, reading equals 57 years. HasanAbi, as a federal employee, this shit is insane. I'm stressed out of my mind about my dog who I got during work from home. For the last 5 years, I have to worry about losing my job. They told us today we could ignore the email. Yeah, most departments already told them to ignore the email, and it's not real anyway. Did you just link a Will Stancil? Megaphonics. Will Stancil? Really? There wasn't a better person? What are we doing here? Technically, they have a formal fire with cause action given to federal employees, so they can't technically fire them like this. So that's why many are ignoring it.
Just made a huge unforced error that's probably going to screw up his Doge project pretty bad, and I'm going to explain how.
I mean, this person is permanently
so
wrong.
He sent an email to the entire federal government, and that email demanded that everyone respond with 5 things they did last week.
I didn't even know this is what Will Stancil looked like.
And they respond by Monday evening. He didn't say it's an email, but on Twitter he said if you didn't respond, you're essentially turning in your resignation and you're going to be fired. This is kind of a classic bad boss thing, making a demand on Saturday afternoon and expecting to be done by Monday evening, on a whim. But the problem here is that the federal government is 2 million people. It's over 2 million people. So you've sent out this email to a workforce larger than the state of Nebraska. And because of this, it's apparent that what he's demanding is completely unenforceable. I mean, first of all, the email address that he wants you to reply to is public. Here it is. If you want to send an email to it right now, listing 5 things you did last week, and throw a wrench into their gears, you can absolutely do that. Not that I'm encouraging it. I am encouraging it. But more than that, who's going to go through millions of emails and decide who's getting fired? Doge has about 30 employees. So if they all read emails all day long, they wouldn't get through a fraction of them. And then you have to match them to government records, see who's actually a government worker. And you have to decide whether or not the replies were adequate. What did someone just list that they drank coffee and hung out? Did they just list 5 words from the dictionary? Did they provide an actual response? Making matters worse, a couple of departments have actually explicitly instructed their employees to not reply. That includes the FBI. It includes the State Department. The union for some federal workers has also said not to reply. Musk has doubled down on this. He said that the people who replied immediately with good responses should get promotions. But of course, who's going to read all of those? You're still talking about thousands and thousands of emails. And it's a really good idea to promote people based on immediately replying to a Saturday email. What about people on vacation? What about people who are on maternity? Some people have said AI.
He literally he said everything I have said so far, Megaphonics. He brought forth 0 new points. Like, we watched 2 minutes of the 3-minute and 48-second video, and it unironically repeated verbatim every single thing that I have said so far about like why this is impossible to conduct, The sauce is at the end.
Yeah, I
All
can
right,
do
let's
this,
see.
but I don't think AI really has the capability to read thousands of emails, match some of the employment records, evaluate the content of the emails, and then make hiring or firing decisions. At the very least, you're going to get thousands of errors, and that's going to open you up to thousands of lawsuits. And so here's where this gets really bad for Elon Musk. It's apparent from this that this is a completely toothless demand. And that highlights what Doge is. It is a quasi-agency with very limited legal authority. Up until now, Doge has been able to trample over the federal government because people thought that it had authority. It could come into an office and demand access to records or whatever, and people basically just obeyed. But now Musk has set up a government-wide demonstration of Doge's lack of authority. And what that does is it undercuts that veneer of credibility that the agency relied on. Now people know that if they get a request from Doge, the person they should go to is their immediate supervisor, the one that they are obliged by law to follow. They say, is this real? Do I need to listen to these guys? And usually the answer is not going to be yes. Elon Musk has essentially been acting as a tyrant ruling over the federal government. And if you're a tyrant, the last thing you can afford is someone demonstrating non-compliance with no consequences. But he has set up hundreds of thousands of demonstrations like that in almost every agency in the government. And once that authority is gone, he has no way to restore it. He can go around and beg people to let him in or say, I'm in charge, but they don't know who to listen to. And they'd probably rather listen to their supervisor, who they know, and their agency head, who's in their traditional chain of command, than some random billionaire who just walked in the door. So I think this could be the moment where the thinness and the flimsiness of the entire project begins to fall apart. I've been wrong before.
Yeah, you have.
Fired the chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
This is a good point. I don't know why people are shitting on him because it's Will Stancil and he's like permanently wrong. His number one claim to fame over the course of the past like year and a half was that the cost of living crisis that everyone was screaming about was completely made up. He is the ultimate lib. Like he has the most like, no, but the graph says there's marginal improvements guy. Okay. Like it was crazy. And he still to this day refuses to reckon with it either. Like he does not recognize. He just kept saying it's a vibe session. I don't know. I just, and it's interesting because like, I did think Republicans have a lot of partisan loyalties. And although the Republican attitude towards the economy was slated to improve, it hasn't. 52% of Americans still are saying that they're experiencing a cost of living crisis, that the economy is not doing great. So even after Donald Trump assumed the role, Republicans are still angry. A big part of that is the eggs. Why do you hate all liberal content creators when y'all should be united right now? I think they hate me more than I hate them. I don't really think about them at all. I rarely think about them. By the way, I mean, the point of the it's just vibes and people are not experiencing the cost of living crisis that they're definitely experiencing is technically a Republican position. It's just being championed by a liberal because that's what the Democratic Party has become, which is like the Republicans of the fucking 90s, with exceptions on social issues.
CQ Brown, and the chief of the U.S. Navy, whom Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth once derided as inexperienced and suggested she was only promoted because she is a woman.
The president deserves to pick his key national security and military advisory team.
Democratic Senator Jack Reed slammed the moves.
It's the beginning of a very, very serious degradation of the military and politicization of the military.
Trump intends to nominate retired Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Raisin Kane to replace General CQ Brown. He'd be the first three-star general named to be Joint Chiefs Chairman. And in another move, last night, Trump announced that conservative podcaster and former Secret Service agent Dan Bongino will serve as deputy director of the FBI under Kash Patel. Second in command at the agency is traditionally a career agent, but Bongino actually lacks any FBI experience. However, like Patel, he has been a fierce defender of the president, Vlad.
All right, Nancy, thank you very much.
Question about Doge, sir. Do you think that Doge could benefit from more streamlined communications? There was that email telling employees to give 5 things that they've done last week. Agency heads then told people to ignore it, but Elon Musk...
about the last email that was sent where he wanted to know what you did this.
What the fuck? Why was I muted? What are we doing when Bongino arrests me? I don't know. I'm just hoping that as a fellow podcaster, he won't arrest me.
This week. You know why he wanted that, by the way? I thought it was great. Because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to find, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group. So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, you know, where's all that? Where's the money going? We have found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud so far, and we've just started. We're actually going to Fort Knox to see if the gold is there, because maybe somebody stole the gold. Tons of gold.
Some of the agencies.
So I think it was actually, there was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people, please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Some of the agency heads instructed their employees not to respond because they were waiting on further guidance. But Elon Musk's tweet said a failure to respond would be taken as a resignation. So there's been a disconnect in communications.
Yeah.
Are you concerned at all about that?
No. That was done in a friendly manner. Only things such as perhaps Marco at State Department where they have very confidential things, or the FBI where they're working on confidential things. And they don't mean that in any way combatively with Elon. They're just saying there are some people that you don't want to really have them tell you what they're working on last week. But other than that, I think everyone thought it was a pretty ingenious idea. We have to find out where these people are. Who are they? And we said, if you don't respond, we assume you're not around.
And that holds, that stands.
And you're not getting paid anymore, too. So, you know, we're doing a real job. And we just had a poll come out, I guess the Harvard poll, saying that it's...
That's also so funny because, like, how the fuck is Elon supposed to make adequate assessments over 2 million federal employees? Like, it's not like they're saying, like, report to your department head who knows exactly what your job is supposed to be. Like, how is this supposed to work? Yeah, using AI, I know. Brilliant guy. That's surely supposed to work. It's just a way to... It is just, I know they're using AI chat. I know, it's just, what have I told you before? AI only works if you are trying to do a bad job. Okay? AI only works if you want plausible deniability. AI does not work when it's supposed to give you anything accurate. It's just a way to say, oh, we analyzed it. We interpreted all the information that we got through a sophisticated AI product, and we found out that this random number of people were fired with just cause. Not even fired. Some of them were fired with just cause. Others who did not respond resigned, which is extra illegal. You can't even force someone to resign like that.
It's massively popular what we're doing.
Yeah, it's massively popular.
It's the Doge ultimatum. Elon Musk emailing over 2 million federal workers with this subject line. What did you do?
I think one of the funniest aspects of this is like this is so perfect for dumb guys, Like this type of stuff is so good for the dumbest guy you know. You know what I mean? Your coworker, the coworker conversations that you've had where it's like, yeah, the government's supposed to run like a business. Like we need a good businessman in charge of the government. Like, and then this is literally the run like a business shit. I don't understand. Why don't they just write 5 points like about what they've done and then problem solved? Okay, what happens when 100,000 employees are still fired, even though they were doing their fucking jobs? Like, you're the one having the conversation, Law? Wait, what do you mean? It's just, what's really fucking idiotic about this is like, they already did this with the probationary employees, and that led to tremendous problems. Tremendous problems such as, firing people on the Department of Energy side that were in charge of the nukes, or firing people on the, I believe it was the CDC side or the FDA side, that was directly tasked with combating the current avian flu. They had to go back and be like, oops, my bad. We got to rehire these guys. Kaya, no, get back there. I had to get dental work this morning. So unfortunately I didn't get her energy out. That's why she's walking around annoyed, but I'm going to take her out later, make her roam the streets.
Really critical for people to understand. Look at this map. That is a map of where federal workers are who are living in the states that Trump won. Look at that number. It's almost 1 million people. So yes, it's own Washington, drain the swamp, all the things. But the reason why we are starting to see and hear more concern and even backlash around the country, and even from Republican House members and senators, is because these are their constituents.
Correct. And I think there's a broader political question here, which is, does the American public at large care about these federal workers? Most people
really critical for people to understand.
Live in red states that voted for Trump is so stupid. Some of those states are literally like half red, half blue. I mean, it doesn't matter. The point is still that it's not even red states. There's Republicans in blue states that work for the federal government. Like, you are firing Republicans, okay? You shouldn't be firing anybody. It's ridiculous. You should be hiring more people, not firing people. The federal government needs more workers, not less, okay?
Last week. It simply asked them to list 5 things they accomplished at work and says not replying by midnight tonight would be taken as a resignation. However, Fox News can confirm that the Office of Personnel Management has told agency heads that they don't need to fire people who don't reply to the 5 things emails, and that the administration will work with the individual departments. And while that all gets sorted out, President Trump is gladly backing up the Doge mail by posting SpongeBob memes and doubling down at the White House.
I thought it was great because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to find, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group.
Musk is also brushing off the backlash, saying that this email is a very basic pulse check. But of course, there is outrage. Democratic Senator Tina Smith calling Musk a bad boss and using some salty words to say it. And others in the press were equally outraged.
Elon Musk has zero legal authority to fire government employees or force their resignations. These people don't report to Elon Musk.
This nonsensical email from Elon Musk acting like we're in kindergarten.
It's like an own the libs, make you cry more sort of environment, right? Where both Trump and Musk are performing for the MAGA base.
The new Trump administration is reveling in its bare knuckle approach to governing.
This is so sloppy.
At this stage, Republicans would be like, we're just going to nuke Arkansas. And Fox News the next morning would be like, these fucking dumbass libtards are undermining our glorious president's fantastic opinions on nuking Arkansas. Do you understand? How stupid can you be? Who cares about Arkansas? It should be nuked. It's, after all, free real estate. Once we nuke the entire state of Arkansas, you guys are so dumb. These dumb libtards, once again, getting mad. It's like, what are you doing? They just do not care at all about any of the consequences, dude. I say glass Arkansas now. Restore glory to the nation. Yeah, I saw this. Maybe FAFO can be the enforcement arm of Doge. Oh, bleh.
Well, the way Elon Musk is handling this.
All right. So earlier today, Greg, the Harvard Harris poll came out and said 76% of Americans support.
Scoop, at least some of Trump's firings of probationary employees are unlawful, according to an oversight agency investigating these actions. Those workers could be reinstated into their jobs this week, creating a path for tens of thousands of recently fired feds to be rehired. Either you like it or not, what? Trump is a sociopath and a master manipulator. He's fooling everyone and distracting everyone, and no one else sees how many steps ahead he actually is in the sociopathic game. He's using Elon as a shield. The way he did with JD Vance, scapegoating at his best. It's all a show. What does that even mean? Like, I don't think it's some brilliant tactic, man. I think he just straight up is doing what Republican libertarians have fantasized about for the longest time. Anyway, too brilliant for you? Yeah, we just don't understand. I don't have a high enough IQ to understand what the hell Trump is doing. Judge Colleen Collar-Coatley, is there an administrator of Doge at the present time? I don't know the answer to this as government counsel. Preliminary injunction hearing at 2 p.m. today at Doge. On Doge, access to Treasury records. Doge is in court. This email shit's going to make approval ratings dip. Not that it matters. I don't know what this Harvard poll is, by the way. I don't know what
earlier
this is.
today, Greg, the Harvard Harris poll came out and said 76% of Americans support what Doge is trying to do, asking people to show their work. The American Federation of Government Employees, that's the union, said that the email was cruel and disrespectful. What say you?
First of all,
76% of Americans agree with just like random firings of federal government employees. What the fuck is going on? As President Trump's lawyers, the U.S. attorneys, we are proud to fight to protect his leadership as our president, and we're vigilant in standing against entities like the AP that refuse to put America first. Wait, what the fuck? The DOJ is not the personal law firm of the president. The Attorney General represents the United States in legal matters generally. Sick. I still think the Republicans are 100% using Musk as a fall guy to go out and do all the unhinged destruction of government they all want so they can eventually throw him under the bus and save some face. Oh, maybe. Wait, where's the... Does anyone have this Harvard poll? I want to see it. I want to see this fucking Harvard poll. Just to recap events here from Steve Morris over at The Recount. A married Republican congressman has been having an affair for a year. That woman called the police and told him he assaulted her and allowed them to listen as he instructed her to lie about her injury's origin. Upon police arrival, she showed them bruises the officers called fresh. The woman recanted her story after being told he would be arrested. The D.C. police nonetheless sent a warrant for his arrest. The U.S. Attorney's Office today proclaimed itself President Trump's lawyers refused to sign it. D.C. police said they sent an arrest warrant to Representative Corey Mills to the U.S. Attorney's Office on Friday. It has not been signed, and police said the case was sent back to them for further investigation. Sources say it may never result in charges. Also, Harvard Harris poll has, at least by my estimation, fallen out of favor in recent years with all the fucking insane shit that they did with Israel. This story is psychotic, dude. What? Trump is going to elevate him now. He's going to be like, oh, dude, you're a fucking spousal abuser? Oh, my God. Let me bring you into the Department of Defense. That's what, yeah, he hit his prereqs. He hit his prereqs for advancement. Anyway, approval and mood of the country. Voters are more optimistic about the direction of the country since the new administration. Country, right track, wrong track. Those who say right track, 124, 10%. Now, holy shit, 71%. Holy shit. God damn. Independents went from 26 to 31%. Like, look at this. 125, 34%. 75%. Democrats went from 52% to 21%. God damn, dude. Republicans are so rabid. I swear to God.
A reboot.
We already watched this, didn't we? Oh, no, this is a new one. Ruh-roh. Oh, God. Fucking Harry Enton. All right, let's see.
Not as well received as the original. Economy is currently good or excellent. Look at this. In April of 2017, it was 40%. Look at where we are in February of 2020.
Yeah, no shit. He didn't fix anything. Like, this is the one thing you can't really, like, you can't just, like, trans away the problem. You know what I mean? Republicans unironically thought maybe Will Stancil was right.
Just half that level. 20%. My goodness gracious. The term one high was 63% of Americans in February of 2020 thought the economy was excellent or good. This 20% we have currently going on right now is fewer Americans.
Yeah, this is just Republicans, okay? This is just like the Republicans that are already rich or, you know, have some kind of like upper middle class position. For them, it's like, oh, dude, it's excellent now. Now that the Republicans are in charge, it's excellent.
Saying the economy is excellent or good, then at any point during Trump's first term, this is not a good sign, Kate Baldwin.
J.D. Vance said last week, you got to give them time, even though that's not what they promised in the campaign. They said they'd bring prices down day one. But what is the view of the future economy then?
Yeah, so this is the current economy. How about the future economy? Is the economy getting worse or better? And all I can say is yikes. Yikes. Again, compare it to where we were in the first term at this point, April of 2017, 53%. The majority said it was getting better. How about now in February of 2025? The majority say it's getting worse. 59% compared to just 35% who say it's getting better. Worse is higher now than at any point in Trump's first term pre-COVID. This number, to me, is much more worrisome. Perhaps the worst number I've seen for Trump on the economy, because it says even if the economy now isn't great, they also project that it's only going to get worse from here. This is a big yikes.
And fold in inflation, just like general views on inflation.
Yeah, okay. So I think the question is, what's exactly cooking here? What is going on? You know, there's this whole idea that Trump was going to bring down inflation, right, Kate? So what are Americans actually saying? You know, are Google searches for inflation going down or going up? They're going up. They're up 123% from February of 2017. And more than that, perhaps even more important, they're up 23% from last month. Americans' fears about inflation are not going away. They are as interested in it as they were by the end of the Joe Biden administration. And the bottom line is they're far more interested in it than they were at any point during Donald Trump's first term. As I said at the beginning, the reboot, the sequel, is not being anywhere near as well received as the original when it comes to Donald Trump and the economy.
Let us see. Harry, thank you so much.
I mean, this part is whatever. It's not that big of a deal. But when you get to the question of the Harris poll, please help people understand how the questions are phrased. They literally push poll questions. Things like, does the government have waste? Therefore, Doge is helping. Agree. Oh, they did that. Dude, the Harris, the Harvard Caps Harris poll is so incredibly busted. They've been, oh my God. In his first month as president, Trump enjoys majority approval of 52%. Do you disapprove or approve of the president, Donald J. Trump, doing his job as the president of the United States? Okay, that's fine. That's a normal, that's a normal question. Handling key issues has majority approval on immigration, reducing government costs, and returning America to its values. Returning America to its values, 53%. Reducing the cost of the government, 53%. Handling inflation, 45%. Administering the government, 49%. Meanwhile, Dem Party approval has slipped to just 36% of voters approving how they're handling their job. That's not confusing. RFK Jr., Trump, Vance, and Gabbard all enjoy net favorability while perceptions of key Dems are underwater. Now, let's skip. Okay, small majority support giving citizenship of children of illegal immigrants, and over 3 in 5 say the Constitution requires anyone born to be a U.S. citizen, obviously. Besides renaming the Gulf of Mexico, each of Trump's policies tested received strong majority support, especially border security and reducing government waste. Yeah, that's funny. That like the only thing that is pissing off people is renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. God, Americans are so dumb. Anyway, most voters say the government should hire based on merit at the same time and works to prevent discrimination. Okay. So literally how it was. Okay, got it. Okay, so most voters say things were fine the way that they are, even though the Republicans lie and say that, they're not that way. Okay, voters are split on whether DEI departments are needed in government or not. 51% say needed. Most voters are satisfied with their 2024 presidential choice. 8% Harris voter who is now satisfied with Trump is crazy. 6% Trump voter who wishes Harris won. Oh, God, we're so fucking cooked. A plurality of voters say Trump's policies will make them financially better off, but also say inflation will increase. Voters are divided on whether Trump will make the world more stable or chaotic. Do you think Donald Trump's actions will unify or divide the country? Divide, 54%. 46% say unify. Do you think Donald Trump's policies will make the world more stable? 45%. Make the world more chaotic? 45%. No effect? 10%. Doge. Now, here is the good stuff. 2 in 3 voters say the federal government's debt is unsustainable, and over 4 in 5 say they should work to balance the budget. This right here is the impact of endless amounts of propaganda, okay, from liberals and Republicans and conservatives, just constantly talking about the debt. Okay, an overwhelming majority of voters say the government should reduce government expenses over increasing taxes, and a full examination of expenditures is needed. Okay, that's this dogma. Okay. No, don't come to me. Don't come to me. Oh my God. Okay. Do you see this? Hello. That's crazy. He's like, you will pet me, whether you like it or not. Little lady. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Overwhelming majority of voters say the government should reduce government expenses over increasing taxes, and a full examination of expenditures is needed. Yeah, nobody wants to increase taxes. They just want to reduce government expenditures. Great. Well, I guess that's what we got to do. No, don't stand right behind me. I'm going to accidentally step on you. Get down. Over there. Go over there. No, don't try to. agency focused on efficiency initiatives. That's what they're saying is why people love Doge? Do you think the so-called Department of Government Efficiency led by Elon Musk is helping make major cuts in government expenditures or not? We're so cooked. Yeah, I know the government, the Federal Financial Accountability, the Government Accountability Office already exists, chatters. Americans don't, though. They're stupid. Hi. That's where this was coming from. Got it. Okay, well, let's continue.
Jen Psaki, Michael Steele. You're not outraged that your coworkers just got doged. I mean, you just lost Joy Reid, Jonathan Capehart, Katie Fang. Who else did they?
Alexis Wagner.
Alexis Wagner. They all went over, but that's okay. Really? That's okay because in the media you never talk about that, do you? The thing is, this was obviously the email was just a test to see if you still exist. You know, this is what you do for the George Costanzas, you know, the people that maintain a position but not a presence. So it's a bureaucratic bird call. And I've had to clean house a couple of times when I was an editor, and you always start with the outside in, and you have to do things in a big way. And when you listen to these criticisms, it sounds exactly like what they said about the border. When we were in crisis at the border, there was nothing you could do about it. Oh, you can do the little things, but you can't do the big thing. Seal the border, because it's too mean. It's too heartless. It's too insensitive. It doesn't show any empathy. And if you cast a wide net, whether it's Doge or the border, you're always going to get the wrong people. But that's the argument whenever you're dealing with excess. Whenever you need to cut and you know the company's in trouble, they will always try to stop it by using.
If you look at the savings Doge claims, a lot of it is wrong and shows. No, I know they're lying. I'm just sad that is such an effective tool. Lying is an effective tool only when there's no one that can correct the lies, and no one really trusts the institutions that are supposed to be tasked with correcting those lies because those institutions have lied too many times. We're fucking cooked. It's so cooked. Please do not watch Bill Maher on Pod Save. I would rather die than do that.
Using that argument that it's inhumane. But the only approach to reforming a bloated system is cutting it quick and cutting it fast. And if you make mistakes and it's messy, at least you can rectify it. It's not like releasing violent felons into the general population who then kill people, or letting your troops die in a chaotic withdrawal from a foreign country. Bureaucracy is actually an area where you don't need a scalpel. In fact, a scalpel cannot keep up with the growth of bureaucracy. You need a chainsaw. You need an axe, especially when it's this dire and the people in the media and the politicians aren't telling you how bad it really is.
And it was Milei, the president of Argentina, who gave Elon Musk that chainsaw. What he did when he first came in, their government was a lot bigger than ours even, and it was a little crazy. He just axed, I think, all of a sudden, in one fell swoop, 18 departments were out the door. A lot of people in the private sector, Jesse, might be have empathy for people losing their jobs, but might be rolling their eyes at the suggestion that it would be cruel and disrespectful to ask for just a little update on what you did last week.
I updated everybody on what I did last week.
Oh, okay.
Here's my 5 bullet points. I had a pretty good week.
Yeah.
I worked on a federal holiday when everybody else stayed home.
Wow.
When...
That counts as 2 then.
I made a brilliant and persuasive argument for Doge dividend checks.
Not
Cha-ching! I annihilated Jessica. Audience loved it. Ratings soared.
I can't do this. All right, I'm done. I want to watch this. A new Chinese cancer drug is making waves, showing nearly double the effectiveness of Merck's $130 billion blockbuster Keytruda in clinical trials. Some call it a game changer, just like DeepSeek and AI. But in China, skepticism runs deep.
Chinese scientists celebrating a breakthrough, one that may have just outperformed a top U.S. cancer drug. Akeso, barely known a year ago, is now shaking up the biotech world. Their new cancer drug, ivonescimab, they're first to get major international attention.
You know, we gotta think about the negatives on this.
Going head to head with Keytruda, one of Merck's biggest sellers, more than $130 billion so far. Clinical trials in China show it kept lung tumors from growing for nearly twice as long, sending the stock of Akeso's U.S. partner soaring. Some call it a game changer, just like Chinese startup DeepSeek shook up AI. China's innovation push goes beyond biotech. From AI to robotics to medicine, China is racing ahead.
I don't think it will be a threat because, innovation, science is the global thing.
Akeso CEO Michelle Xia telling reporters in San Francisco,
she's saying it's not a threat. To find a cure for cancer is not a threat. It will advance it will advance our collective growth. It will make everybody's lives better.
China's biotech industry is going global.
We participate more and more to this ecosystem.
I'm telling you right now, we already allocated a shit ton of money specifically to like anti-China initiatives. I suspect that we'll be doing to ourselves what we did to the Philippines in terms of like vaccine hesitancy campaigns. Or if China actually has a successful cancer curing drug, I get excited for the anti-vaxxers in the United States of America to be like, no, this is actually going to make you gay. And we're very happy that Donald Trump made this drug illegal.
But in China, skepticism is everywhere, especially online. On the streets of Beijing,
no, I've never heard of it.
Several people told us they've never heard of the company or its drug. This man says he still trusts pricier foreign drugs more.
I was joking when I said that, but I'm glad that we're already doing it. Amazing.
To be honest, I tend to choose the more expensive medicine. After all, you get what you pay for.
They may have good reason to be wary. A public hospital scandal over questionable drug quality triggered a government probe last month. China's health regulator defended the drug's safety, saying the investigation found the quality concerns to be unsubstantiated. But some say they're...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
They're not convinced.
Is there any reason not to trust China clinical trials?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of scrutiny in the past. The FDA has made rejections because there's been the trial setup is not rigorous enough.
Despite the doubts, China's...
Do you know what's really funny about this? The very same analysts here in America want to remove FDA restrictions from the trial process because it's too costly, while simultaneously they're like, and the Chinese trial setup, and I'm not familiar with what their process is, okay? I'm not an expert, but it is pretty funny when they're like, hey, this life-saving cancer, like this life-saving miracle cure is out, but also it's Chinese. And therefore, you probably shouldn't trust it.
Biotech boom is undeniable. Investors are pumping billions into research. And while not all clinical trials are peer-reviewed, China's low-cost, high-speed trials are getting noticed.
How should patients feel watching this?
Well, I think it's good news for patients worldwide. Where you're waiting for a life-saving drug, you don't really mind where it originates.
The U.S. still leads biotech for now, but Akeso's drug is proof China is closing in fast.
The U.S. House passed the Biosecure Act that's supposed to limit business with Chinese firms. Beijing fired back, accusing the U.S. of ideological bias, calling for, quote here, a fair, just, and non-discriminatory business environment. So, Brianna, as you know, China's biotech rise, this is not just about medicine, it's also political.
Very interesting story indeed. Will Ripley, thank you so much for that.
Bro, we have a real bad track record with this. Like, we did this with Cuba too. This is crazy. Like, I don't even understand why they went to, like, I mean, I don't know who this senior analyst is. Like, why didn't they talk to like a medical researcher? Is this person a medical researcher? I hate this so much. I hate it because like this is precisely what I mean. I mean, this is the vice president. She's a senior analyst at Bernstein, ex-McKinsey, Harvard PhD, equity research and analyst looking at Chinese pharma and biotech. Oh my God, Kai just farted so bad. Holy shit. Oh. No, don't wag your fucking tail. Nasty ass. Jesus Christ. This is great and I want more of it. Cautiously optimistic though. Doubling time before tumor growth and recurrence is amazing, but it's not the same as a cure. The parent company, maybe Bernstein, is 2 insurance companies. The thing that doesn't make sense to me about this is on the one hand, we're like, oh, dude, watch out. China's doing medical research. We should be wary of it. On the other hand, we're literally removing like a massive part of the way NIH grants are given to colleges, where public research is conducted. Okay, Kaya, where are you going? Kaya, come here. No, oh, what? That okay? What is happening? Okay, she's out of control. Literally out of fucking control. This is insane. This is the most insane she's been. Okay. Why are you wagging your tail? Why are you wagging your tail? She's like, no, it's my time to shine. I want to stream. You want to go outside? Okay, hold on. Get down. Ugh. She just darted out. Did she get even bigger? Yes. I think she's still growing. Yeah, as I was saying, on the one hand, we are complaining about China innovating in the field of pharmaceuticals. On the other hand, we're actively undermining any kind of research that we might do in the field of novel chemical compound discovery. So it just doesn't make sense at all. Ay. Great stuff. Check the ratio. The maggots are pissed about JFK files. What is this? My GOP Oversight Task Force first hearing will be held on March 26th. We'll examine the assassination of JFK. We will also visit the site of the assassination. What? Ms. Luna is burning through a lot of goodwill with this endless TikTok routine. Whoever told her this was great for brand building and engagement is dead wrong. It's massive and net negative. Such a waste of taxpayer dollars. Just release the files. Also, you said you're going to start gaming earlier, so you aren't so dead from so much politics. Give yourself a break, King. Leisha called you out. Who? Leisha Miller? About what? Anyway, where were we? Oh, this is funny. Dan Crenshaw had a hot mic moment.
Have you ever met Tucker? Have you ever met Tucker?
What the fuck? Why does he hate him? That's weird. No one answered my Leisha question. But regardless, maybe Russia? Yeah. Leisha just called you out for calling her a lib. I said, I don't think she's a lib. It was my chat that was saying she was a lib. I was saying that I think she's like more liberal than me, but still very much like on our side. She's definitely more liberal adjacent than myself. I still like her content a lot. Anyway, I mean, if she gets mad at being called a lib, that's a good thing. That implies that she's not one, you know? All right. Challenge her to a leftist off. Okay, everyone is going crazy for gaming in the chat. Everyone is going annoying for gaming, which means it's time to game so that everyone can fucking leave. We're going back to the gay game. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'm coming. You're coming. We're all coming for deliverance. Where did I put myself on this game? This was a very difficult time for me in this game. I had a hard time. It was messing me up. Bottom right is where all the button prompts are. Yeah, but then doesn't it get in the way of which way am I supposed to go? This way?
The Paru fishers won't be too happy when I turn in.
Keep going? I mean, should I run out and find the exit first? Plead with Sir Hans. Oh wait, what the frick?
After you. Corva. That was a hellish maze.
Wait, that was it? I made it harder for myself for no reason? Oh, what the hell? Oh shit. Wait, how do I fight again? I forgot. Oh, one tap? That was supposed to happen. Oh my god! My dog! My dog came back to me. Right. It's Mort.
You know the trouble with an adventurous life, son? It can end before it gets started. Crossbow as soon as you set foot outside the house. If you want to convince someone that they're wrong, try using your mouth and not your fists. We did a fine job.
It's me da, the blacksmith. Right. My da. Use your mouth. I will. Da. I will use me mouth.
Being a blacksmith might bring no glory, but it has its benefits. Like keeping your head on your shoulders. Now, come now. I was the one who raised you, but you know how things really are.
You've already died, mate, innit? No, I've not died yet. Got a long life ahead. I'm still supposed to have gay sex with Hans, I will. Hans Kappen.
Am I dead? Not yet. I'm dead, though.
Da. You're not dead, da.
If I'm not, then how come you chose a different path than I wanted for you? And maybe that's how it was meant to be.
Are you disappointed I'm gay, Father?
But once
Is that
you've
what it
chosen the
is?
path of adventure, you have to fight. You have to fight till the bitter end, with all the strength you can muster. You still have a long way to go till your work is done, Henry. So pull yourself together and wake up. It's not over yet.
For the love of God, wake up. Pull yourself together, Henry.
Wait, you got clothes?
Oh, Christ. Oh, I thought you were done for.
Wait, how'd you find clothes? Good sir.
Where am I? Well, you dropped out of the sky like a shot-down hawk. And that fella landed with you. You broke your fall nicely, otherwise you'd have ended up the same as him.
Oh, you took his clothes? Bro, that's crazy.
What are you wearing? Well, you won't be needing it. We can't be running naked through the woods. And if you're capable of running at all...
Now, where's Mutt?
I've no idea. Just don't worry about your dog. He can look after himself. We've got to disappear.
That's crazy.
Right,
I killed
come
him.
on,
You
help
stole
you
his clothes. And you didn't even give me anything. That's crazy. Where's Mutt? That's my loot, big dog. What you mean? Main quest started. Fortuna.
How are you holding up?
Not bad. I'm alright.
It's not so bad.
It's not so bad.
All right. That'll have to do for now. As long as you're able to talk. As long as you talk, I know you're hanging in there. Henry, what are you staring at?
I'm imagining things.
Horseman. Faster. I'm doing what I can, pal. Jesus. Don't do this to me.
Got hit in the head quite hard.
We have to go. But the gate is closed. Don't worry, my name will open any gate.
The fuck?
Fuck.
Am I imagining this shit? What's happening?
Scalis is in flames. We're gonna die.
Oh, I guess this is from the first game, right?
You'll survive this. Come on. Bianca. Come
Oh.
on.
Father? Listen to me, Al. Listen carefully. Take the sword, go into the house, and grab anything else in
Father!
your trunk. Go to the
Easy,
castle.
Henry.
Hurry.
What about you? Are you mad?
My mother is in the village. I'll fetch her and we'll follow right behind. I'll go with you. No. You do what
Come
I
on.
say right now. Give the sword to
For
Sir
Christ's sake.
Anything happens, he'll take
Come
care of you.
on. Oh, you can hardly stand, damn it.
Bro, you got medieval CTE is over. When you get
We'll make it together. You'll
bludgeoned
see.
in the head in those times, there's no survival. You just kind of die, don't you?
Henry, focus.
We mustn't run.
Can't run away. Henry, pull yourself together. Kill them. Please. God, there's nobody here. You're just imagining things. Oh, run. No. Don't give in to it. Hang in there.
Damn, they just murked my family in front of me. My ma, and me pa.
Make it together. You'll see. You're a warrior. You can do this.
Is that guy Turkish? Wait, are these Ottomans, chat?
It's all right, Henry. I've got you. Please.
The Turks are Kipchak mercenaries serving the Hungarian king
Right.
Sigismund.
I'll see what I can do for him. Let's have a look at you. It's all right.
My parents. That was just a dream, Henry. We're in the woods. We were ambushed.
This woman is sus.
Don't worry. We'll get you fixed up right as rain.
Now I've got you, all sons.
Think against you!
Oh fuck! Get the knife.
Are you alive, lad?
Wait, was that grandma's? Did grandma cook us up, like Hans and Gretel style? Who's the lad that came in? Like that's definitely a Turkic guy. That guy looks and their gear is Turkish. Turkic. I mean, maybe. Nope, he's German. Okay.
Slaughtered everyone. Who? Who burned it to the ground?
A huge army. They attacked without warning. Get all the people inside the gates. We have to prepare for the worst.
What the fuck? Why is there a random American accent?
Make all the necessary arrangements.
American accent in a medieval thing just stands out of place. You know what I mean?
I am Sir Marquardt von Aulitz. I come in the name of Sigismund of Luxembourg, King of Hungary
Oh,
and Croatia.
okay. He's not Turkish.
Get up now.
I am the German bad guy.
Mother?
I ain't your ma, laddie. Oh, may all the saints be praised. I was afraid you'd never wake up again.
What? Where am I?
Where would you be? Here in my cabin, where you and that pal of yours burst in last night. Slowly, lad. Slowly.
Dude, this game is pretty good. Like, brave take. But narratively, it's a great game.
What happened? What about Hans?
He's taken care of for now, but he was on the edge there for a bit. And so were you, lad, so calm yourself. Last night you were 1 foot in the grave already. You were lucky you happened to turn up here.
Well, I have to talk to Hans.
You won't get much out of him now. He's lost a lot of blood and he has a fever.
What happened to him?
That cutthroat that followed you fellas cut him up bad. Hans was fighting him outside, then he came staggering in, said something about Fortuna and collapsed on the floor.
But you'll help him, won't you?
God willing. Well, I managed to pull you out of death's. I'll go check on him as soon as I'm done with you. How are you feeling?
I've had worse.
I've had worse. My shoulders stings a bit, but I'm all right otherwise.
Wait,
You're
why do I have a
brave.
lisp?
If you weren't, we wouldn't be speaking now. Ah, your shoulder is looking a lot better. I did my best, but I don't see good no more, especially at night. So I didn't do the best job. It just wouldn't stop bleeding. And now you've moved about, it started up again. Take this and bandage it up.
Is it because I'm
Not
gay?
much else we can do with it now.
Thanks.
Is this
I
the
reckon I can
medieval?
manage that.
Is this a medieval gay accent?
I need to get a breath
They're
of fresh
being
air.
problematic.
Clear my head.
You slept through half of God's bright day, lad. So, if you feel up to it, go ahead. At least we'll see how steady you are on your feet. While you're at it, you can stop by the trough and wash all that nasty grime off of yourself. I found an old tunic. Put it on so you don't catch a chill. It gets cold here by the water. No doubt you'll be famished and need a bite to eat. There's some hot soup in the pot on the fire. If
Nice.
that ain't enough, I put some bread and cheese on the table
Oh my
outside
God,
for you.
Granny.
And you'll find some of our home-brewed liquor there, too, in case you need...
I won't. Thanks a lot.
Thanks
I'll
a lot.
reward you 1,000-fold. What's your name, by the way?
Bushenna's my name.
Well, I'm Henry.
I know. Hans told me. I'll go and check on him. When you're done with everything, come and see me and we'll figure
Dude,
out
this
what
granny
to
is
do next.
crazy. This granny is throwing... Yo, does granny want it? Because I'll give her to work, if you know what I'm saying. You're bleeding. Bleeding gradually depletes to stop bleeding up in the inventory and apply enough bandages to all the wounded body parts. What do I do here, chat? Read, Himbo. No, I will not. Okay, I bandaged myself. Stop the bleeding. Find and grab something to eat. Where's the bread? The brot. Damn, where'd I pull that spoon out from?
Aye. True bliss is a full belly.
Okay. I can cook items. Okay, that's good. You can cook your most food stuff over fire. And then what else? Oh, there's stuff outside on the table that I can use to fix myself. Oh no. Dead bastard.
Ah, I feel like a new man.
I gotta take all this food too. Fuck it. You never know when I might need it. Saving the game saves automatically during important moments or when you quit. You can also save by sleeping in your bed or by drinking some savior
Since
shit.
Bujana isn't some quack, she's got a damn good setup here.
Stealing from grandma. Wait, how do I clean the clothes? I don't know what any of this shit is. What? Is that where I put the torch? No. Beggar's hose. Okay. Miner's hood. Wait, worn gambeson is better than the short tunic. Equip them and wash yourself. Hasan doesn't read anything and then says he doesn't understand any of this. Yeah. Does he have a sword too? A hunting sword.
The weapon used by the bastard who cut up Sirhan's.
I'll take the spade too. You never know when you might need it. I am a loot goblin after all. You've opened your door to me.
Did what you asked.
And you didn't faint while doing it. I'm pleased, Henry. I had to pour a whole Lethean potion into you last night. That's what I call medicine. It can either put a dead man back on his feet or make sure he never gets up again. So consider yourself lucky.
I will. But what about Capon?
Well, he's less lucky. That brute really knocked him about before Hans beat the life out of him.
Is there any way I can help? I owe it to Capon, and I want to do whatever I can.
You owe him, all right. I've got a bit of that Lethean potion left. It ought to work wonders on him, same as on you. But I can't just give it to him now. First, we have to deal with that fever. The best and fastest remedy for that is chamomile decoction. Luckily, it ain't too hard to brew, but we'll need some fresh sage for it. And, of course, chamomile. You ought to be able to manage that. You've got young legs and eyes, and I reckon a bit of a stroll would do you good.
Easy as pie. Ma used to put sage in sauces and served it with meat. I'll check the kitchen.
Christ wounds. Try thinking with your head and not just... We need freshly picked sage, not
Fail.
some dried herb. So sage has a purple blossom and chamomile has white petals with a yellow center. At the back of the hut, there's a footpath leading up to the rocks. You go along there till you reach a sort of small meadow. You ought to find...
Great. I'll be back.
All right. I'll be glad if you get back here soon. I don't seeing him lying.
I understand. Maybe I could manage to bury him somewhere. Or at least hide him somewhere further off in the woods.
The Lord be praised. I'd be true. Do you feel up to it, laddie? You ain't...
I think I can manage.
I'll see what I can manage.
I have to win my reputation back with Grandma.
Here anyway. I wouldn't want you to have any more trouble. And a bit of effort, even if it's a dirty job, is the least I owe you.
Well, if you think you can manage it, good.
Where should I put him?
Reputation gain.
Grab the spade by the dung pile.
We're gonna fuck.
And bury him by the creek. The soil will be softer there, so it should be easier again. Says I don't have that wretch lying here till Judgment Day.
All right.
I'm trying to do the bisexual option. I'm pansexual. So I'm trying to fuck Grandma. I'm trying to have sex with Hans Capon. Carry the corpse to the stream. Yeah, pretty much everybody can get it. Wait, what the hell? Oh, it's just a dog. I was like, why is there a panther casually chilling in the woods with me?
Ah, shit. My shoulder. This bastard's hard work. You can't be in the ground soon enough.
Start the digging. Grab the shovel, ding dong. I already did. After quite a bit of arduous work. Splish splashing about. Wait, can I wash myself here or no? Wait, I don't need to wash myself. I'm good. Start digging. Oh shit. Let's see if I can combat this fucker. Wait, what? What happened? Peter shield? Why would I not be able to kill a pig?
Damn, my shoulder still hurts like hell. Maybe now it'll tell.
Stop complaining, lad. Why are you complaining, lad? You're not wearing a pouch? Wait, what does that even mean? So I can't eat?
Tell me when it's gonna rain.
Can you get fat? All right, I'm at the meadow.
That's it. Chamomile.
Have you had gay sex? Not yet, but I will.
Purple flower. Sage. There we go. Right, I've got all the herbs I need. So back to Bajena on the double. The sooner Hans gets that remedy, the better.
You can get food poisoning? Nice, nice, nice. I'll get extras just to be safe. Bro, I just ate and I'm hungry again. Oh, it's because my torso is injured. That's it. And I'm Reiki. And I don't want to clean myself, lads. I gotta go down by the river, right? You bloody rank lad.
What's that dog making such a fuss about? Could something have happened at Bajena's?
Who are you, fellas?
We're from Lord Von... Hey, you!
Let's talk peacefully.
Lord Von Bergov sent us to find the renegades who ambushed some knights company down by the pond yesterday. A couple of them fled and are hiding out here in the rocks.
Who the hell is the
tell me
Lord?
who you are and what you know about it.
You don't look like Lord Von Bergov's men.
You're from Lord Von Bergov. You don't look like it.
Kurva! Watch your tongue with me, boy. When I say we're from Von Bergov, then we're from fucking Von Bergov. Who else would we be from anyway? You can talk to me or talk to Cold Steel. Who the hell are you? And what are you doing here?
Should I try?
Do you think I'm a fool? I know a robber when I see one. There's been lots of you types in these parts recently, and the fellas from the village are well pissed off. So get lost and don't come back, or we'll take our axes to you.
Easy there. We're no robbers, we're just carrying out orders.
It's
We've had a
working.
look round here, so we can be on our way again.
Wait, it did work, but I lost reputation. How is that possible?
Devil take it. That's all I...
Wait, why did I lose reputation?
Getting mixed up in all sorts of nonsense at my age.
Wait, I still got to shower. I'm stinky. I don't know where to shower, though. No, I think you need to do it by the river. They're just running away, bro. I really cooked their asses. The tub back at the house? Wait, but I did shower myself at the trough before. Why do I smell again? Oh, wait, is it because I carried a dead body? Is that why? No, see, there's a limit to how clean you can get at the trough. If you get blood on your clothes, you need to go to the river to...
Did they hurt you?
No, but I think they would have if you hadn't come along.
Sorry. I reckon it was one of those who followed us yesterday.
Look here. I almost got slaughtered twice in one day on account...
Wait, Riki was a buff? Can you get a cleanliness defense by circumcising? It gets rid of the stinky debuff. You need soap for river cloth cleaning. When you want a full shower and sex, so you can go to the bathhouse and get a wench.
Of you two.
Anarch is in the chat fucking lying about being stinky, giving you a buff is crazy work. Okay? Straight up. Also, hype training coming. 33 seconds. 30 seconds remaining. I cannot believe anarchists in the chat are just straight up lying about how being stinky helps you throughout life. That's crazy. Expected.
God be praised that my Pavlena wasn't here. Heaven knows what they'd have done to her. So, I'd like to know why all this is happening. Your friend was talking in a delirium in the night, saying you was knights. But if you two are knights, then I'm the Queen of Sheba.
Well, I must bow to your ladyship. Sir Hans is the young lord of Leiper and Perkstein. I'm Henry of Skalitz, son of Sir Radzig Cobbler, and I'm his bodyguard. We were heading to Trotsky to deliver a message from Sir Hanish of Leiper and Margrave Jobst to Lord von Bergov, but we were ambushed by bandits yesterday down by the pond. You already know the rest. And as God is my witness, we're no bandits. I swear to you, I'm thankful to you for saving us, and I'm sorry it caused you trouble.
Well, you sound sincere, so I'll take your word for it. I hope I won't live to regret
That's it. That's all it took for Grandma.
I promise you.
Promises are made to be broken, but thank you for dealing with them.
Sure. No need for thanks. What about Sir Hans? How's he doing?
He's holding up, I'd say. I treated his wounds, and I'll change his bandages shortly. But what he needs most now is that remedy. Have you got everything for it?
Honestly,
Here.
W, Grandma.
Chamomile and sage, like you said.
Excellent. Now to brew the potion from them. I gave you two the last of my supply during the night, but fresh is best anyways. It's a shame.
Someone just said, when you swear to God in the 1400s, people believe you. That's pretty OP, don't you think?
My
You
daughter
just can
Pavlena.
say that and then people will just believe you. That's crazy.
That ain't back yet. She'd get it done in a jiffy.
Oh,
But
she
we'll
got a
just have to
daughter?
manage without
Oh, let's
her.
go.
But you can do
Sexo.
it too. It ain't nothing hard. My eyes are so bad, it'd take me all day. But at least I can tell you how to go about it.
Can't you do
All right,
it?
I'll try. But I'm not sure how to do it.
I told you, I'll explain everything. I have a book here with the recipe, but it'll be better if I tell you. I know it by heart.
I can read as well as any man, if that's what you mean.
My word. Maybe you really are a noble son.
I'll take the book just in case, but if you give me some advice, I'd be grateful.
Of course. Everything we need is in the hut. Let's get to it.
Nice. This lady's a bit of a poison master. Why does she have the secret powers of alchemy? Pussy's so good they got my man working overtime? Yeah, I want that
First,
granny.
Go to the recipe book.
I want them granny panties.
Now find the recipe for chamomile decoction and remember what you have to do. Then get back to the bench and we'll start.
What is this? 1X? What? Herbs. Wormwood. Belladonna. Thistle. Marigold. I brought you Frasier. Oh my god, this is so complicated. Okay, for chamomile, I just need to take the yellow one.
If you've read the recipe, get back to the bench.
And then what? 1X? 2? And then I just take the... Fuck, dude. I don't know. I'm gonna try.
All right. First, you have to pour the right base into the cauldron. Choose the right pitcher from the shelf on the left, according to the recipe.
Wait, what the hell? What is the base? You will need, wine, 2 handfuls of chamomile and a handful of sage. 1, ask the chamomile and boil for 1 turn. Oh, I didn't realize there was more on the left. Your biggest enemy reading? Shut up, chat. Pour wine.
What are you waiting for? Pour it in there.
Okay.
So, what did you pour in there?
Wine, of course. Like it says in the book.
Glad to hear it. Now try moving the cauldron over the flame, so you know how it looks when it starts boiling a bit. Hear that bubbling? It's boiling. Remember that well. For most potions, you just have to simmer the herbs for a bit. But sometimes you need to get it good and hot, so you have to get the fire blazing under the cauldron using the bellows. Try fanning it with the bellows to get it boiling. It's
But I already
boiling. To keep it going, you mustn't stop with the bellows. If you want to cool it down quick, take it off the flames. Try it. Move the cauldron up. Good. Now we'll start with the brewing. Get all the herbs that you need ready. The ones you picked. Put them there on the shelf, so you've got them at hand.
Oh no, not nettle.
All right. Let's get to it. First, throw 2 handfuls of chamomile into the cauldron.
Dude, this is crazy.
Before you put
This is
it on
so
the flame,
comprehensive.
Turn the sand glass so you know how long you're brewing it. It's got to be exact. Every grain of sand counts. See? When the sand has flowed out, that's 1 turn. That's how long you have to boil the chamomile. Move the cauldron to the fire and wait until it starts bubbling.
Oh, fuck.
Then turn the sand glass.
Oh, I fucked up.
As soon as the sand runs out, take the cauldron off the fire again.
Take it off!
Ain't that enough? Take the cauldron off the flames. All right. Now, take 1 handful of sage, grind it with a mortar and pestle, and drop it in the cauldron. Have you ground it? Good. Now, drop it in the cauldron. You don't have to boil it anymore. All you have to do now is decant it. Get a phial and pour it in. Done. Now, let's see what you've brewed.
I fucked it up. She's gonna drink it and be like, this sucks. Wait, I did. Oh, I've successfully done it.
By the smell of it.
Not Asmongold directing his viewers after trash taste. Amazing. They've done it now. Amazing.
It's a chamomile decoction the way it should be.
Happy to help.
This should help Hans get better. I'm
gonna kill Hans with this potion.
All right. Is there anything else I can do to
Or
help?
turn him
I
gay.
reckon you've done all you could. What you need now is a bit of rest. Go and get a good sleep. That works wonders.
Dude, this is the greatest granny of all time, by the way. I'm gonna give him the vaccine. You know what that means. You know what that's gonna do to him. He's gonna be gay and autistic. He's gonna love... What's the equivalent of trains at this point? What did autistic people get into back then? Rocks? Trebuchets? Gotta get them 9 hours, 8 hours of sleep.
A sword such as this will bring honor to its bearer.
True, Sir Radzik. If I'd have had its like back in Nicopolis, things would have worked out differently.
Where's my fucking sword?
And I found it. Everything I take now will be mine. And I plan to take everything.
Rotted hell!
Why would I miss one sword?
Because it's the last one my father forged, and I promised him I'd deliver it to you.
Strong the dog, fucks the bitches. And war is a nasty business.
Spoilers, bro. Yeah, for the first game, if you didn't play it. Well, I didn't play it either.
Where's my fucking sword?
You know what? I think I'll keep it. As a memento.
This isn't over. I'll find you!
Yeah!
Don't disappoint me.
Wake up, Henry. It's past sunrise.
This is the daughter? Daughter of the grandma?
Hallelujah. I thought you'd never wake.
That's
Were you having
crazy.
a nightmare?
That's crazy. Oh, we're doing a full sexo run.
Aye. Bad dreams.
You can't be a medieval baddie like that.
Pavlena, right?
That's right. I came in the evening while you were asleep. Ma told me what happened to you. Then I helped Ma take care of your friend that night.
5 hats under one
He's alive.
cottage.
How is he?
Have no fear. He's alive, all right. Maybe 2 alive. Ma knows what she's doing. And that's the truth. I reckon she could bring the dead back to life. She said she dosed you with the strongest remedies she knows. And it looks like they did the trick. On that other fella for sure. Since he came to this morning, he hasn't stopped talking.
Yeah. That sounds like him, all right.
And what about you? How do you feel?
Bro, I sound like such a henchman, dude. I sound like such a goon. That sounds like him, all right. That sounds like Hans. Me and Gaz. We get a little wild, right, after a couple pints, yeah? Better than yesterday.
Definitely better than yesterday. Thanks.
That's good. Ma will be glad. But I heard you yelling in your sleep and went to check on you. Bad dreams?
I dreamt of Istvan Toth, a villainous, murderous whoreson who stole my sword. The last memento I had of my father, and I swore to get that sword back and avenge my parents.
Oh, that oath must be serious.
Bro told his backstory instantly to the first baddie he sees at the cottage. Okay, classic Riz technique in the 1400s. 1403, this is immediate Riz technique, okay? I will avenge my father and get my sword back immediately.
If it even torments you in your sleep, dreams shouldn't be taken lightly. They can
5
have real
wenches
meaning,
under one
however hard they are
cottage.
to understand. What strikes you as the most important part of your dream?
A beautiful maiden. Should I say that?
I dreamt of terrible things. Flames, violence, war.
Instantly
and then the
started
glittering
lying.
silver and scallops turned into the surface of a lake. And from the lake emerged a naked, supernaturally beautiful girl. She took me into her arms and carried me away from everything to her own island. And there, she saved my life.
Well now, that probably means you're lonely.
Yes,
and
I
seeking
am,
company.
milady.
Fortunately, you can join ours.
What?
Breakfast is on the table, and I've got something else for you too. Come along, and we must save Ma from the clutches of his lordship.
Did she... Is she throwing work on Granny's way? Because I will do it. Like, if she thinks I won't actually throw work Granny's way, like, she's wrong. You know, I'll take grandma, I'll take the daughter. I don't give a hell. I don't give a damn. All right, how do I have 9 available perk points. Wait, skill info. You grew up in the forge, you understand it. Hustler, the old swindler's way. You get a +4 speech bonus when haggling. Quality speaks for itself, but you still know how to help it along. When selling weapons and armor or clothing that are in near perfect or perfect condition, you'll gain 10% more money for them. So the only things that are available are what? Charming man. Mum always said you should do one good deed every day. If you gain reputation, the increase will be 10% higher. If you lose reputation, the drop will be 10% less. So what does this mean? Am I updating these points, or you just buy perks? Dude, what the? There's so much. Oh no, wait, hold on. Secondary charisma. Each of the grayed out stats unlock as you get more levels in that category. Skills, rise to sharp, alchemy. Points are within their group, so spend them if you have them. No reason to save. Okay, so I can learn a skill point in the art of preservation if I want to do it in alchemy. So I have only one pick in alchemy. What's the best one here? You know your store ingredients properly. Raw food and herbs will have okay. While brewing potions. Potion seller is the best one, chat. Horsemanship, houndsmaster, scholarship. The buff from sitting. Preservation, you will not brew potions. Head protection. Heroes wear helmets, but even the humblest subject. If you're wearing a helmet, blows to the head will take 20 steadfast. Blocks will cost you 20 less stamina. Okay. Easy. Combos. Right. I know these combos. I've got buffs, no buffs. Don't know what any of this is then. Stats on the stats side. Main level. Reputation 10% higher. Don't quite care about that, yeah. Nothing on the strength side. Not good. Nothing on the agility side. But on the speed side, silver tongue. Let's go. Let's do it. Is there an ass shaking skill? I don't think so. Which one is better, chat? Opportunist or charming man? Pick for yourself. I'm min-maxing. Charming man? All right. I mean, I might fuck it up, though. I feel like I'm going to fuck up the combos more than I actually succeed. And then on this side, we got scholarship, drinking, nightcap, craftsmanship, razor sharp. All right, then. Alchemy, potion seller. I'm never going to make potions or sell them, but I mean, these are just points that I have, right? Shouldn't I be using them? Mastering the basics of mounted combat is a basic part of Squire's training. Or should I wait it out and save him and wait it out? Did I mess up? My charisma is so low. You're dirty and you're in beggar's clothes, Lamount. Chill.
Come and join us.
Wait, how do I sit down then? All right, then, let's go.
Good morning, Henry. You have no idea how glad I am to see you. Come join our banquet in the midst of these exquisite woods.
I'm glad to see you too. No, I see you're in a surprisingly good mood for someone who was at death's door yesterday.
It's all the more cause for merrymaking. Even this water now tastes like the finest wine.
Of course. I did bring it all the way from the spring.
And for that, I am in your debt, fair maid. And I'm grateful to you too, Henry. Bajena told me what happened here yesterday. That's the 3rd time you've saved my life. I suppose I'll have to give you some estate or something.
The 3rd time? What in God's name happened the first 2 times?
Now, Henry, don't make her beg. Tell this good maiden of your heroic deeds.
So Hans was captured by the Cumans.
There was this time when me and Hans had some fisticuffs in the tavern, and for punishment, I had to accompany him on the hunt.
And I shot a boar.
And made it mad. And when Hans chased after the wounded animal, he got caught by a Cuman patrol.
Cumans?
Brutal cutthroats.
Come from somewhere in Hungary. Sigismund brought them here to Bohemia as mercenaries. They're a very dangerous bunch.
I told you about them, though. The fellas in the tavern in Zheleyov were saying there's some foreigners like that camping in the rocks down by the pond.
What?
It's just what I heard.
Whoa, that's all we need. I hope they don't turn up here. What could us two do alone against them?
What could they want from us? But if they did come here to rob us, I'd shoot enough arrows into them to make them think twice. But the thing I want to know is, how did it end up with young Sir Hans?
Well, as I said, they took him captive.
Well, there must have been 10 of them. I hadn't a chance.
You must have been seeing double. As I recall, there were 2.
That just proves how well you can count. Besides, they were armed to the teeth and had bows and armor. It might as well have been 10.
Whatever. Anyway, with a bit of luck, I managed to free Sir Hans.
Why the modesty? You got them. Maybe a stroke of luck, but as we know...
He's gassing me up in front of the maidens, the fine maidens.
See now, you've finally learned it.
What?
It's just this kind of motto of ours. Fortune favours the bold.
Maybe they're really telling the truth about who they are. Who but a lord or a priest could know Latin? And priests they ain't. I can tell.
Hey, what do you mean by that, fair maiden?
You already got a pony from Uncle Hanush as a reward for saving me. Your pebbles. So I'll save myself a few groschen.
But you never gave me anything for Talmberg.
For Talmberg? What was that about then?
We're retelling our... Sir Hans took an arrow to the knee, which made him gay.
The foe took the castle by subterfuge, and we planned a counterattack.
Under the cloak of darkness, we scaled the mighty walls of Talmberg Castle to get inside and open the portcullis to our brothers in arms who were poised and ready to attack.
And we almost succeeded. Only, along the way, Sir Hans here took an arrow to his noble seat.
Seat? He got shot in the backside.
Oh, no.
Right upper thigh, actually.
Backside it was. But that's no joke either. It's not easy to run with an arrow stuck in your arse. If I hadn't carried him...
I admit it, you saved my arse.
Well, now, you two have been
A fine
through a
arse,
thing or
that
two.
is.
As far as I can tell, it really was his backside and not his thigh. I examined Hans and saw the scar for myself.
Granny is
But
frisky.
I reckon you paid off part of your debt the other day, sir.
Granny is frisky, bro.
True enough. Hey, how did you manage to get the best of that cutthroat the other night when you hauled me here?
To be honest, by a stroke of luck. We were fighting outside, but that fucker got a hold of his falchion and let me have it in the guts. I thought I was done for. But I groped around and found a pail and whacked him with it with the last of my strength. And luckily I hit him a nice crack right on the noggin. Can't remember a thing after that.
My word. Fortune really does favour you. You chose your motto well.
Once we get back to Ratai, I'll have it inscribed on my shield.
Do tell. What else did the two of you encounter?
Quite a lot of things. But I'm afraid we don't have much time for storytelling right now. We came here on an important mission, and we cannot afford to dally any longer. We have to get to Trotsky as soon as we can. How far is it from here?
Not far. Once you climb the hill above Zheleov, you'll see the castle.
All right. I think we should get on our way as soon as possible.
I'll prepare a bit of food for you, for your journey.
Oh, Bajena, I don't know how to thank you for all this.
But I do. Once we've settled our business with von Bergov, I shall reward you as befits a knight. You have my word of honor.
Yeah, I'll come back
Now
and
you've
take
got
your
me
daughter.
curious. I never got a knight's word before.
For a start, you can leave me that spade. We can't manage without it.
Yes, of course. And thanks for everything you've done, Bajena.
I have something for you, Henry. Ma had trouble because of you, but I know you didn't do it on purpose, and you protected her when she needed it. I want to thank you for that. Take this potion. It will help when you're in danger or don't know which way to turn. Have a little sip each time, and it'll save you a lot of trouble.
Get
You'll
it?
see. It's not all
Save
that
you.
hard to brew.
Save your game.
With a bit of practice, you could manage it yourself.
Thanks, Pavlana. This'll come in handy.
No doubt. But we'd better get going.
I'll come back for
Hans is
Prima
right.
Nocta.
We're very glad we met you. And we're obliged to you for your help and hospitality. God bless you.
And you too, sirs.
As Henry says, may God bless you for your generosity and your healing arts. And...
Wait.
You said you'd shoot arrows at the Cumans.
Yeah, I'm pretty handy with it.
The
I
Riz is
train
not
up there
done.
on the cliff whenever I have a free moment. And the hares hanging in Ma's kitchen, if they'd let me take part in the tournament at Trusky Castle, but that'll never happen. So I have...
What's going on in this dominion?
Is anything interesting happening around these parts?
It's called Riz, my lady.
Riding roughshod over the place. It's about time Lord von Burgau rousted them out, but I reckon you know something about that, huh?
You got that right.
And there's to be a big wedding. Young Lord Semon's gonna marry the daughter of the... That's the biggest thing happening. Apart from that... A band of nomads turned up here. They got a camp somewhere down by the pond.
How do you manage here?
Are you managing here?
We don't complain. We mostly live off the woods. And when we need something else, I weave baskets. And me and Ma brew ointments and potions. Then I go around the villages selling them.
What's in the news
Or
in
I
this
barter them for stuff
backwater
we need.
yard?
Sometimes folk come here to us when it's something serious.
Why do you live here?
How come you live here and not in the village?
Oh, that's hard to explain. And Ma and... Look, that's our affair.
Oh, shit.
I'll be with you.
Alright, I'll get up then. Fucking hell, get up then. An onion and bread, I'll take this as well. And the bacon, thank you, thank you.
As Henry...
Thank you very much, yeah. I'll take it. Yeah.
says, "May God bless you for your generosity and your healing arts. And you have rightfully earned the gratitude of the House of Lipa for all time. If you should ever find yourself in need, the doors of Perkstein shall always be open to you."
Thank you, sir. Though, I'm not sure I could find the way to Perkstein. Hopefully we'll never need to take up your offer.
Alright, where we going, Anskappen?
Nothing against the hospitality of the good women folk here, but I want to get to Trosky Castle right away.
What about the rest of our company? Could someone else have got away?
You saw for yourself. They didn't stand a chance. But you're right, we shouldn't just leave. As soon as we get to Trosky, I'll make sure they get a proper Christian burial and their souls find.
And when we get back to Ratai, we'll have a mass served for them.
You're right. They were damned good lads. I've known Oates since childhood. Damn it.
She already took the shovel, chat. Shut up.
What about Mutt? He's bound to be looking for us.
Henry, I like your dog.
He said the road.
The wee lad.
There's something you should know. I have a hunch that one of that band that ambushed us at the pond was Istvan Toth.
Toth? Are you yanking my pizzle?
My pizzle?
He's long since over the hills and far away.
Time to do something useful. The days are long.
I tell you, I saw him there.
Of course, Henry. I know you have accounts to settle with him, but that's nonsense. Toth is in Sigismund's service and is harassing his opponents. And Otto von Bergov is one of Sigismund's allies. So Toth's hardly going to attack his people. It was dark. God knows what you saw.
I saw him, the bastard, and I'll get him.
Yes. We'll surely get him one day. I promise you. And your sword, too. But I don't think either of them are around here. But I see you haven't wasted any time and found yourself a weapon to replace that sword. That's good. You never know when you might need it around here. Come on, let's get going.
No mutt, no pizzle, no sword, no fucking tough. This guy Hans is... This guy Hans... Oh, my lady. My lady. No muff. No muff from the lass. No muff from the ladies in the village. In the cottage. We've got nothing. Nothing at all. I'd show her a good time till the cottage straw roof fell apart. Till the fucking walls were sweaty. Unlike anything she's ever experienced before. A real lad. That's the classic. Whoa, he spat on the ground, he did. I guess our clothes look not up to par. Boy, 4-hour tutorial, no refunds? Yeah, that's devastating. They made the tutorial so long that you can't refund the game. It's also worth it, though. This game is sick. We've made it to the village. More grannies for the taking. And more fine wenches, I say. Look at this one, giving us a go. To look is free, but to do more, you need multiple pence.
Oh, I hope they've got a good physician at this castle. Or at least a barber.
Physician. You can change the
Old
title,
crone got me
Yubi.
on my feet. But I don't believe much in herbal remedies. And you can't beat an educated man of medicine.
And I can't wait to sleep in a proper bed.
And some wine!
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, it's closed.
What? How does that even work? What do you mean? The castle's closed?
Open up! I bear an urgent message for your liege lord.
They've defunded the police, right? The coppers
Hear
are
me!
defunded.
Open the gate! I am a messenger from HasanAbi of Lipa.
Get out of here. We don't have any visitors on Sunday. It's God's holiest day.
Fucking shit! Fuck! You fucking cunts! Do you know who I am?
No, we fucking don't. I am Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein, heir to Ratai.
Now, look here, you filthy beggar! I'm not here for your amusement, so get your stinking, ragged asses out of here on the double.
Well,
The
pair
of you!
What's all this about? Why don't you send those beggars packing?
I did, sir. They say they're messengers.
I am Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein, envoy.
I heard. Nevertheless, I doubt Sir Hanush would send two vagabonds covered in excrement as emissaries.
Dude,
Apart
Drip
from
is
which,
crazy.
Sir Hans Capon is dead. We found his body by the pond. His company was ambushed by outlaws, and they were slaughtered to the last man.
Yes, yes, they ambushed us, but we managed to get away.
Sir, we met your Captain
Good
Thomas
title,
on our
Yubi.
way. He can testify to who we are. He saw our message and its seal.
How terribly unfortunate you are. The captain's company was also ambushed by outlaws. The captain barely escaped with his life and has been delirious for 3 days. And even if he did confirm your story, I am under strict...
Why is it that, like, the vizier types always are suspicious? Like, they're auto-sus. Every time you got, like, anyone that is supposed to be, you know, in an appointed position to the courtship, they always have incredibly fucked suspicious vibes. So sus.
orders to admit no strangers to the castle.
Sir, there's a horseman approaching in King Sigismund's colours.
Ah, now that's what a messenger looks like. Count yourselves lucky that I don't have time to waste on you. Be gone!
I'm getting in, whether you like it or not. Get your shitty hands off me!
No, wait. Wait, one moment!
What the fuck was that?
He's still covered in shit. They always abuse their
Now
power
what?
when the Lord's away. Trope.
There's only one thing we can do.
Go back and get your gear if it still exists. Like,
Have you two got any groschen?
What do you take me for, wench?
For someone who stinks like a badger.
oh, owned.
Look, we've had a tough couple of days, so we'd like a bit of peace and quiet, a beer, and a bite to eat.
Unless you want to share a bowl of gruel, you're going to need more coin than this.
Inflation!
Just bring the best you have, and we'll settle later.
As the gentleman wishes.
Well, she's not far off. We look like a couple of beggars, and we stink even worse.
What the fuck
fuck was all that at the gate? You try to talk to them and get shit poured on your head.
Different lands, different customs.
God's holy britches.
Well, I expect they've had trouble with beggars at the castle, so they act without thinking.
Oh, really? I'd never have figured that out. I'd rather hear some cunning plan how to get out of this shit. Huh?
We have to get our letter
Track
back.
down those bandits and get our letter back. With that, they'd have to let us in.
How do you intend to do that? Ask them nicely. Please, kind bandits, pretty please, can we have our letter back?
Trotsky, the lordship said the price of gruel was slated to go down after he combated DEI coming from the Cumans. No more Cumans hired into positions of lordship, he said. Turns out it was a lie. A dastardly lie. The price of gruel is still so high in these lands, me lordship. What are you doing?
Or do you want to charge them in these rags and hope our stink knocks them out, eh?
Very droll. No, I was thinking more like finding their camp and sneaking in, stealthily. Find out where they put the letter, grab it, and vanish before they even know we were there.
Are you dreaming? What kind of chance do you think we'd have?
Quite a strong one. Maybe.
Bollocks, old pal.
What else do you want to do? Go back to Ratai?
To Ratai? You just don't get it, do you? We can't go crawling back like this. We'd be a laughing stock.
I suppose you're right. We'd be taken for total idiots.
Well, you could shrug that off. But me, we've got no message, no coin, nothing but our ragged arses.
Chin up. We'll sort it out somehow, and everything will be fine again.
Nothing will be fine, my friend. I'll tell you 4 reasons why. Oates, Tankard, Conrad, and Nicholas, instead of sitting here with us, having a chat and a laugh, they're just food for crows in some godforsaken hole.
It's not your fault they died. Don't blame yourself.
We have to take care of their bodies at least. They were good Christians, even though it didn't always seem that way.
We'll keep the promise we made at Pagenis. The best way to honor their memory is to finish our mission. We'll get inside the castle.
Your tunic looks like it was made from 100%
We'll
rat
avenge
ass.
our lads
Okay, chill,
and
bro.
go back to Ratai with our heads held high. I promise you that.
Audentes fortuna juvat.
Audentes fortuna juvat.
Juvat. Al dentes with my
About
pasta.
bloody time.
Here we are. Gentlemen.
What is this stuff?
Hey, there's meat in that. And there's more than you gave me coin for. When you're finished, report for work.
Oh!
Cheers.
Gonna have to work for it. It's shite soup. Oh! That right there is a tankard!
Woman from the pond. Or the one you gave us away for.
I bear that witch. Wench.
What I tell you? What are you waiting for? She can vouch for who we are. Go to her.
Medieval
Be with you.
baddies.
A full pitcher of wine, please.
My word, that's a picture and a half. I ain't seen you here before. Who sent you? Not them nomad vagabonds, I hope.
Don't worry. I've come from the castle. I'm Catherine, and I've got the lovely job of keeping the soldiers' throats wet.
Whoa!
That's another matter, then. Oh, my. Ugh. Can you smell that, too?
Oof. It stinks like something died here.
No!
You're the one from that pond.
Jesus, fella. That's a bit much.
Hey, youngster, if you want to go around mixing with my guests here, go and wash the stench off yourself at the trough first.
Hell there is.
Stinking
Shut
my
up! Shut
establishment.
it! I'm trying my fucking best over here. All right, I've got negative reads.
Enjoy yours while you've still got it.
Oh, hi. Him and his men were attacked by bandits. Most of them are dead.
Jesus Christ!
Lord von Berghoff is beside himself and won't allow his soldiers out the castle.
Aha! So that's why they sent you for the wine. Wait a moment then. I'll be right back.
Wait a mo.
Sorry to bother you, but I've seen you before.
Oh, eh? I don't remember. Hold on. Are you the boy that cleans the pit under the castle shitting hole?
You were attacked by those bandits.
What bandits? What are you on about?
You were attacked at the pond. You, some other women, and so were we as it happens.
I have no idea what you're on about.
Oh my god.
I work at
This is literally the medieval Valley Girl accent.
castle and I wasn't at any pond.
And I have no idea why you're trying to deny it. I saw you with my own eyes. You were washing laundry there with some other girls.
Well, I reckon you weren't looking too much at faces, eh? Clear off, you lecher.
Fuck off!
Here's your wine. Is this vagabond bothering you?
I can handle the likes of him myself. Thanks for the wine. Bye.
Please, I don't know what's up with you, but I know you were there. I need your help. You owe me that much. But we need to get to von Berghoff, and you're the only one who can confirm who we are.
You can't get into the castle. And even if you could, that was the King's messenger. Von Berghoff is getting ready to ride out.
Oh, shit.
If you want to speak to him, the best place would be Samin's wedding. He'll be there. For sure.
No, wait.
And don't ever lay your hands on me again!
What are you gaping at? Have you nothing better to do?
Stop being nosy, wench. I'm doing my very best over here with the circumstances that I'm presented with.
Why are you standing here like a pillar of salt? Are you ready?
What for?
To get to work. You pair ordered a lot more than you paid for, so you work your debt off, like I said.
Oh my
Right.
god.
What do you want us to do?
Over there by the gate, there's a cart with sacks of flour from the mill. My old man was meant to take them into the house. But as soon as he got a sniff of work, he vanished into thin air. The second door in there leads to the pantry. That's why I need you to haul the sacks.
As a noble,
You have to lay each sack
I'm not
on the
so
planks,
sure about
so they don't touch the
working.
damp floor and go moldy. If you just chuck it on the floor in the corner, it'll spoil. So do it properly. 2 men can finish the work in a jiffy, and then we'll be quits.
That kind of work is
All right,
beneath us.
We'll do it. For sure, it's less daunting work than fighting back.
It's terrible about them bandits. We never had nothing like it or not. You can't pay what you owe me. Is that clear?
All right.
Glad to hear it. I can see you ain't stuck up. Where are you actually from, if you don't mind me asking?
Ratai.
Ratai. Ratai. That rings a bell. I ain't been further than the back off me whole life, but I know this place inside and out.
I heard something about a wedding.
I heard some talk about some wedding being planned here.
Nobody's talking about nothing else. Young Lord Samin is marrying Agnes, the daughter of Thrush, our Truskovitz bailiff, and it's going to be a grand affair. When rich folks get married, that's a feast that's a lot different from when some tanner gets itched to a bathouse wench.
Will Lord von
How should I know what his lordship's plans are?
Who is this? Semi.
Can't you tell by the name? The Lord of Samin. The fort in the village belonged to him. Old Jan Samin is the head of the family, and his son's called Olda. And it's him who's getting itched.
It's
They
him
used to
who's
be a
getting
rich
itched.
family. The glory's
Why does she
faded
have
a bit, but
patois?
They still have some clout.
Can I get to the wedding?
Can I get to the wedding somehow?
I don't know about that, lad. It's for invited guests only.
Where's the wedding going?
At Samin, of course. I expect old Sir Jan and our bailiff will try to outdo each other in showing off their wealth.
It seems that's really our only chance.
What's that?
Oh, no.
If you want to find out more, there's young Svaja there. He's the bride's brother. He can be a bit of...
I'll go and discuss it with my friend then.
And careful with them sacks. Here it comes.
I won't rip it. I won't rip it. But that'll be all for today. Lads, I'm tired. After a long day, we finally got through the tutorial. Anyway, love you all, and of course I will see you tomorrow. For all the haters that said no gaming, guess what? There's yes gaming. The game is great. My lord, but them two big tankards. Tomorrow we explore the land asunder. Anyway, love you guys, and peace. See you tomorrow. It's another day after all.
Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord active prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning.